Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 101 My first encounter with Nishimiya Shouko. The last seat by the window, the classic protagonist spot. Hojo Kyajuk rested his chin on his right hand, staring outside, utterly bored. The sun was shining, and a warm breeze drifted into the classroom, making his black hair sway slightly. He lifted his right hand, revealing a sharp yet youthful face with dark eyes, and messy black hair. Though still a little boyish, the strong contours of his face hinted at future handsomeness. But right now, he looked completely uninterested, half asleep, as if nothing in the world could excite him. Stretching his arms, he let out a big yawn before propping his chin on the other hand and lazily glancing around the classroom. Kids are so noisy. Can't even take a decent nap on a nice day like this. Kyajuk, a 6th grade elementary schooler, inwardly complained. Yes, he had reincarnated in Japan and had been living in this world for 12 years now. His new name? Hojo Kyajuk. Home? Suiman City. Family? Both parents present, no little sister. System? Completely useless. That's his life in a nutshell. Speaking of which, let's talk about this so-called system real quick since, apparently, it's supposed to be his cheat in life. It doesn't even have a fancy name and only has 2 functions. It automatically identifies notable characters from anime he watched in his past life, categorized as either main characters or supporting characters. If Kyajuk changes a notable character's fate or fulfills their wishes, he receives a gift from that characters. What exactly that gift entails, Kyajuk had no idea. After all, he was just a 6th grader. What power did he have to change someone's fate? So far, he had only encountered one main character and a few supporting ones. And while the system does tell him which anime they're from, the problem is, Kyajuk barely watched anime in his past life. So, even when he meets a notable character, he has no clue what to do with them, just like the few supporting characters currently sitting in his classroom. Man, Ishida, you're pretty lucky, huh? A voice came from the seat to his right, not directed at Kyajuk. Half asleep, he wasn't planning to eavesdrop, but the sudden commotion in the classroom made him curious. The girl speaking had long, jet black hair and striking blue-violet eyes that shimmered like gemstones in the sunlight. She wore a cute t-shirt that suited her well. If Kyajuk hadn't muted the system's notifications, a label reading, a silent voice, Wano Noka, supporting character, would have popped up above her head. But every time the system pointed out such things, Kyajuk made sure to note them down and then turned the notifications off. Seriously, labeling people as main or supporting characters in a real-world setting? How messed up is that? Not that he was upset because this stupid system expected him to change people's destinies without providing any concrete guidance. Nope, definitely not. Wano Noka poked the shoulder of a spiky-haired boy sitting 2 seats away from Kyajuk. Huh? What are you talking about? The boy, Ishita Shoya, was busy messing around with a mechanical pencil. The transfer student. I heard it's a girl. Wano added. Oh. Not interested. Ishita replied, still toying with his pencil. From his half-lidded eyes and sluggish posture, it was clear that he, like Kyajuk, wanted to sleep. Though in Ishita's case, it was probably out of boredom, whereas Kyajuk simply thought the weather was perfect for a nap. As Kyajuk turned his head, his eyes met Noka's. Wait, why are you looking at me while talking to Ishida? He gave her a polite smile. Wano-san, what's this about a transfer student? Finally. He reacted. Wano mentally cheered but kept her face calm. Oh, that? I heard a girl is transferring into our class, and everyone's been talking about it. I see. Thanks for letting me know. Kyajuk had thought maybe school was ending early or something. Too bad. He turned back to the window, ready to resume his daydreaming. Alright, everyone, back to your seats. Their homeroom teacher entered the classroom, a woman with shoulder-length hair, black framed glasses, and a tracksuit, with a whistle hanging around her neck. In Japan's elementary schools, homeroom teachers were practically caretakers. They were responsible for both academics and student life, so getting a bad teacher could ruin a kid's school experience. Luckily, becoming a homeroom teacher required strict qualifications, so encountering a truly awful one was rare. Though not impossible. Today, we have a new student joining us. The class quieted down, turning their attention to the front door. Kyajuk also looked up. He had a sharp sense for main character energy. And transfer student was a textbook flag. Even though he hadn't watched much anime, he knew that much. Meanwhile, Naoka frowned. She had only brought up the topic to get Kyajuk's attention by talking to Ishida, but now, even he was showing interest in the transfer student. For some reason, that annoyed her. "You can come in now," the teacher called out. And then, a silent voice, "Nishimiya Shouko, main character." Before Kyajuk even saw the girl, the system threw the label in his face. Sigh. Block notifications. Only then did he take a proper look at her. She stood at the doorway, head slightly lowered. Her soft, brown short hair covered her ears entirely. Large eyes, a deeper shade of brown than her hair, made her already round face look even more innocent. She wore a pink t-shirt with a name tag pinned to the front. It read Nishimiya. "Alright, introduce yourself," the teacher prompted. At this moment, Kyajuk might have been the only one besides the teacher who knew her name. But strangely, even after a long pause, Shouko didn't speak. Was she shy? She didn't look it. With a gentle, serene smile, she stood there, unfazed by the silence. The class started murmuring. Even Ishida, who had been hunched over his desk, looked up, intrigued. Then, the teacher suddenly clapped a hand on her shoulder, as if suddenly remembering something. Shouko flinched but quickly regained her composure, offering another small smile. She lowered her head, opened her red school bag, and pulled out a notebook. On the cover, bold letters read, "For communication." Kyajuk immediately noticed Ishida's spiky hair stand on end. His posture straightened ever so slightly. That was Ishida's sign of interest. Shouko flipped to the first page. "Nice to meet you. My name is Nishimiya Shouko." Gasps filled the classroom. Kyajuk's eyes widened slightly. She turned to the next page. "I hope to make friends with everyone using this notebook." She flipped through each page carefully, making sure everyone had time to read. "Please use this notebook when talking to me." And finally, "I cannot hear." Holding the notebook up, she smiled. "Whoa, seriously? No way. Is this a joke?" The classroom erupted with whispers. Yet, Shouko remained there, standing still, smiling gently. Kyajuk now understood why she was the main character. Transfer student. Deaf. A perfect setup for a bullying arc. And he already knew who'd be at the center of it. Ishida and his little gang of troublemakers. "That's so cool!" Ishida suddenly yelled, his hair practically standing on end. Chapter 2, Oh2 Could Wano Naoko become Shouko Nishimiya's best friend? Ishida Shaoya's sudden outburst barely caught anyone's attention. He wasn't exactly known for being normal, after all. The students glanced at him briefly before shifting their focus back to Nishimiya Shouko. "Let's see. You can sit behind Saharamuko." The homeroom teacher assigned Nishimiya a seat in front of Hojo Kyak. "Hojo, you're a good student. Please look after Nishimiya." "Okay." Kyajuk moved his desk back slightly before stepping out to bring in the desk assigned to Nishimiya. Ugh, why is he so eager? Do all boys like that frail, helpless type? Wano Naoko watched from the sidelines, biting her lip and gripping her pen tightly. When Kyajuk finished setting up the chair, Nishimiya held out her notebook with a bright smile on her babyish face. "Thank you for helping me, Hojo-kun." Kyajuk, who was mentally more mature than most of his classmates, immediately saw the mix of gratitude and an attempt to curry favor hidden within her smile. All that just for moving a desk and chair? Then again, it made sense. As he had suspected, transferring schools in the 6th grade wasn't a good sign, especially for someone with a hearing impairment. Nishimiya's previous school life had likely been anything but pleasant. Understanding this, he took her notebook and wrote back, "You're welcome. Also, my name is Hojo Kyak. Nice to meet you, Nishimiya-san." Seeing his response, Nishimiya beamed and quickly picked up her pen to write something else. Before she could, Kyajuk lightly tapped her shoulder and gestured toward the teacher, signaling that class was about to start. She nodded, letting out a faint sound. "Huh? She can speak? So she only has a hearing impairment?" Kyajuk had assumed she was completely non-verbal. But if she could make sounds, then with the right guidance, she should be able to speak properly. Class passed quickly. The teacher was unmotivated, and the students were mostly doing their own thing. Kyajuk listened just enough to confirm he already knew the material. He focused more on the Japanese language portion. Despite learning Japanese from infancy, he had some problem learning a new language that differed from his previous life. When the lesson ended, several girls crowded around Nishimiya, including one of the class's key supporting characters. The protagonist and her supporting cast are all here. Now the question is, are they her friends or her antagonists? Leaning back in his chair, Kyajuk watched Nishimiya's back thoughtfully. A girl with light brown hair tied into a ponytail and glasses, Kawimiki, was the first to introduce herself in Nishimiya's notebook. Other classmates were also eager to meet her. After all, it was rare to have a transfer student so late in elementary school. Nishimiya quickly wrote something back, likely further introducing herself. Nishimiya-san, can you speak Japanese? Naoka suddenly called out from where she sat on her desk, crossing her long, fair legs. Geez, Naoka, watch how you say things. Miki chimed in lightly, though her words were less a scolding and more a setup for Naoka's joke. The two laughed together. Kyajuk expected Nishimiya to have no reaction. After all, she couldn't hear them. But to his surprise, she turned to Ueno and held up her notebook. Could you repeat that? What? She isn't completely deaf? If she can hear even a little, she should be able to learn to speak properly, right? Kyosuke found this odd. If Nishimiya could make out sounds and produce speech, then with the right approach, she could surely learn to communicate verbally. Caught off guard, Naoka hesitated. If she repeated herself, the joke would fall flat, making her the fool instead. She stumbled over her words, unable to respond. Seeing Ueno's silence, Nishimiya turned her notebook toward Miki instead. She was asking what everyone usually calls you. Miki wrote. Shajan. That's the same as Ishida. Though Naoka had just been embarrassed, she still kept watching Nishimiya interact with the class. It was obvious she was interested in the transfer student. Of course, only she knew the real reason she lingered. It wasn't Nishimiya she was focused on but Kyajuk, who was watching Nishimiya. If she spoke to Nishimiya, she would be noticed by him. A small but significant thought in a girl's mind. Huh? Ishida Shaoya, who had been messing around at the back of the classroom, perked up at the mention of his name. Hirose Keisuke, the chubby boy pinned under him, and Shimada Kazuki, the light brown-haired boy leaning against the window, also turned to look. Lucky you, Ishida. Shimada said smugly. Kyajuk disliked Shimada more than anyone in the class, not because of his appearance, but because of his cunning nature. Though Ishida led their trio's antics, Kyajuk had noticed that many of Ishida's actions were provoked by Shimada's subtle instigation. Sure enough, though Ishida had ignored Naoka's earlier comment, Shimada's remark immediately set him off. Huh? Lucky my ass. Ishida snapped before going back to rezzing with Keisuke. The break ended quickly, and their homeroom teacher, Takeuchi, entered the room to start the next lesson. Kyajuk glanced up to look at it, and it was physics. He yawned and prepared to nap. With his experience and knowledge from his previous life, he had no intention of grinding for academic success again. He could rely on his knowledge that he had instead. But then he noticed Nishimiya looking around, confused. Oh, right. Takeuchi's monotone, lifeless lecture made her harder to understand. From their earlier interactions, Kyajuk had gathered that Nishimiya could understand speech, but only if it was loud, slow, and paired with clear lip movements. Takeuchi, on the other hand, couldn't care less about teaching. He merely droned through the textbook in a dull, conversational tone. Even Kyajuk, seated in the back, struggled to follow along. As Kyajuk had suspected, Nishimiya was struggling. She had transferred to a new school where the students seemed friendly. Kyajuk had helped her move her desk, Kawimiki had introduced herself, and everything seemed promising. Maybe this time, she could finish elementary school in peace? Clinging to that hope, she listened intently. Born with fewer advantages than others, she could only compensate by working harder. Studying was the most straightforward way to do that. At her previous school, teachers had found her presence inconvenient, but they tolerated her because she excelled academically. However, that courtesy had never extended to her classmates. But she had no choice. There was nothing she could do. Her hope was quickly shattered. Takeuchi spoke too fast and too softly for her to follow. She couldn't understand anything or take notes. Seeing her classmates flipping pages and writing, she had no idea what to do. She glanced around, hoping to figure it out. Asking for help would only make her a burden. And being a burden meant being hated. Just as Kyajuk was about to offer assistance, Ueno now politely tapped Nishimiya's arm with her pen. Give me your notebook. Though Ueno spoke quietly, Nishimiya understood her intent from her gestures. Her brown eyes widened in surprise before she obediently handed over the notebook, clenching her fists in anticipation. Huh? She's actually this considerate? Could she become the protagonist's best friend? Watching Ueno diligently write down the lesson notes, Kyajuk found himself genuinely surprised. Chapter 3, 03 Sensei, is Ishida Shaoya mentally challenged? The second period was music class. The class was preparing for the upcoming choir competition, and the song they were practicing was the Monsters Ballad. Seriously, who picked this song? A new transfer student who already struggles to fit in, and you make them sing this? The Monster's Ballad tells the story of a monster longing for love, proving that even creatures labeled as monsters have hearts. Wait, wasn't this song was chosen before Nishimiya even arrived here? Oh, well, that's fine then. Nishimiya was placed in the front row due to her height, while Hojo Kyajuk stood at the back with the other boys. Singing was undoubtedly a challenge for Nishimiya. Even though her grandmother had sung this song to her countless times and even taught her how to sing it, she still struggled. She glanced around nervously, trying to figure out when to start singing. Carefully, she observed Kawimiki, who nodded and opened her mouth. Alright, now's the time. You can do this, Shaogo. Encouraging herself, Nishimiya took a deep breath and sang out, just as her grandmother had taught her. The room fell silent except for the sound of piano playing. She had started too early. Miki was merely nodding along to the beat, and her mouth opening was just a habit. The music teacher looked flustered, but Kyajuk noticed that Nishimiya's rhythm was correct, it's just that her pronunciation was off. Oblivious to her mistake, Nishimiya continued to sing earnestly. Nishimiya, you started too soon. I'll let you know when to begin. Miki gently patted Nishimiya's shoulder, guiding her. Class continued, and everyone resumed practicing. But the brave girl who had once opened her mouth to sing never dared to raise her voice again. If this keeps up, we're doomed for the choir competition. We're definitely losing. Ueno Nika, standing beside Hojo Kyajuk, complained. He wasn't particularly concerned about it. After all, it was just an elementary school choir contest, probably something only the girls cared about. Besides, maybe they wouldn't lose. Kyajuk actually thought Nishimiya's singing wasn't bad. But he remained silent, continuing to observe and wait. Next period was Japanese class, and their homeroom teacher, Takeuchi, was leading the lesson. This time, Kyajuk couldn't take a nap because Takeuchi was calling on students to read aloud. It was now Ueno's turn. I'm not wrong, so I will never apologize. What kind of tone is that, Ueno? Takeuchi scolded sharply. But despite it being phrased as a question, he had no intention of hearing her explanation or correcting her reading. Forget it. You don't have to read anymore. Next. He waved her off impatiently, eyes fixed on his textbook. What the hell, 4 eyes? Ueno muttered angrily as she sat down. Kyajuk found it amusing. Calling Takeuchi scum might be too harsh, but he was undeniably a terrible teacher both in teaching ability and ethics. Ueno hadn't meant to read in an odd tone, she simply didn't know the correct way to express it. A good teacher would correct the mistake after pointing it out. But Takeuchi? He only scolded for the sake of scolding. Nishimiya. Takeuchi called the next name. Still fuming, Ueno quickly patted Nishimiya's shoulder, reminding her it was her turn to read. Wasn't she annoyed just now? Her attitude was completely different from before. Maybe she really would become Nishimiya's friend after all. Nishimiya stood up and began reading, her pronunciation slightly awkward, but still understandable. Takeuchi said nothing. When she finished, he simply nodded and said, "Good." Are you kidding me? Ueno muttered in frustration, clearly unhappy with Takeuchi's double standards. Kyajuk observed the situation with interest. He wasn't sure if Ueno and Nishimiya would end up as friends anymore. In a child's world, even a small act of favoritism like this could create a rift between them. Next, Ishida. Ishida Shaoya stood up. Noticing Ueno's dissatisfaction, he smirked. Wari. That brat, he was mimicking Nishimiya's speech. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Nishimiya glanced around, confused, her large eyes filled with innocence. She had no idea she was the target of a cruel joke. Kyajuk's face darkened. This wasn't just childish mischief anymore, mocking someone with a disability was unacceptable. Ishida, stop fooling around. Came to my office after class. Takeuchi scolded lightly, barely harsher than he had been with Ueno. Okay. Ishida replied carelessly. He knew the routine. In the office, Takeuchi would just say, "That's not nice." And that would be the end of it. But Kyajuk wasn't going to let it slide. Just as Takeuchi was about to call the next student, he stood up. Sensei, is Ishida mentally challenged? Shouldn't we get him checked at the hospital? Enough, sit down, Hojo. I'll deal with Ishida after class. Takeuchi's tone was noticeably different when addressing Kyajuk. It wasn't just because Kyajuk was the top student in the class, he was also the source of several past headaches for the teacher. Takeuchi-sensei. This is serious, this is what a lot people called bullying. Hojo, it's not that serious. Sit down. The moment Kyajuk uttered the word bullying, Takeuchi's head throbbed. No, we need to handle this now. Ishida should apologize to Nishimiya. Kyajuk refused to back down. He knew Takeuchi would try to sweep things under the rug. If Ishida wasn't punished now, he and his little gang would only get worse. Takeuchi massaged his temples, clearly frustrated. Nishimiya, Ishida, come with me. Sensei, I'm coming too. Kyajuk immediately shouted. Why? Ugh, fine, do whatever you want. Takeuchi was the kind of teacher everyone envied, a lazy salary thief who only cared about coasting through the school day. Whenever students got bullied, his go-to solution was dragging the culprit to his office for a meaningless lecture. If the victim's parents complained later, he'd just throw the bully under the bus and pretend he had done his job. But today, Kyajuk wasn't going to let him take the easy way out. Chapter 4:04 Apologize with a proper bow. Takuchi's usual method for handling this typically works. However, this usual process had failed once recently. And the reason? Hojo-kyaku. Despite being an exceptional student, the boy barely interacted with his classmates. Out of curiosity, Takeuchi had observed him and realized that his lack of interaction wasn't due to poor social skills. On the contrary, Kyajuk was extraordinarily mature. When Takeuchi spoke with him, he couldn't believe he was talking to a 6th grader. If it were a phone conversation, he would have assumed Kyajuk was an adult. A child like that naturally became a target for bullying. When Kyajuk came to Takeuchi to complain, Takeuchi simply called the bullies in and scolded them perfunctorily. Later, Kyajuk reported being bullied again. But Takeuchi didn't take it seriously. In fact, he found it amusing. Serves you right for acting all grown up, kid. Now you're getting a taste of reality. What Takeuchi didn't expect was that he would be the one to suffer the consequences. He was rudely awakened by a phone call from the police. When he rushed to the station, the principal was already there, along with a crowd of angry parents. The kids who had been bullying Kyajuk had gathered even more classmates and beaten him up. Unlike other children who would cry and go home, Kyajuk had gone straight to the police to report the assault. Takeuchi nearly fainted. The situation had escalated beyond control, and the usual excuse wouldn't work. If not for the fact that his sister was married to the principal, Takeuchi would have been fired on the spot. In the end, the bullies had to apologize, pay compensation, and transfer to another school. Apart from Takeuchi and the principal, no one else at the school knew what had happened. The other students simply found it odd that so many classmates had transferred all of a sudden. Given everything that had happened, Takeuchi had no desire to speak with Kyajuk, who was still in his class. He just wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Following Kawimiki's lead, Nishimiya Shoko walked out of the classroom in confusion. The moment they stepped outside, the classroom erupted into excited chatter. Hojo-kun is so brave. Yeah, he's amazing. I never realized we had such a cool guy in our class. I've talked to him before, but he always sounded like an adult. It made him seem reliable but also hard to approach. That's it, I'm going to be friends with him from now on. Unlike the others, Wainonoka was filled with fear and regret. She had a feeling that Ishida had acted out for her sake. Now, she was terrified that he would face serious punishment because of it. At the same time, she regretted seeing Shoko being humiliated in front of the entire class. She felt guilty and was afraid that Kyajuk would hate her because of it. Ishida, apologize to Nishimiya. Takeuchi said offhandedly. TCH. Sorry. Shoya muttered, turning his head away and staring at the ceiling. Hold on a second. Kyajuk interjected. What now, Hojo-kun? Nishimiya doesn't even understand what just happened. She deserves to know first. Geez, Hojo, you're such a busybody. I already apologized. I'm going back to class. Shoya had been startled by Kyaju's bold defiance of the teacher earlier. That was the only reason he had apologized so quickly, just to get it over with, much like Takeuchi himself. But now that Kyajuk wasn't letting it go, Shoya's childish temper flared up. Takeuchi groaned, pressing his fingers to his temples. Why did you have to provoke him? Just do what he says and be done with it. I don't care anymore. I'm going back to class. Shoya tried to push past Kyajuk, who was blocking the classroom door, but Kyajuk stood his ground and instead turned his gaze to Takeuchi. Takeuchi recognized that look. It was the same expression Kyajuk had when he last reported being bullied. Takeuchi had brushed him off then, and Kyajuk had silently stared at him for a full minute. That very night, Takeuchi had been summoned to the police station. He still suspected it hadn't been a coincidence. Schoolyard bullying rarely escalated into such a serious fight. But he couldn't believe a third grader could have orchestrated it all. Get over here, Ishida. A proper apology requires sincerity. Takeuchi grabbed Shoya by the shoulder and pulled him back. Ugh, fine. Shoya protested, but he was powerless against Takeuchi's grip. Kyajuk finally nodded in satisfaction, then gently took the notebook Shoko had been clutching in her arms. He wrote down what had happened at Shoya, mocking her speech and making fun of her. Shoko had been standing there in a daze, trying her hardest to focus her hearing and understand what was going on. She had already guessed it was about her, but she couldn't piece together the details. She could only stand still, watching Kyajuk, who had been kind to her from the start, now sternly confronting the teacher and another student. So, Hojo-kun is standing up for me. After reading the notebook, Shoko lifted her head, her large, pure eyes gazing at Kyajuk. She wanted to say it herself, no matter what, thank you, Hojo-kun. No one had ever tried to protect her from these pranks before. Her brown eyes welled up with tears. Don't cry. Stay strong, Shoko. Kyajuk understood her words this time. It's fine. As long as Nishimiya is okay, that's what matters. Ishida, apologize properly. Sorry. Shoya still avoided looking at Shoko, stubbornly staring at the ceiling. Shoko immediately tried to bow in response, but Kyajuk firmly stopped her. Is that how you apologize? Look at her properly. Didn't your mother teach you how to say sorry? Look at her and bow. Ishida, be more sincere. Takeuchi added, not for Shoko's sake, but because he just wanted this ordeal to end. Shoko seemed to understand Kyajuk's words and frantically waved her hands. It's okay, Hojo-kun. This is already more than enough. I really. Thank you. This is more than enough. Hearing Kyajuk's firm voice, she felt a sense of security she had never experienced before. Her eyes stung. She had promised her mother she wouldn't cry today, but she couldn't hold back any longer. I'm fine. This is enough. Unfortunately, she spoke too quickly, and Kyajuk didn't understand her. Nishimiya Shoko, I'm sorry. Under the pressure from both Kyajuk and the teacher, Shoya's last bit of resistance crumbled. He bent at a full 90-degree angle and shouted his apology so loudly that the entire classroom could hear it. No way, did Ishida actually apologize? He must have been scared silly, haha. Shimada Kazuki smirked, raising his oversized shirt sleeve to cover his mouth. Ueno Naoka glared. Hey, Shimada. He's your friend. How can you say that? Shimada just chuckled and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Shoko was still bowing in return, while Shoya had already dashed back into the classroom. The little girl stood frozen, looking lost, tears still clinging to her lashes. Kyajuk found it amusing and ruffled her hair gently, reassuring her that everything was okay. Watching from above, Takeuchi twitched his lips. Oh, so that's what this was about. He's got a crush. Chapter 5, Ueno Naoka Ishida, what's wrong? Naoka Ueno looked at Ishida Shoya, who had just run into the classroom and collapsed onto his desk. Concerned, she leaned in to ask. None of your business. Ishida's choked voice came through, trembling. It was clear he was crying. Ueno was caught off guard. She had never expected the usually reckless, fearless Ishida, who spent his days instigating all sorts of trouble, to cry like this. At the same time, her admiration for Kyajuk grew even more. No one knew, but she was the only one at school who had discovered the real reason why those kids who used to bully Kyajuk had suddenly transferred out. In fact, she knew far more than their homeroom teacher, Takeuchi, or anyone else. That afternoon, she had returned to school after forgetting something, and that was when she witnessed everything. In the locker room, Kyajuk stood by the door, staring down a group of boys who had been sneaking around, clutching his indoor shoes in their hands. Is that all you've got? The boys inside flinched at his words, startled. When they turned around and saw who had spoken, their guilt turned into anger. The leader of the group, a chubby kid, stepped forward. Huh? What are you talking about? We just found these shoes on the ground and we're about to put them in the lost and found. Ha. Hojo let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with condescension. Pathetic cowards who can only pull petty tricks in the shadows. You bastard. Say that again. Enraged, the chubby kid and his friends rushed forward, surrounding Hojo. Peeking from outside the room, Ueno held her breath. She had no idea why Hojo was provoking them despite being outnumbered. Did I say something wrong? I'm standing right here. What are you going to do about it? For a moment, the chubby kid faltered. Useless. Let me show you how it's done. Hojo Kyajuk had been training as a runner since childhood. He wasn't as big as the chubby kid, but his body was far stronger. With a quick step backward, he twisted his body and delivered a powerful punch straight to the chubby kid's stomach. Even with layers of fat, the blow sent shockwaves through him. His eyes bulged, and he doubled over, clutching his stomach in agony. But Hojo didn't stop. He followed up with a brutal knee strike to the kid's pudgy face. With just that, the chubby kid collapsed onto the ground, groaning in pain as he clutched his face and stomach alternately. His friends were frozen in fear. Even though they were used to bullying others, it had always been through underhanded tactics. They had never encountered someone as ruthless as Hojo. Terrified, they scrambled back, afraid he would turn on them next. Listen up. Tomorrow after school, I'll be waiting outside. Bring more people if you want. The few of you aren't even close to being a challenge. With that, Hojo gave the chubby kid a sharp kick. Got it? Why yeah, we got it. Shaking, the boys nodded frantically. Ueno quickly ducked behind a corner as Hojo exited the room. Her heart was racing. A hero. Her small hands clenched into fists in excitement, and her deep blue-violet eyes sparkled. Everything about Hojo no Kyaju's actions fit her idea of what a true hero should be. That day, Ueno walked home in a daze, her mind full of thoughts. How could she get close to him? As far as she knew, the only person at school who talked to him was Sakura Yamauchi from Class 1B. That night, she tossed and turned, imagining different scenarios, sometimes picturing Kyajuk protecting her, giggling to herself, and other times frowning in frustration, unsure of how to bridge the gap between them. It wasn't until deep into the night that she finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, even her younger brothers were up before she managed to get out of bed. Noka, you're going to be late. Her grandfather called. Upon hearing that, Ueno snapped awake. I have to hurry. If I don't get to school fast, I won't see Kyuk. She rushed to get ready and dashed out the door. At the school entrance, she caught sight of him. But he was holding a girl's hand. Sakura, move faster. We're gonna be late. Huff. Huff. The girl, completely out of breath, was being half dragged forward by Kyuk. Just let me rest a bit. If I'm late, I'm late. People are bound to be late sometimes. For a moment, Ueno felt like the girl had a point. She slowed her own steps unconsciously. Don't try to use your twisted logic on me. If you hadn't stayed in bed so long, we wouldn't be in this mess. Unmoved, Kyajuk continued to pull her along. Ueno furrowed her brows, confused by their conversation. But then, she heard the girl's next words. I told you today was my rest day. You can't just barge into a girl's room and drag her out for a morning run before she even washes her face. Sakura Yamauchi's voice rang loud and clear. Ueno's face flushed. Barging into her room? Dragging her out? Before she could hear more, the two separated inside the school building, each heading to their respective classrooms. That entire day, Ueno found herself stealing glances at Kyuk. Luckily, he spent most of his time sleeping in class and didn't notice. After school, Ueno stayed behind under the excuse of helping clean up, remembering the fight that was supposed to take place. She wanted to see if she could help. But what she saw was completely different from what she expected. The same Hojo Kyajuk who had seemed like a hero yesterday was now getting beaten up by the chubby kid and over 10 of his friends. Or rather, it looked like they were the ones getting beaten up. Although Kyajuk barely seemed to take any hits, several of the bullies ended up crying. Still, Ueno couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. She watched in a daze as Hojo calmly walked toward the police station. What is he doing? Curious, she moved closer and witnessed an unforgettable sight. Hojo picked up a rock and tore his clothes with it, then rolled on the ground, covering himself in dirt. Finally, he punched himself in the nose, smearing the dripping blood across his face and body. Ueno's jaw dropped. Her already large eyes widened even more. Then, the same Kyajuk who hadn't made a sound when he was supposedly getting beaten suddenly burst into tears, wailing loudly as he stumbled into the police station. Later, Ueno's grandfather used his police connections to find out what had happened. A hero. She easily saw through Kyajuk's plan. The adults thought it was just another case of school bullying. But only she knew the truth. Kyajuk wasn't just strong, he was also a genius. From that day on, he was permanently engraved in her heart. Sorry, Ishida. She thought. But Kyajuk is just too amazing. Chapter 6, 06 Nishimiya Yuzuru won't worry about her sister anymore. After class, Nishimiya Shouko couldn't stop thanking and apologizing to Hojo Kyuk. She thanked him for protecting her and apologized for the trouble she caused. In response, Kyajuk simply smiled and ruffled her hair, telling her it was just something any normal person would do, and she didn't need to worry about it. That wasn't true at all. It was only Kyajuk, only him, who would want to protect her like this. With that thought, Shouko felt that the prank earlier didn't leave any negative impact on her. Unlike the times when she had been bullied at her previous school, she didn't feel secretly sad. Instead, all she could think about was how serious Kyajuk looked while reprimanding the troublemaker, with his sharp words and protective actions. After that, nothing else happened until the end of the school day. Sitting in front of Shouko, Sahara Muko had become friends with her, and they spent time discussing last night's Doraemon episode. How was school today, sis? At the dinner table, Shouko's younger sister, Nishimiya Yuzuru, asked her. Upon hearing this, both their mother, Nishimiya Yueco, and their grandmother, Nishimiya Ito, paused and turned to look at Shouko. This wasn't the first time Hueco had transferred schools, and similar scenes had happened several times before. In the past, Hueco would always smile serenely and assure her family that everything was fine, but they all knew that wasn't true. It meant everything was actually far from fine. But this time was different. Yuzuru looked at her sister and saw a smile she had never seen before. Yuzuru was too young to fully understand the meaning behind it, but she knew her sister was truly happy, in a way she'd never been before. This made her smile too, without even realizing it. I made a really good friend today, and he. Hueco put down her chopsticks, her face bright with excitement as she started to speak quickly. Slow down, sis. Yuzuru interrupted. Seeing Hueco's excitement, both their mother and grandmother exchanged surprised glances. Maybe this time, Hueco wouldn't need to transfer schools again? Hueco tried to calm her racing heart. She had been waiting to share the day's events with her family ever since she got home, but her mother had only just come back after working all day. I made a really good friend today. Hueco repeated. Really? Yuzuru asked skeptically. She remembered that before, some bad kids had pretended to be Hueco's friends, only to prank her later. She was worried it was the same this time. Her mother and grandmother had similar concerns, but they didn't say anything. Grandma didn't want to dampen Hueco's spirits, and their mother, Hueco, always believed that Hueco needed to make her own judgments. Even bad friends could help her grow stronger. Hueco puffed out her cheeks like a pufferfish, her face full of adorable frustration. Hojo Kyajuk is a real friend. He protected me today. Hueco exclaimed. Huh? Did someone bully you today? Yuzuru immediately caught on and looked worried. Well, one student was imitating the way I talk to tease me, and then Hoju-kun made him apologize to me. Hueco went on to explain in detail how Ishita Shoya had teased her in Japanese class, and how Kyajuk had argued with the teacher to make Ishita apologize. Kyajuk even insisted Ishita apologize 3 times because the apology wasn't sincere enough. Watching Hueco excitedly mimic the way things had happened, her hair flying around in her joy, both her mother and grandmother exchanged glances. They were happy for Hueco, but also concerned. Given Hueco's special circumstances, even her younger sister had been affected and had become a target of bullying at school. Over the years, they had seen so much of human cruelty. Not only had teachers let them down, but even the children, who were supposed to be innocent and carefree, had shown their worst sides in front of Hueco. To suddenly hear about someone like Kyajuk, who treated Hueco so well, seemed almost too good to be true. And in Hueco's story, Kyajuk had even stood up to the teacher when they wouldn't defend her, forcing the teacher to make Ishita apologize in the end. It sounded almost like something out of fairy tale. He was like a superhero. Is it really true? Yuzuru asked, voicing her mother's and grandmother's concerns. In their family, the roles were clear. Their mother, Hueco, was strict and quiet, always holding high expectations for Hueco. Grandma soothed Hueco's heart, and the youngest, Yuzuru, was the one who said the things they couldn't. It's true. Hueco puffed up her cheeks again. Hojo Kyajuk really was a great person. Well then, Yuzuru, if Hueco has made a good friend at her new school, we should all be happy. This way, you can go to school without worrying. Grandma said. Yuzuru, you should go to school too. Hueco immediately forgot about her small frustration and eagerly tugged at Yuzuru's sleeve. Yuzuru, who had been talking just a moment ago, suddenly fell silent, her head lowered. Yuzuru. Hueco and Grandma both looked at her with concern. Yuzuru. Hueco spoke firmly, her voice leaving no room for argument. Tomorrow, I'll take you to your new school. Yuzuru looked up. She knew that her mother's decision wasn't something she could change, so she didn't argue. Besides, she was just a little girl who wanted to play with children her age, not stay at home with Grandma every day. It because of Hueco's situation that she hadn't been able to go to school before. But now that Hueco seemed to be able to go to school without any problem, Yuzuru saw no reason why she shouldn't go too. Okay, Mom. She said quietly. The atmosphere at the table lightened immediately, and everyone resumed eating happily. Hueco continued to share more stories from school. Although her mother, Hueco, still wore her usual serious expression, the occasional glimmer in her eyes showed she was happy for Hueco. That night, Yuzuru dreamt of Hueco at school, singing beautifully with a bright smile on her face. Behind her, there was a boy whose face Yuzuru couldn't quite see, but he was clapping for her. Meanwhile, after school, Ishita Shoya didn't join his usual friends, Shimada Kazuki and Hirosake Suki, in their daily daredevil games. He rushed home alone, not even greeting his mother when he entered, and silently trudged upstairs. Shoya, Shoya. Ishita Miyako, his mother, called from the store area. What's wrong, Shoya? Didn't you go out with your friends today? But Shoya didn't respond, his head down as he climbed the stairs. "Stop, Shoya." Miyako caught up with him at the stairs and called his name twice before he finally stopped. "What happened?" "Nothing, it's just that Kazuki had to go to a cram school, so we didn't hang out." "Shoya, what's wrong with you?" "I'm just concerned," Miyako said, her voice tinged with worry. "I'm fine," Shoya shouted before running up the stairs. "Shoya." Miyako stared at the empty staircase, her heart heavy with concern. She couldn't think of anything that would have made her usually carefree son act like this. Maybe she needed to call his teacher. With that thought, she quickly walked to the phone and dialed his homeroom teacher, Takeuchi. "Hello, is this Takeuchi-sensei? I'm Ishida, Shoya's mother." "Ah, yes, what wrong?" "Ah, I was wondering if something happened at school today. He came home acting strange." "I see. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll make sure to talk to him about it." "Thank you, I'll take care of it. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Miyako stood there, her hand still on the receiver, lost in thought. Why had her son changed like this? She had thought he was just a mischievous boy, but now he seemed like a kid who would bully a disabled classmate. Chapter 7:07 How to Save Yamauchi Sakura from Pancreatic Disease. Silently closing the door of the barber shop, Ishida Miyako walked upstairs. "Shoya, I need to talk to you," she said. Shoya Ishida was playing a video game, his hands frantically mashing the buttons on the controller as if venting his frustration. "I'm busy playing." "No time." "Shoya." "I said I'm busy." Miyako walked over and unplugged the console without hesitation. "I just called Takeuchi-sensei. He told me what happened today." "Ugh, why do you always meddle in my business?" As the game screen went black, Shoya tossed the controller aside and buried his head under a nearby pillow. "Shoya. How could you do something like that? It was just a prank, like always. Why is everyone making such a big deal out of it? You, Takeuchi-sensei, and especially that jerk, Hojo." Tears began streaming down Shoya's face as he spoke. "Shoya." Seeing her son like this, Miyako's angry expression softened into her usual gentle demeanor. She knelt on the tatami mat, crawling over to Shoya and pulling the pillow away. With a soft hand towel, she wiped the tears that wouldn't stop flowing. "Shoya," she said softly, cradling her son's head in her arms. Her voice was as tender as ever. "Not everything can be treated as a prank. If you cross a certain line, you can hurt others. Nishimiya Shoko has a hearing impairment, so she speaks differently. But that's not her choice, it's just her misfortune. Using someone's misfortune as a prank is a terrible thing to do." In the familiar comfort of his mother's embrace, Shoya's sobs subsided. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but argue back. "I didn't mean it like that. But that's what you did, and you hurt Nishimiya Shoko. If it weren't for that jerk Hojo Kyajuk interfering, she wouldn't even have known what happened." "Shoya. Kyajuk did nothing wrong. You should learn from him." "What? Learn from him? No way." Miyako gently stroked her son's head, smoothing down his messy hair as she pondered how to make him understand the gravity of the situation. "Shoya, do you remember that fight you had in 4th grade? How could I forget? Those guys said." "They said? What did they say?" "They said I didn't have a dad. Back then, they used your misfortune to play a cruel joke on you. Just like what you're doing now. Think about how you felt when they pranked you. That's how Nishimiya feels. So, tomorrow, go and apologize to her properly, okay?" Miyako's face softened into a warm smile. "Okay." Meanwhile, after school, Hojo Kyajuk walked out to the school gates. "Kyajuk. Over here." A small girl was already waiting there, waving energetically when she saw him. To make sure he noticed, she even jumped up and down. "Sakura, didn't I tell you not to shout at the school gates? What's the big deal? Everyone's already gone. Anyway, why are you so late today?" Sakura Yamauchi's amber eyes sparkled like a cat's in the glow of the setting sun. Despite waiting alone for a while, she showed no sign of annoyance. Her carefree expression and lively voice were accompanied by the gentle sway of her brown ponytail as she spoke. "You always have an excuse. Let's go. Your mom's probably already prepared dinner and is waiting for you." Hey, speaking of dinner, I asked Mom to make tonkatsu tonight. Want to come over and eat with us?" Sakura's mother, Yamauchi Makoto, was a traditional Japanese woman who doted on her lively daughter, who was more energetic than most boys. "No, if I go to your place, my mom would be left eating alone." "That's just sad." Kyajuk refused without hesitation. This kind of conversation happened almost every day. Even though he usually declined, Sakura would still list off her family's dinner menu and invite him over. "What's the big deal? You can bring your mom along too." "Still no. That's too much trouble. Besides, This is your last fried food allowance for the month, right? Fine, fine. Sakura wasn't discouraged by the rejection. She continued to chatter happily, skipping every few steps as they walked. Occasionally, her heavy backpack would pull her off balance, but she wasn't worried. She knew the boy beside her would always catch her. Can you walk properly? Kyajuk asked, exasperated, as he reached out to steady her for the 5th time. Hee, what's the big deal? You're here, after all. Sakura replied cheerfully, continuing her one-person game of hopscotch, completely ignoring the concept of walking normally. Even though they'd been walking this route to school for 3 years, but every day with Kyajuk was a joy. She didn't necessarily want Kyajuk to come over for dinner every night. Her daily menu announcements were more about reassuring him. For some reason, this boy from the neighborhood had become like a third guardian to her from the day they met. Every morning before school, he would come over to take her jogging, insisting she needed to exercise. The first time, she thought it would be fun, imagining it would be like a playful gym class or a trip to the park to play on slides. But no, it was a strict, time jog with no breaks until they finished. How unfair. She was just a 3rd-grade girl. Why did she have to jog every day? So, the next morning, when her mom knocked on her door to tell her Kyajuk was here to take her jogging again, Sakura buried her head under the covers and shouted, "No. I don't want to jog anymore." "But Hojo-kun brought you a gift," her mom said, a hint of amusement in her voice. "What kind of gift?" Curious, Sakura cracked open the door, her pink pajamas with little bears printed on them peeking through. "It smells delicious. I think it's something tasty. I'm drooling just from the smell," her mom teased. Gulp. Sakura, her stomach empty after just waking up, couldn't help but swallow hard. "Fine, I'll go see. But I'm definitely not jogging with him." "Alright, then hurry up and get dressed. Or are you planning to meet Hojo-kun in your pajamas?" "Of course not." Blushing, Sakura quickly shut the door to change. Watching her daughter's adorable reaction, Makoto smiled contentedly. Such a precious daughter was surely the dream of many parents. As for the boy next door, Hojo Kyajuk, Makoto couldn't help but feel curious. First, it was unusual for a child his age to be so focused on exercise. Second, she couldn't understand why he insisted on taking Sakura along. Was jogging alone too lonely for him? But the most surprising thing was that Kyajuk seemed to know Sakura would refuse to jog today and had brought food to tempt her. Ah, is this what they call childhood sweethearts? Makoto thought, her mind drifting to a future where her daughter walked down the aisle in a white kimono. Clutching her cheeks, Makoto stood outside her daughter's room, lost in her daydream. Chapter 8:08 Luring the little girl. "Mom, why are you still standing there?" Yamauchi Sakura, now dressed in her workout clothes, looked at her mother, who was still standing in the same position by the door, and tilted her head in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just waiting to go downstairs with you." "Then let's go." As she spoke, Sakura couldn't help but swallow hard. "Sakura, are you really ready to go jogging?" "Of course not. I just want to see what Hojo brought for me first." Even though she was just a child, Sakura already had her own set of principles. For example, right now, even though she hadn't seen Hojo yet, she knew he had brought something delicious to entice her into jogging with him. So even if the treat turned out to be something she didn't like, Sakura would still go jogging with him, not for the gift itself, but for the thought behind it. Deep down, she also wanted to spend time with this boy from next door. Although they hadn't known each other for long, she could already tell that Hojo was different from other kids her age. He felt more like an older brother than a peer. Yesterday morning, even though the jog had been exhausting, it had also been fun. When she wanted to stop because she was too tired, he kept encouraging her. And when she really couldn't run anymore, he took her hand and ran alongside her. After they finished, he even gave her a delicious juice and patiently taught her how to stretch to avoid muscle soreness. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to take pity on him for being so lonely jogging alone, Sakura thought. When she reached the living room, Sakura saw Hojo. His short, neat hair, sharp features, and those gentle eyes that seemed to hold an indescribable warmth. He was wearing a matching workout outfit, just in a different color, and sitting on the couch with a thermos in his hands. "Yamauchi, you're here," Kyajuk said, noticing her workout clothes. He flashed a big smile. "Perfect, the plan's working. What are you doing here?" "I already said I'm not going jogging with you." Sakura's face turned red at his smile, but she pouted and acted stubborn. I have a fresh milk stewed with papaya. Come try it while it's still warm." Ignoring her act, Kyajuk opened the thermos and took out a spoon from the bottom. "Wow, it smells amazing." When the thermos was still closed, Sakura had thought her mom was just making things up to get her out of bed. But as soon as Kyajuk opened it, The rich aroma of milk mixed with the sweet scent of papaya wafted out, filling the room. Give it to me, give it to me. Sakura immediately ran over. She wasn't the type to play hard to get, she was more straightforward and lively. She'd only acted stubborn earlier because she didn't want Kyajuk to think she was a glutton. But now, faced with such a delicious treat, she dropped the act entirely. Taking the thermos, she saw around, golden papaya balls floating in the milk, bobbing up and down as the steam rose. This looks so good. Sakura thought, her eyes widening. She quickly scooped up a papaya ball with a spoon and popped it into her mouth. Delicious. The papaya was soft and tender, having absorbed the milk perfectly. The creamy sweetness of the milk blended with a fresh, fruity flavor of the papaya, creating a burst of flavor with every bite. Another spoonful, and another. Sakura's eyes closed in bliss as she savored the taste. Don't eat too much. We still have to jog. It'll taste just as good later if you save some. Ugh. Couldn't you have waited until I finished eating to say that? Sakura's expression froze, and she pouted in annoyance. But her hand obediently stopped scooping. If you eat too much, your stomach will hurt while jogging. Fine, fine. Let's go. After sealing the thermos, Sakura stood up. What a tough morning. Why does a third-grade girl like me have to go through this? When Kyajuk finally announced the end of their jog, Sakura collapsed onto the ground, her face a picture of relief. Get up, Yamauchi. You can't sit down right after jogging. You need to walk for a bit. I can't. I'm done. Just kill me, I'm not moving. Sakura weakly protested. Come on, I'll help you. Kyajuk chuckled, walking back to her and crouching down to help her up. He let her lean against him as they slowly walked together. Hey, Hojo, don't you know you can't just touch a girl's body like that? Sakura's face turned red as she shouted. But we're both just third graders. Oh, right. Fine, I'll forgive you. After stretching and rehydrating, the two returned to Sakura's house. This is so good. Did your mom make this? Sakura asked between bites of the papaya stew. No, I made it myself. Kyajuk sat beside her, sipping water and watching her devour the food with a satisfied smile. If we continuing doing this, her pancreas should be fine, right? He thought to himself. You made this yourself? Sakura looked up, her face full of shock as she stared at the boy who was the same age as her. Hojo-kun, you made this? Sakura's mother, Makoto, also asked in surprise. Yes, it's not that hard. You just scoop the papaya into balls, put them in the thermos with milk, and let it stew. No way, that's amazing. Sakura exclaimed excitedly. If you like it, I can make it for you every morning. No. If I eat it every day, it won't be special anymore. Don't worry about that. I can make other desserts too. You can make other treats? Sakura's eyes sparkled like stars. Of course. There are lots of variations of papaya stew. You can add snow fungus to make papaya and snow fungus stew, or mix in other fruits like dragon fruit to make a mixed fruit version. There's also papaya coconut milk jelly, papaya with lotus seeds and lily bulbs. As Kyajuk listed off the desserts, Sakura listened intently, her mouth watering. He felt a twinge of guilt, as if he were luring a little girl with sweets, but for the greater good, he pressed on. And if you get tired of papaya, there are also desserts made with yam. Yam? That slimy stuff? I never eat that. Are you sure? Yam pancakes, a steamed yam mixed with milk, eggs, and sugar, mashed into a paste, sprinkled with black sesame seeds, and pan-fried until golden. One bite, and the crispy exterior gives way to a soft, creamy filling bursting with the flavors of milk and eggs. As Kyajuk described it, Sakura's mental image of yam as a slimy, unappetizing food began to shift. Instead, she pictured golden pancakes covered in sesame seeds. Yam ice cream, a steamed yam mixed with milk and sugar, frozen, and then scooped into balls. Top it with blueberry or strawberry jam. The blueberries are from my house, and they're super delicious. What? Yam can be turned into ice cream? Of course. You can also make yam cakes. Stop. I get it. I'll go jogging with you every morning. Sakura clasped her hands together and bowed her head dramatically. Please make all of those for me. Good girl. Kyajuk said with a satisfied smile, patting her head. Makoto watched the interaction between the two children, her mind reeling from the list of desserts Kyajuk had mentioned, dishes that even she didn't know how to make. Hojo-kun, did your mother teach you all this? Makoto asked, thinking of Kyajuk's mother, Mikiko Hojo. Mikiko had a youthful, almost naive air about her, and Makoto had always doubted whether she could even cook. No, it's just a personal hobby. To be honest, my mom isn't great at cooking. Then why are all the desserts you mentioned made with yam and papaya? Yeah, Hojo, why? Sakura chimed in, her eyes wide with curiosity. He's so amazing. All I can do is heat milk in the oven, but he can make all these dishes. You can call me Kyajuk, Yamauchi. Then you call me Sakura too. Alright, Sakura. As for why it's all yam and papaya, it's because both are good for your pancreas. Kyajuk said it as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have bothered learning how to make these girly desserts. Well, his eternally youthful mother liked them too. Good for your pancreas? Both Sakura and her mother looked at each other, confused. Yes, Sakura. From now on, you should also avoid high-fat, high-calorie foods. No carbonated drinks, eat regular meals, don't overeat, and avoid putting too much strain on your pancreas. Also, try to eat less. As Kyajuk droned on like a health guru, Sakura's face fell, imagining her future life of deprivation. Makoto, on the other hand, was utterly baffled. Why is a child this age already so focused on health? Jogging, healthy eating. What Makoto didn't know was that the first time Kyajuk met Sakura, a line of text had appeared above her head. I want to eat your pancreas, Yamauchi Sakura, main character. She was also the key to unlocking Kyajuk's system. Before meeting Sakura, Kyajuk had tried everything to find his cheat as a transmigrator, but nothing had worked. Just as he was about to resign himself to a mundane life, the system activated the moment he met the little girl who had moved next door due to her father's job transfer. Unlike Nishimiya Shoko, whose fate he didn't know, Kyajuk remembered Sakura's story all too well. In his past life, her story had left him heartbroken. Sakura, who suffered from a pancreatic disease, had only a short time to live. Yet she faced life with a smile, always cheerful and brave, right up until her tragic end at the hands of a murderer. From the moment Kyajuk saw her, he knew what he had to do. First, he would get Sakura to exercise with him. He believed that a strong body would reduce the risk of illness. Second, while improving her physical health, he would ensure she ate a pancreas-friendly diet. Pancreatic diseases were often linked to diet, so he would feed her foods that were good for her pancreas and eliminate harmful ones. With this plan in mind, Kyajuk began his mission to lure the little girl into a healthier lifestyle. But even after all these years, Kyajuk hadn't received the gift of the maiden. Which meant Sakura's fate hadn't changed. He didn't know whether it was her pancreatic disease or her encounter with the murderer that remained unchanged. All he could do was stick to the plan. Keep jogging with her, feed her healthy foods, and ensure she grew up strong and healthy. Now, as a 6th grader, Sakura had grown accustomed to her morning jogs with Kyajuk and his delicious treats. She even reported her daily meals to him. She didn't see it as a restriction. Instead, she felt cared for. Whether it was the exercise or the food, everything Kyajuk did was for her health. Kyajuk must have liked me from the moment we met. Why else would he be so good to me? No one besides my mom would make me delicious food every day and constantly update my workout plan based on my progress. Sure, it was a little annoying when he stopped her from eating fried food or soda, but it was only a tiny inconvenience. The moment she tasted his carefully prepared health food, she forgot all about it. Well, I'll forgive him. After all, he likes me so much. With that thought, Sakura skipped happily behind Kyajuk as they walked home together. Kyajuk, what song is your class singing for the choir competition? Trying to gather intel, are you? What? I already know you're singing the Monsters Ballad. I'm just giving you a chance to show off. If you already know, why are you asking? Well, even though you didn't tell me what your class is performing, if you ask me, I'll tell you. Just as Sakura had grown used to jogging with him, Kyajuk had grown used to her endless energy and quirky logic. Alright, Sakura, please tell me what your class is performing for the choir competition. Kyajuk said casually. Since you asked so nicely, I'll tell you. We're singing Red Dragonfly. Sakura's voice was sweet and slightly childish, utterly adorable. Chapter 9:09 The beautiful airhead Hojo Kyajuk let out a sigh of relief. Although he had acted nonchalant, ever since he noticed the connection between their class's song, The Monsters Ballad, and Nishimiya Shoko, the girl with a hearing impairment who was treated as an outcast by her classmates, he had been worried that Sakura's class might also have some dark, twisted nursery rhyme. He knew just how grim Japanese nursery rhymes could be, filled with all sorts of bizarre and horrifying stories. Red Dragonflies? That's a good one. Among Japanese nursery rhymes, it's one of the few that's actually suitable for children. Kyajuk, you're saying things I don't understand again. It's all because you read so many books. It makes me look like an airhead. Sakura, aren't you always an airheaded person? Yes, but you have to add beautiful to that. Then a beautiful airhead. You like that kind of nickname? Don't you like it too? Nicknames are just something your friends come up with, right? I'll give myself one, and you can start calling me that. Then it'll become official. By 6th grade, Sakura had already developed a perfectly self-consistent logic. Fine, beautiful airhead. Have you learned Red Dragonflies yet? Of course. My mom taught me that song when I was little. That makes sense. Auntie Makoto seems like the type who would sing nursery rhymes to lull you to sleep. Not like my mom. Huh? What about Auntie Mikiko? Didn't she sing nursery rhymes to you when you were little? Not at all. Honestly, compared to you, she's more deserving of the title beautiful airhead. Hahaha, is it really okay for you to say that about your mom? As long as you don't tell her, it's fine. Haha. Now I've got dirt on you. Tomorrow, I want double the yam ice cream. Sure, but you'll have to run an extra 500 meters every morning. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Kyajuke-sama. Sakura immediately ran in front of Kyajuke, clasping her hands together and bowing her head dramatically. Alright, if your class wins the choir competition, I'll make you a drink that's even better than cola. Sakura's mood shifted faster than anyone could keep up with. Now she struck a triumphant pose, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Kyajuke. Then you'd better prepare to lose. Sure. Let's hurry home. And Makoto must be getting worried. Oh no. It's already so late? Let's run, Kyajuke. With that, Sakura took off running. Her oversized backpack, comically large compared to her small frame, swung wildly from side to side along with her ponytail. Kyajuke worried she might trip and fall under its weight. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Seeing Kyajuke still walking leisurely, Sakura doubled back and grabbed his hand, pulling him along as they ran together, just like how Kyajuke had once pulled her. They quickly reached Sakura's house. After a brief goodbye, Kyajuke walked a few more steps to his own home. The two houses were typical single-family homes, separated only by a narrow alley. I'm home. Welcome back, Kyajuke. Your father sent some beef from the farm today. Oh? Did another cow sprain its ankle? Or is it depressed again? Ha ha ha. Mikiko Hojo, still busy in the kitchen, burst out laughing. Kyajuke, how can you say that? Isn't it true? Every time you say you want beef, Dad somehow manages to have a cow conveniently fall ill. You're so mean. How could you say that about your mom? I'm heartbroken. Mikiko turned around, pouting at Kyajuke. Her face was as youthful as ever, untouched by time. Her figure didn't look like that of a mother to a 12-year-old, more like a high school girl. Of course, she was only in her 30s. Once I start middle school next year, you should go back to Hokkaido and live with Dad. Kyajuke walked into the kitchen to prepare a vegetable salad. His so-called beautiful airhead mother, aside from being able to cook beef, was practically useless at cooking anything else. Back when his father, Hojo Ikiru, hadn't been summoned by his grandfather to take over the family ranch, it was his dad who played the role of homemaker while his mom worked. After returning to Hokkaido, his grandfather hadn't restricted his father's freedom, but Ikiru, realizing how much the aging man was struggling to manage the ranch alone, decided to stay and help. Ikiru had initially wanted the whole family to move back, but Mikiko had refused, arguing that transferring schools would disrupt Kyajuke's education. So Mikiko, who had grown up as a pampered young lady, stayed in this small town at the northeastern edge of Kanagawa, Tokyo, to raise her son alone. Her parents had offered to help or even move in, but Mikiko had declined. This is my son's precious childhood. I can't share it with anyone else. With those bold words, the beautiful airhead had stumbled her way through learning how to be a cook. Fortunately, by 4th grade, Kyajuke had already been capable of handling most household chores. He even cooked dinner every day after school and prepared his mother's lunch for the next day. The only thing Mikiko had truly mastered over the years was cooking beef. His father, worried that his wife and son might go hungry, regularly sent beef from the ranch, even outside the usual slaughtering season. After a while, whenever a package of beef arrived, Mikiko would ask Ikiru why, and he would come up with increasingly absurd excuses like the cow spraining its ankle during a race, a cow suffering from depression, or even a cow going through a breakup. Kyajuke sometimes wondered if his grandfather would beat his father for such antics, given how small their ranch was. But so far, there had been no SOS messages from Hokkaido. Thanks to the care and attention from both father and son, Mikiko had managed to retain her youthful, carefree spirit, even as other women her age were bogged down by the stresses of family life. Hearing her son's words, Mikiko stopped cutting the beef and turned to face Kyajuke. Huh? Kyajuke, didn't we agree that after you graduate elementary school, we'd all go back to Hokkaido together? There's a special reason that I want to stay. Besides, wouldn't it be nice for you and Dad to have some time alone? What time alone? Your grandparents and relatives are all there too. True. Anyway, I can take care of myself. You should go back and keep Dad company. No way. If I leave you here alone, I'll be so worried in faraway Hokkaido that I won't be able to sleep. What are you worried about? That you might go hungry. Mikiko trailed off as she noticed the nearly finished vegetable salad in Kyajuke's hands. She gave a sheepish smile. I just can't rest easy. Even if you won't go hungry, what if you run into bad people? I can take care of myself. Besides, I have a reason to stay here. Tell me what that reason is. Is it because of little Sakura? The moment the topic shifted to her son's love life, Mikiko's concerns about him living alone vanished, replaced by sheer curiosity. How did this airhead mother suddenly become so sharp? Kyajuke felt a headache coming on as he scrambled to think of a way to convince her. Haha, I knew it. Mikiko clapped her hands in delight. How about this? We'll take Sakura's whole family to Hokkaido with us. Your grandfather can hire Yamauchi-san at the ranch, and you and Sakura can continue being classmates there. Kyajuke lowered his head, seriously considering the plan. If it were feasible, he wouldn't refuse. After all, convincing his parents to let a 12-year-old live alone would be too difficult. Who said money couldn't solve problems? If it achieved his goal, it was worth it. Mom, what if it's not just Sakura? Kyajuke tested the waters. Kyajuke. Do you realize what you're saying? Mikiko was stunned. Haha, just kidding. Let's talk about this another time. Kyajuke forced a laugh. After dinner, it was time for bed. Chapter 10, Let the World Hear Your Voice. Lying in bed, Hoja Kyajuke stared at the ceiling, reflecting on the day. The biggest takeaway, of course, was meeting Nishimiya Shoko. Such an adorable little girl was truly one of the world's greatest treasures. But how could he fulfill her wish or change her fate? Though the thought felt a bit utilitarian, he couldn't help it. After all, her original fate might have been tragic. No matter how he looked at it, he needed to think carefully. Her wish. To make friends? Recalling how Shoko had gone around with her notebook during break, trying to befriend everyone, Kyajuke guessed that might be it. No, it couldn't be that simple. Otherwise, it should have been fulfilled today. Given how Shoko had acted toward him, they were definitely friends by now. Learning to speak? That seemed more plausible and feasible. Based on his observations and conversations with Shoko, Kyajuke knew she could hear normal volume speech, but the speaker had to talk slowly. This was because she relied on lip reading and wasn't familiar with certain tones. For example, dialects and standard Kansai share many similar pronunciations with Japanese, but the tones differ. If someone speaks slowly, you can barely understand, but if they speak quickly, it becomes incomprehensible. So, if Shoko could learn to speak, her hearing issues might naturally resolve themselves. After returning home, Kyajuke had also asked his mother to consult a doctor friend about whether Shoko's condition could improve through medical means, such as cochlear implants. Though the doctor didn't know the specifics, upon hearing that Shoko was still using a hearing aid in 6th grade, they gave a preliminary assessment. Cochlear implants were unlikely to help, and other treatments would require more detailed information. Kyajuke had already thought about how to teach Shoko to speak. From what he'd observed, she could clearly pronounce simple words like thank you and goodbye, which further confirmed that teaching her was feasible. His initial plan was to start with the Japanese syllabary. Regardless of how others had tried to teach her before, he would treat it as if she were learning a foreign language from scratch. As for Shoko's inability to accurately recognize her own pronunciation, he planned to have her observe the position of his tongue and feel the vibrations by touching his mouth as he spoke. He refused to believe that if every detail was identical, two people would produce different sounds. Of course, if that did happen, he'd figure out another approach. But based on his observations of Shoko's hearing, this method should work. As for why Shoko's family hadn't taught her, Kyajuke had a rough guess based on her notebook. Perhaps they had tried but didn't put in much effort. Or, because of her hearing impairment, her family might have given up on teaching her to speak, and doesn't want to force her learn it. Instead they teach her sign language or written communication. Another possibility was that her family simply didn't have the time to patiently teach her. After all, teaching someone with a hearing impairment wasn't as simple as treating it like learning a foreign language. In any case, starting tomorrow, he would teach her to speak. First, a small goal: help Shoko sing the Monsters Ballad well. As for changing her fate, Kyajuke had also speculated at school. Perhaps her original fate was to suffer bullying, with Ishita Shaoya and his gang as the bullies. On this point, Kyajuke was confident it wouldn't happen not with him around. After all, Ishita Shaoya wasn't truly a bad kid, he just lacked proper guidance. Fortunately, Kyajuke was confident he could teach Shaoya and his two troublemaking friends why bullying was wrong. Ah, speaking of which, should I learn some self-defense skills besides jogging? Whether dealing with Ishita Shaoya, Shimada Kazuki, and Hirose Keisuke, or protecting Sakura from a potential death in the future, or even convincing his mom that he can take care of himself. And for that I'll need some solid self-defense skills. So, what should I learn? Boxing? No, barehanded combat is too risky. Might as well use a steel pipe. How about traditional Japanese kendo? That could work. After all, when in Japan, one should learn kendo. I'll start learning it soon. The next morning, as usual, Kyajuk went jogging with Sakura. The little girl was as lively as ever, chattering away. Kyajuk, we have PE today. I'm going to have so much fun. Did you forget? Our PE class is at the same time as yours. Hee, of course I know that. I'm asking if you want to join us. Sakura was as adorable as ever, wearing a blue knit sweater that barely covered her thighs, a white t-shirt underneath, and gray shorts with round-toe leather shoes. It was already the second semester of 6th grade, and in the Kanto region's weather, this outfit was perfect. By noon, when the temperature rose, she could take off the sweater. Kyajuk was dressed similarly. Kyajuk, see you in PE at the classroom door, Sakura waved energetically and called out loudly. Are you an idiot? I told you not to shout in crowded places. What's the big deal? It's like telling your family you're home. When I shout, everyone knows I'm here, right, Kyoko? With that, Sakura hugged a girl who had just walked up to her. Takemoto Kyoko, a girl with short brown hair and a beauty mark, had been Sakura's best friend since 3rd grade. Kyajuk, don't be so hard on Sakura. And Sakura, you should be a bit more careful. Though Takemoto Kyoko nearly stumbled from Sakura's sudden hug, she still defended her friend. As long as you're happy. I'm heading to my classroom now. See you in PE, Kyoko, and Sakura. What? Why is my name after Kyoko's? It makes me sound like a bonus item. Sakura pouted, raising her small fist. Kyajuk didn't respond, just waved casually. He knew if he engaged, Sakura would spout a bunch of nonsense, and they'd end up rushing to class when the bell rang. This had happened too many times, and his classroom was further ahead, so he'd suffered the consequences more than once. Entering his classroom, Kyajuk glanced around. Most of his classmates were already there. Good morning, Hojo-kun. A notebook was thrust in front of him. Looking up, he saw Shoko standing at the front row, her round face beneath her bob cut filled with joy. She had written this greeting last night. In fact, since yesterday after school, she had been looking forward to today. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. In her previous schools, there had been no one to help her, no one to protect her when she was bullied, and no friends. Only pranks, missing indoor shoes, and cruel words scrawled on her desk. But now, things were different. At this school, there was Hojo, who not only didn't bully her but also protected her. When he spoke to her, his black eyes were so gentle. And there was also Sahara, who sat in front of her, another new friend. As for the others, though some classmates had introduced themselves yesterday, Shoko could tell they weren't genuinely interested in being her friends but were merely curious or had other motives. Like Kawimiki, who seemed kind but gave off a bad vibe. Good morning, Shoko. From now on, just call me by my name. Instead of taking the notebook to write a response, Kyajuk spoke slowly and clearly. He wanted to start training Shoko's listening and speaking skills. He suspected that few people had ever spoken to her this slowly and clearly, which was why her skills were so poor. She needed more practice. Really? Can I call you Kyajuk? Shoko's face lit up with excitement. She could understand him perfectly when he spoke this way. Speak slowly, Shoko. Rushing won't help. Aren't we friends already? It's normal for friends to call each other by their first names, right? Kyajuk continued speaking at a slow, deliberate pace, enunciating each syllable clearly. Okay. Shoko smiled happily. Before class started, Kyajuk decided to discuss his plan to teach Shoko to speak. After all, no matter how well he thought it out, it would be pointless if Shoko wasn't willing. Shoko, didn't your family teach you to speak? As soon as the words left his mouth, Kyajuk realized they could be misinterpreted and quickly added, I don't mean the way you speak, but just the act of speaking and making sounds. My grandmother has been teaching me. Shoko wrote in her notebook. Then why can't you communicate normally with others now? Grandma has been trying her best to teach me, but she also has to take care of me and my sister, and I started learning sign language, so that she doesn't have to be burdened with me. Shoko's face showed no trace of sadness, only gratitude. Her mother worked hard to support them, and her elderly grandmother took care of her and her sister. That was already more than enough. What about your parents? Kyajuk had already guessed a bit from her words but wanted to confirm. My parents divorced when I was little. Mom works late every day, so Grandma takes care of me and my sister. Shoko's face remained serene, without a hint of resentment or complaint. Kyajuk fell silent for a moment. I see. There's something I'd like to ask you. What is it? I'll definitely help. I want to teach you how to speak. What? I think I misheard. Kyajuk, could you repeat that, please? Shoko's expression was a mix of shock and confusion as she wrote in her notebook. I said, I want to teach you how to speak. Kyajuk wants to teach me to speak? Shoko's eyes widened in disbelief. Did I mishear him? I said, I want to teach you how to speak. Seeing her reaction, Kyajuk repeated himself. It was true. Kyajuk really wanted to teach her to speak. But why? Why was he being so kind to her? Not only was he willing to be her friend and protect her, but now he also wanted to teach her to speak? Shoko covered her mouth with her hands, her large eyes filled with disbelief. What, you don't want to? If not, at least let me teach you to sing the monster's ballad. I want to. I want to. In her excitement, Shoko's words became unintelligible, but Kyajuk could tell from her expression that she was willing. Then we'll start today. I'll teach you during every break. Shoko nodded vigorously. The first class was math, taught by Takeuchi-sensei. As usual, Kyajuk slept through it. When the bell rang, Shoko gently nudged Kyajuk's arm, unsure whether she was trying to wake him or not. Oh, class is over? Sorry, Shoko, I wasted a bit of time. Next time, just shake me harder to wake me up. Kyajuk rubbed his eyes. Kids need plenty of sleep to grow up strong, after all. It's okay. If you're still tired, you can keep sleeping. I took notes, so you can borrow them if you need them. Shoko shook her head. How could she be so rough with Kyajuk? If he hadn't said they'd start learning during breaks, she would have just watched him sleep until the next class. No need. I already know everything Takeuchi-sensei teaches. Kyajuk is amazing. Shoko wrote, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Haha, let's start learning. We'll begin with the Japanese syllabary. Shoko nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with determination. First, watch my tongue. It needs to be in the exact same position as mine. When pronouncing, your tongue should touch your bottom front teeth. Exhale like you're coughing. Kyajuk followed his plan step by step. Since Shoko already had a solid foundation and was familiar with hiragana and katakana, progress was swift. In just one break, she learned 2 new sounds. His plan was to teach her 10 sounds a day, so she'd finish the syllabary in about a week. After that, they'd move on to words, which would be easier since Shoko already knew how to write them. It wasn't that she couldn't read at all, she could write the corresponding Romaji but simply couldn't pronounce them or pronounced them incorrectly. When the bell rang, Kyajuk put away the makeshift lesson plan he'd scribbled. We'll continue later. You can review during class. If you miss anything, I'll help you catch up later. Thank you, Kyajuk. Shoko also put away her densely packed notes. She had written down almost every word Kyajuk said. This time, Kyajuk didn't sleep during class. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't fall asleep now. Instead, he worked on a problem set based on the entrance exam for Higashi Middle School. Higashi Middle School was the junior high division of Higashi Public School, one of Tokyo's top 3 high schools and ranked among the top 10 junior highs in the city. Most importantly, it offered dormitory accommodations. This was the goal his mother had set for him this morning. If he could get into this school, she would let him stay in Tokyo alone, though he'd have to live in the dorms. Originally, Kyajuk didn't care which junior high he attended. But since his mother had spoken, he had no choice. He didn't want to return to Hokkaido. Based on his previous life knowledge, he knew Tokyo was the hotspot for forging his future connections. Even if he have a system, he doesn't want to fully rely on it. While Kyajuk and Shoko were busy learning, their classmate, Naoki Ueno, was feeling frustrated. Of course, guys can't resist those quiet, pitiful girls. During the break, watching Kyajuk patiently teach Shoko to speak and even letting her touch his face, Naoki had nearly snapped her pencil in envy. Ugh, I want that too. Should I bring some problems to ask Kyajuk for help? But what if he rejects me? Would he think I'm annoying? Naoki's frustration turned to anxiety. Arg, this is so annoying. It's all Shoko's fault for stealing Kyajuk away. Unbeknownst to her, Ishika Shaoya, sitting nearby, had noticed her glaring at Shoko. Seeing his friend Naoki's dislike for Shoko and recalling his mother's scolding last night, Shaoya began plotting revenge. Chapter 11 Ishika Shaoya doesn't seem to learn his lesson. The sound of the bell signaling the end of class was, but for Hojo Kyajuk it was the most beautiful music in the world. No matter how many times he heard it, it never failed to bring him joy. Nishimiya Shoko turned her chair around to face Kyajuk, ready to begin their lesson. Nishimiya, So you can actually hear, right? Naoka walked over and spoke to Shoko. Shoko was happy that a classmate was talking to her, but she first glanced at Kyuk. After all, this was their agreed-upon study time, and using it for small talk felt disrespectful to him. It's fine, Shoko. Go ahead and chat with your friend. Kyuk was more than happy to see Shoko interacting with others. Learning a language required immersion, listening and speaking in a supportive environment. The reason Shoko hadn't learned to speak before was that no one had been willing to talk to her or listen to her. Yes, because I wear a hearing aid, my hearing is a bit better. As usual, Shoko wrote her response in her notebook. She was genuinely happy because Naoka, like Kyuk, spoke slowly and clearly, making it easy for her to understand. She also remembered how Naoka had helped her during class by explaining what the teacher was saying. Naoka is such a kind person. Shoko thought. A hearing aid? What's that? Naoka feigned curiosity, though her real intention had been to disrupt the closeness between Shoko and Kyuk. But now, she was genuinely intrigued. After all, hearing aids weren't something elementary school students typically encountered. It's a device that amplifies outside sounds to a volume I can hear. After writing this, Shoko brushed aside her hair to reveal the hearing aid nestled in her ear. That sounds amazing. Can I take a look? Though she felt a bit embarrassed, Shoko didn't hesitate to remove the hearing aid from her right ear and hand it to Naoka. The little girl moved so quickly that Kyuk didn't have time to stop her. Huh, so that's what it looks like. Naoka, what's that? Let me see. A voice came from behind Kyuk. It was Ishita Shaoya. The back of the classroom was his and his gang's usual hangout spot. Every break, they'd rouse there, polishing the floor with their antics. Kyuk found these kids incredibly noisy, making it impossible for him to read quietly during breaks. He often wondered if they'd manage to wear the floor down to a shine before graduation. Hearing Shaoya's request, Naoka didn't think twice before tossing the small hearing aid toward him. Shoko raised her hands in a desperate attempt to stop him, but it was too late. What is this? It's so gross. Shaoya caught the hearing aid, made a disgusted face, and took a few steps back, preparing to throw it out the window. Are you sure you want to do that? This time, Kyuk was quick enough to grab Shaoya's wrist, stopping him mid-throw. On the other side of the room, Shoko stood up, looking like she was about to cry. She breathed a sigh of relief. Why do you always have to meddle in everything? Shaoya's expression turned fierce as he struggled to break free from Kyuk's grip. I just want you to think about your mother for once. What are you even talking about? Shimada, Hirose, come help me. Sure though he agreed, Shimada Kazuki remained leaning against the windowsill, one arm propped up. The chubby Hirose Keisuke did step forward to grab Shaoya's arm, but Kyuk could tell he wasn't putting any real effort into it. That hearing aid costs at least 200,000 yen. Are you sure you still want to throw it away? So what? Do you know how long your mother has to work, how many customers she has to serve, to earn 200,000 yen? Kyuk could see Shaoya's bravado wavering. With a slight twist, he pried the hearing aid from Shaoya's hand and returned it to Shoko. Even if you can't make your mother happy, at least don't add to her burdens. Handing the hearing aid back to Shoko, Kyuk used the lecturing tone that kids hated most. You jerk. Shaoya, predictably, flew into a rage. Embarrassment and anger boiled over, and he swung a fist at Kyuk. Ah! Both Shoko and Naoka screamed. Shoko, in her panic, couldn't form words and could only point frantically behind Kyuk. Seeing their reactions, Kyuk didn't even turn around. He simply crouched down. Shaoya's punch missed entirely, and the momentum sent him crashing into a desk. He and the desk tumbled to the ground in a heap. Ouch, that looks painful. The desks were made of metal, after all. Well, Ishida. Even though I just stopped you from doing something stupid and saved your mom some money, you don't have to bow down to thank me. Kyuk smirked, clearly enjoying himself. You jerk. I'll never forgive you. It seemed elementary schoolers had a limited vocabulary. Shaoya could only repeat the same insult. Gritting his teeth, Shaoya got back up and charged at Kyuk again. Kyuk braced himself, ready to defend himself properly this time. But suddenly, Shoko rushed forward, standing in front of Kyuk with her eyes tightly shut. Her small fists were clenched at her sides, as if she were ready to take the punch for him. What a silly, adorable little girl. Kyuk felt a warm glow in his chest. With his left hand, he gently pulled Shoko aside. With his right, he caught Shaoya's wrist mid-swing and redirected the force behind him. Crash. Shaoya fell to the ground again, this time knocking over a storage cabinet at the back of the classroom. A cascade of miscellaneous items rained down on him. TSK. Good thing it was just books. It would have been hilarious if there'd been a flower pot. Kyajuk stood calmly, watching as Hirose helped Shaoya back to his feet. Hey! What's going on here? Takeuchi-sensei's voice boomed from the classroom entrance. He strode over to the back of the room. After scanning the scene, his eyes landed on Kyajuk. Not someone to mess with. Then Shoko. Special needs, also not someone to mess with. Naoka? A well-behaved girl. Hirose and Shimada? Shaoya's lackeys. Without hesitation, Takeuchi-sensei eyes zeroed in on Shaoya. No matter what happened, it was always safe to blame the troublemaker. Even if he wasn't at fault, he probably was. Ishita Shaoya. What are you doing now? Come with me to the office immediately. Shaoya, silent and supported by Hirose, struggled to stand after 2 hard falls. Everyone, study on your own for now. With that, Takeuchi-sensei led Shaoya out of the classroom. Chapter 12. You don't want to worry your mother, do you? I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Kyajuk. Nishimiya Shoko lowered her head and handed her notebook to Kyajuk. Did you put your hearing aid back on? Do you need help? Instead of responding to Shoko's apology right away, Kyajuk first asked with concern. It's already on. Shoko replied obediently. When you're talking to me, don't use the notebook. Just speak directly. I'll do my best to understand you. He paused, then added, and why are you apologizing? This isn't your fault. If anyone should be apologizing, it's the others. But it's because of me that all this happened. The hearing aid is mine. That's not true. Kyajuk interrupted Shoko, reaching out to ruffle her fluffy brown hair. Don't think you're a burden just because you have a hearing impairment. And don't go around saying sorry all the time. But perhaps because Kyajuk's tone was a bit stern, Shoko's eyes instantly filled with tears. If you really feel like you're causing trouble for others, then work on becoming stronger, not just saying sorry. The first thing you need to do is learn to speak properly with me. I'll work even harder, Kyajuk. I can't let Kyajuk down. Go, Shoko. Hearing Kyajuk's words, which weren't blame but rather consideration for her, Shoko smiled again and made a silent vow. Next time something like this happens, don't just stand in front of me like that, okay? Kyajuk added, his tone softening. Shoko nodded cheerfully, but under the table, her small fists clenched tightly. But I want to protect you too, just like you protect me. Nearby, Naoka Ueno felt even more uneasy after hearing Kyajuk's words. When Takeuchi-sensei's voice had echoed through the classroom earlier, her heart had skipped a beat. She knew the conflict had started because she'd asked Shoko for her hearing aid. For a moment, she imagined her grandfather standing in front of the teacher, bowing repeatedly, and her heart filled with regret. She regretted handing the hearing aid to Ishita Shaoya and even resented Shaoya for what he'd done. Why did things turn out like this? I just wanted to get closer to Kyajuk, but now he's saying these things to me. Though she knew it was her fault, Naoka couldn't help but blame Shoko. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her, my routine with Kyajuk wouldn't have been disrupted. Kyajuk's break time wouldn't have been taken up, and I could have talked to him more. Now, hearing Kyajuk's words, especially the line, if anyone should be apologizing, it's the others. Naoka felt even more conflicted. After a moment of hesitation, Naoka decided to follow her conscience. She wrote a note and handed it to Shoko. I'm sorry, Nishimiya. It's my fault for throwing your hearing aid to Ishida. Shoko, who had never really heard an apology from anyone before, was momentarily stunned. Her hands fluttered nervously in front of her chest. She instinctively wanted to say, I should be the one apologizing. But then she remembered Kyajuk's words and the impatient looks her classmates had given her in the past when she'd apologized. Quickly, she wrote in her notebook, It's okay, Naoka. You were just curious. It was Ishida who wanted to throw my hearing aid away. But if I hadn't thrown it to him, none of this would have happened. It's fine. You didn't mean to, you really don't blame me, Nishimiya? It's not a big deal. Shoko's face was serene, and she even drew a simple smiley face at the end of her note. Naoka lowered her head, her emotions a tangled mess. If Shoko had lashed out at her or kept apologizing like she had yesterday, Naoka could have continued to resent her without guilt. But now, feeling Shoko's gentle, almost all-encompassing kindness, Naoka began to understand why men like quiet, pitiful women. Still, she kept these thoughts to herself and turned to Kyajuk. I'm sorry, Kyajuk. It's because of me that Ishita tried to hit you. Haha, no need to apologize to me. Ishita didn't even touch me. If anything, I should thank you for giving me a chance to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Naoka's heavy heart lightened, and she couldn't help but laugh. From now on, can I help you teach Nishimiya to speak? Kyajuk was surprised. He could tell that, for some reason, Naoka had disliked Shoko. Why was she suddenly offering to help? But regardless of her reasons, having another person join in was definitely welcome. Of course, that'd be great. What do you think, Shoko? That's wonderful. Thank you, Noka. Shoko clasped her hands together, her face lighting up with joy. But in her excitement, her words became unintelligible again. Realizing this, she quickly lowered her head to write in her notebook. No need to write, Nishimiya. From now on, I'll try my best to understand you, just like Kyajuk does. Yes, this is the perfect solution. Noka thought. If I can't stop these two from spending all their breaks together, I'll just join them. Setting aside her earlier negativity, Noka was thrilled with her brilliant plan. Finally, my routine with Kyajuk won't be disrupted. The only downside is that Nishimiya is still in the middle. Oh well, I'll just consider it doing a good deed. Noka glanced at Shoko, who was still beaming, and sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office. Ishita Shaoya, what's going on with you? Takeuchi-sensei sat in his chair, facing Shaoya, who stood with his head bowed. Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Why were you fighting? I didn't hit anyone. Hearing this, Shaoya thought about how his 2 attempts to attack Kyajuk had failed miserably, leaving him battered instead. He couldn't help but defend himself. So, you were the one who got hit? At these words, Shaoya suddenly felt the pain all over his body. It hadn't hurt earlier, but now it was unbearable. If only he'd studied more, he might have known this was the adrenaline wearing off. I didn't get hit either. Then how did you end up on the floor and knock over the storage cabinet? I just fell. How can you be so dismissive? I'm telling the truth. I'm calling your mother to come to school tomorrow. Shaoya, who had been indifferent until now, finally panicked. He remembered Kyajuk's words, at least don't add to her burdens. This is my business. Why do you need to call my mom? Shaoya looked up, his neck stiff with defiance. If you can't talk to me properly, then I'll have your mother talk to you. I'm telling the truth. I didn't hit anyone, and I fell on my own. Then why were Kyajuk and Nishimiya gathered around you? Because. It seems I'll still need to call your mother. Because I tried to hit Hojo, but he dodged, and I fell into the cabinet. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shaoya felt a wave of humiliation. Thankfully, it was class time, and the office was empty except for him and Takeuchi-sensei. Otherwise, he'd have been even more embarrassed. Hearing Kyajuk's name, Takeuchi-sensei fell silent for a moment, feeling a pang of sympathy for Shaoya. Why did you have to provoke him? Then why did you try to hit Hojo? I wanted to throw Nishimiya's hearing aid out the window, and he stopped me. Shaoya had already given up. Right now, avoiding a call home was his top priority. Takeuchi-sensei's temple throbbed, and he felt a headache coming on. You idiot, why are you bullying Nishimiya again? Yesterday, the principal had called all the 6th grade homeroom teachers to his office to discuss which class Nishimiya should be assigned to. The other teachers had all refused, leaving Takeuchi-sensei to take on the responsibility. He'd already resigned himself to his class coming in last place in the choir competition. All he'd hoped for was to avoid any other trouble. Who could have guessed that Shaoya, who was usually just a bit mischievous, would turn into a full-blown troublemaker when it came to Nishimiya? And worse, he'd provoked Kyajuk, who was even more dangerous. In less than 2 days, the two had clashed twice over Nishimiya. Thinking this, Takeuchi-sensei looked at Shaoya more carefully. The boy was clutching his arm, wincing in pain, and there were bruises visible on the parts of his body not covered by his clothes. At least he didn't win against Kyuk. That's a small mercy. Do you want to go to the nurse's office first? As a teacher, seeing Shaoya's pitiful state, Takeuchi-sensei couldn't help but sigh. No, Takeuchi-sensei. Does this mean you won't call my mom? Sigh, Shaoya. Yeah? Hearing his teacher's tone grow serious, Shaoya tensed up, unsure whether Takeuchi-sensei would let him off with a lecture or still call his mother. You don't want to worry your mother, do you? No. At the mention of his mother, Shaoya lowered his head again. He'd caused her trouble once more. Then stop bullying Nishimiya, and don't provoke Kyajuk. That's my advice to you. Huh? I get not bullying Nishimiya, but why shouldn't I provoke Kyajuk? Shaoya didn't fully understand, but he nodded quickly. Okay. I won't bully Nishimiya anymore. You. Never mind. Just take care of yourself. Takeuchi-sensei could sense Shaoya's lingering resentment toward Kyajuk. He'd considered saying more but decided against it. Why am I acting like such a responsible teacher all of a sudden? Chapter 13, a 6th grade battlefield? Ishita Shaoya stepped into the classroom. The moment he crossed the threshold, the murmuring of his classmates abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to him. Just moments ago, his body ached all over, but now, under the weight of their gazes, the pain seemed to fade. Instead, An unbearable discomfort spread through him, like an army of ants crawling over his skin, making him itch with unease. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the back row. To his shock, Ueno Noka was chatting and laughing with Hojo Kyajuk and Nishimiya Shaogo. What? Ueno, weren't you the one who hated Nishimiya Shaogo? How could you change so quickly? Shaoya couldn't accept it. Everything he had done earlier, even if just a little, was meant to vent Ueno's frustrations, to stand up for her. And yet, she had turned her back on him so easily. Lowering his head, he quickened his pace toward his seat. As soon as he sat down, he buried his face in his arms on the desk, unable to hold back the tears. Before, Ueno, who sat closest to him, would have noticed his faint sobs. But now, she was too preoccupied, tapping her forehead in frustration. I told you, it's Ka. Not Ka. She and Kyajuk had divided up the work. Kyajuk picked out sentences from Monster's Ballad that closely matched the 50 sound phonetics he had already taught, while Ueno took on the task of teaching Nishimiya to sing them. Not only would this method help with memorization, but Kyajuk had also overheard Ueno grumbling during music class about how Nishimiya's presence would ruin their choir performance. If she cared that much, then why not make her responsible for teaching Shaogo to sing? That way, she might let go of her resentment, and Shaogo could integrate more easily into the class. Besides, Kyajuk himself was hopeless at singing. Well, actually, he was completely tone deaf. He could only hide within the chorus to avoid standing out as the other Nishimiya Shaogo. Huh. Why doesn't Shaogo just do what I do? If she just moves her lips without making a sound, no one would know she can't sing. Then again, it's better if she keeps her kind heart intact. Meanwhile, sandwiched between her two teachers, Nishimiya Shaogo no longer mumbled endless apologies like she used to. Instead, she wore an apologetic smile and carefully repeated the lyrics after Ueno. Alright, class is starting. Their teacher, Takeuchi, finally arrived late as usual, continuing his routine of slacking off. Kyajuk didn't immediately dive into his usual drills. Instead, he turned to observe Shaoya, lost in thought. He really doesn't give up, huh? I already embarrassed him last time, yet here he is, trying to stir up trouble again. Brats like him are the worst, you can never tell what's going on in their heads. Should I deal with him like I did with that chubby kid before? As if sensing a chill down his spine, Shaoya shuddered at his desk. Forget it. He hasn't done anything serious to Shaogo. Yet. And I'll keep an eye on him. As long as I'm watching, he won't get away with anything. Shaking his head, Kyajuk lowered his gaze and flipped open his workbook. Even though he had gone through university in his past life, he didn't dare take the elementary to middle school entrance process lightly. There were always prodigies in this world. He once saw a video where a 13-year-old pulled off moves he could never dream of. That was when he realized natural talent is an insurmountable barrier for ordinary people. The elite Higashi Middle School, the one Hojo Mikiko had set her sights on, only admitted 300 students a year. Unlike other schools, Higashi didn't have hidden rules favoring students based on their parents' wealth or status. Admission was purely based on merit, a simple yet brutal selection process. Kyajuk had no doubt he could get in. But ranking high in the entrance exam would make his middle school life much smoother. So at a place known as the University of Tokyo Prep Factory, academics would be even more crucial. He diligently worked through his problems, and though time had eroded some of his previous life knowledge, he could easily relearn it just by glancing at the answers. Meanwhile, Nishimiya Shaogo, sitting in front of him, quietly watched Shaoya, who was still sobbing, into his desk. She clenched her small fists, holding them close to her chest, deep in thought. Afternoon gym class Kyajuk. As soon as Kyajuk reached the indoor gymnasium, a loud voice echoed through the space, drawing everyone's attention toward him. Geez, this idiot. What is it? Don't you need to check in with your class? Kyajuk turned to see Yamauchi Sakura, her ponytail bouncing as she sprinted toward him. It's fine. Class hasn't started yet. Sakura had been running too fast, so she grabbed onto Kyajuk's arm to stop herself from falling. That's when she noticed the small girl standing behind him. Huh? Kyajuk, is this your new friend? I don't think I've met her before. Oh, like you know all my friends? Of course I do. There's only one me. Kyajuk was momentarily at a loss for words. She wasn't wrong. This is Nishimiya Shaogo. She transferred to our class yesterday. Hearing her name, Shaogo quickly stepped out from behind Kyajuk. Hello, I'm Nishimiya Shaogo. Since it was gym class, she didn't have her notebook with her, so she carefully pronounced each syllable as Kyajuk had taught her. It sounded slightly awkward, but at least it was understandable. Nice to meet you. I'm Yamauchi Sakura, this guy's childhood friend. If you're Kyajuk's friend, then you're my friend too. Sakura briefly hesitated at the way Shouko spoke but quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. How nice, childhood friends. As expected of Kyajuku-kun's friend, she must be a good person, too. Shouko felt warmth spread through her chest. I have hearing problems, so I struggle with speaking. Although Sakura hadn't asked, Shouko decided to explain anyway. I see. But did you catch what I just said? Mostly. Before we came down from the classroom, Kyajuku-kun told me that a girl named Yamauchi Sakura would come looking for him. He also said we could become a good friends. Ha. As if Kyajuku would be that nice. He probably said something like, a noisy girl is coming, just bear with it. Shouko giggled, her large, brown eyes curving into crescent moons. That's exactly what he said. You two are so close. Of course. I know him better than anyone, we're childhood friends. Alright, class is starting soon. You two should head back. Oh no, are you ditching your childhood friend for your new one? How tragic. Kyajuku remained indifferent, but Shouko panicked and waved her hands. Haha, I'm just joking. Want to come to our class, Kyajuku? Are you an idiot? That's impossible. Then see you later. Yeah. Kyajuku knew she meant the free time after group activities. See you later, Shouko-chan. Shouko nodded excitedly. Kyajuku was great, but she also wanted to spend time with other girls her age. Chapter 14, 14 Nishita Shouya, You're Dead. First, Takeuchi led the class through warm-up exercises before diving into the day's agenda. Yes, he was also the gym teacher. Today's activity, the vaulting box, also known as jumping the horse. In the corner of the gym, a whiteboard stood where Takeuchi sketched out the sequence of exercises. First, students would practice jumping over a classmate who is bent over, then progress to jumping over two classmates standing side by side, increasing the distance. Finally, they'd form a line, with the first person continuously jumping over the others before bending over at the end to keep the cycle going. After the human hurdles, they'd move on to the wooden vaulting boxes. Once Takeuchi finished explaining, his gaze lingered on Nishimiya Shouko, and he frowned. He'd been specifically warned that Nishimiya couldn't participate in strenuous activities, as it might worsen her hearing impairment. Nishimiya had been listening eagerly, excited to play jumping the horse with Kyajuku. But when she noticed Takeuchi staring at her, she remembered her limitations and hung her head in disappointment. Takeuchi's prolonged silence caught the class's attention. Following his gaze, they noticed Nishimiya and began whispering among themselves. Nishimiya, while the class is doing the exercises, you can. Takeuchi was about to suggest she sit on the sidelines to avoid any issues. Sensei, I'll take Nishimiya to play baseball with class 1. Kyajuku interrupted, raising his hand. Alright, but make sure to keep an eye on her safety. Takeuchi replied, relieved to have someone else handle the situation. Let's go, Shouko. Kyajuku said, standing up and waving her over. Nishimiya nodded vigorously, her eyes lighting up with joy. She had expected to spend another gym class sitting alone, watching her classmates have fun, just like at her previous schools. But Kyajuku had surprised her by choosing to take her to play with another class instead of joining his own. Breaking away from the group like this was usually frowned upon, and it could lead to being ostracized. Plus, the other class might not welcome them. But Kyajuku wasn't worried. He was already somewhat of an outsider in his own class, and the other class, Sakura's class, was no problem. Sakura was practically the class mascot, well liked by everyone. Anyone she vouched for would be accepted. Sakura, we're here to play with you, Kyajuku said as he and Nishimiya approached Class 1's area. Unlike the orderly lines of Class 2, Class 1 was chaotic, with students running around holding balls. The so-called baseball was more of a casual game meant to introduce kids to the sport. They used lightweight rubber balls, and while some followed basic baseball rules, most just tossed the ball around or stood there dribbling it. Sakura was with Takemoto Hueco and a few other girls, passing the ball back and forth. Hey, Shouko, Kyajuku, what brings you here so early? Sakura asked cheerfully. Our class is doing vaulting exercises, and Shouko can't participate, so I brought her here to play with you. Kyajuku explained. Got it. Come join us, Shouko. Sakura said enthusiastically, introducing Nishimiya to her friends. As Kyajuku had expected, Sakura's friends welcomed Nishimiya warmly. As Sakura explained the game to Nishimiya, the latter couldn't help but be captivated by Sakura's boundless energy. She's like the sun. Nishimiya thought. Kyajuku, aren't you going to join? Sakura asked. Nah, I'll take a break. I'm exhausted from classes all day. Take good care of Shouko for me. Ugh, you're such a slacker. Gym class is for exercising. Sakura stuck out her tongue playfully. Fine, I'll add an extra 500 meters to our run tomorrow. I take it back, Kyajuk-sama. Do you need me to fan you while you nap? Sakura joked. Kyajuk waved her off without looking back and headed to the pile of mats at the edge of the gym. He'd already planned to increase their training intensity, as both their physiques were ready for it. Oh no! Sakura muttered, hugging Nishimiya dramatically. Nishimiya, unable to hear their conversation clearly, grew anxious. What's wrong? Did something happen? Are you okay, Yamauchi? You're so cute, Shoko-chan. And call me Sakura, okay? We're friends now, right? Okay, but what happened? Did you and Kyajuk-kun have a fight? No, don't worry. It's just... Sakura explained how she and Kyajuk had been running together since they were kids. Starting tomorrow, we'll have to run an extra 500 meters. Ugh, I'll make Kyajuk bake me a new dessert as compensation. Kyajuk-kun can cook? Nishimiya asked, surprised. Of course. Let me tell you, Kyajuk can make. Hey, Sakura. Come play already. Takemoto Kyoko called out, interrupting them. Ah, sorry. Sakura apologized, clasping her hands together. I'll tell you later, Shoko. Let's go play now. Nishimiya nodded happily, following Sakura with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Kyajuk had arranged a comfortable bed out of the mats and was already dozing off. After a long day of studying and teaching Nishimiya, he was exhausted. Unlike his classmates, who were full of energy during gym class, Kyaju's adult soul just wanted to rest. In his dream, someone called out to him. What's your name? What's this? Kyaju's eyes moved beneath his closed lids as if trying to see who was calling him. Your name is... The fog in the dream began to clear, and he was almost able to see the figure. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the dream. Annoyed, Kyajuk opened his eyes and looked toward the source of the commotion. How long had he been asleep? In the crowd, Nishimiya was on the ground, Sakura was grabbing Ishita Shaoya by the collar, yelling angrily, and Takemoto Kyoko looked furious. Meanwhile, Ueno Noka was desperately trying to pull Ishita's arm back as he raised it to strike. Kyajuk scrambled to his feet, not bothering to smooth out his wrinkled clothes, and rushed over. Sakura, what's going on? He asked, pulling her behind him protectively. After free play started, Shoko said she had something to do. Then I heard a noise and came over to see this guy push her down and try to hit her. Sakura explained, clearly upset. Oh right, Shoko. Sakura quickly helped Shoko up, brushing the dust off her hands and pants. Shoko, are you okay? Are you hurt? Sakura asked. Despite being roughly pushed to the ground, Shoko smiled softly and shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you, Sakura. Using simple gestures, Kyajuk conveyed her words to Sakura. Shoko, what happened? Kyajuk asked. Shoko lowered her head and bit her lip. She couldn't tell him, it would only cause more trouble for Hojo. I'm fine, Kyajuk-kun. Let's go play baseball. She said, her voice barely audible. Kyajuk wasn't about to let it go. He turned to Ueno Noka, who was still holding Ishita back. Ueno? Clearly annoyed, let go of Ishita and explained. Shoko came over and said something to Ishita, gesturing and handing him a piece of paper. Then he pushed her down. That's all I know. Kyajuk scanned the gym. Takeuchi was nowhere to be seen, and neither was Sakura's homeroom teacher. The gym was filled with students. Then he spotted the piece of paper on the floor, the one Shoko had given to Ishita. It stood out starkly against the gym's clean floor. Picking it up, Kyajuk read the words, I want to be your friend. He looked at Shoko, who was still staring at the ground. Shoko. I didn't want to cause more trouble for you, Kyajuk-kun. I thought if I could be friends with Ishita, everyone could get along. She whispered, then raised her voice so Kyajuk could hear her. Liar. If you have a problem, just say it. Ishita shouted, his face twisted in anger. Shoko flinched and took a step back. You're so silly. Friendship isn't something you force. Just focus on learning with me, and that's enough to make me happy. Kyajuk said, ruffling her hair. He didn't know what else to say. This clumsy girl was trying so hard to repay him in her own way. She really is adorable, he thought. Well then. Ishita, let's fight. I know you've been wanting to punch me. Since Shoko had approached Ishita first, Kyajuk didn't plan to make a big deal out of it. He'd just settle things directly. Ha. You're on. I've been wanting to kick your ass for a while now, you arrogant jerk. Ishita declared, charging at Kyajuk with his fist raised. Nishimiya, still scared, tried to step in as a human shield, but Sakura held her back. Don't worry. Even if there were two of him, Kyajuk could take them down. Sakura said confidently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As Sakura had predicted, despite having no formal combat training, Kyajuke's physical fitness far surpassed Ishita's. Plus, Kyajuke had the mind of an adult, allowing him to stay calm and think clearly during the fight. When Ishita charged, Kyajuke simply lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Ishita's stomach. Ugh! Ishita was sent flying, landing on the ground and clutching his stomach, coughing violently. If there hadn't been so many people around, Kyajuke might have followed up with more strikes. Instead, he just stood there, watching Ishita curl up like a shrimp. The gym fell silent as the students watched in shock. For elementary schoolers, this was a bit too intense. Wow, Ishita, you're so lame. Hirose Keisuke, one of Ishita's friends, sneered. Should we call an ambulance for you, Ishita? Shimada Kazuki added. Aren't you Ishita's friends? Why aren't you helping him instead of mocking him? Ueno snapped, running back into the crowd. Seeing that Hirose and Shimada still weren't helping Ishita, Ueno gritted her teeth and tried to help him up herself. Get off me. You're just as bad as them. You hate Nishimiya too, don't you? Ishita shouted, pushing Ueno away. Ishita, what are you talking about? Ueno asked, wide-eyed. Isn't it true? Yesterday, when Nishimiya was reading aloud, you were so annoyed. That's why I did what I did to get back at her for you. What? That's not true at all. Ueno protested. And Kawimiki and the others, they all hate Nishimiya too. They call her a musclehead and say she can't read the room. But they all pretend to be nice. You're all disgusting. Shimada, Hirose, didn't we all agree to mess with Nishimiya after school yesterday? Ishita's outburst turned the spotlight on the others he'd named. The classmates began pointing and whispering. How awful. I would never do something like that. Kawimiki, one of the bystanders, took off her glasses and started crying dramatically. Hey, Ishita, we didn't do that. I went to grand school after school yesterday. Shimada said. Ishita, stop making things up. Hirose added. Ueno just sat on the ground, stunned, as Ishita continued to rant. Kawi's performance seemed to convince everyone that Ishita was lying, and the focus shifted back to him. You guys! Ishita shouted, unable to believe what was happening. Hey, what's going on here? Takeuchi finally appeared, though he probably wished he could have stayed in the meeting he'd just left rather than deal with this mess. Chapter 15, 15 Step aside, you're not some adorable little girl in the office. Takeuchi sat in his chair, facing Hojo Kyosuke, Ishita Shoya, and Nishimiya Shoko. Earlier, there had been more people in the room, including Yamauchi Sakura and Ueno Naoka, but after Takeuchi had gathered the details of what happened, he sent them back to the classroom. No one spoke, as they were waiting for the parents to arrive. This incident involved physical altercation, so Takeuchi had already called all three students' parents. The first to arrive was Hojo Kyosuke's mother, Hojo Mikiko. Among the three parents, she was the only full-time homemaker, so she came immediately after receiving the call. Kyosuke, are you okay? Mikiko rushed into the office and immediately hugged her son, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Takeuchi hadn't provided many details over the phone, only informing her that Kyosuke had been involved in a fight at school. Mom, I'm fine. Hojo-san, Hojo-kun wasn't hurt at all. Takeuchi quickly added, seeing Mikiko's frantic concern. Then who hit my child? Ignoring Takeuchi, Mikiko continued to inspect her son, turning him around to ensure he was truly unharmed. Only after confirming this did she stand up and scan the room. Her eyes landed on a cute little girl who looked like she could be hugged and adored, definitely not the culprit. Then she noticed the spiky-haired boy with slanted eyes and, most notably, a footprint on his white gym uniform. So, it's you who hit my son? She thought, glaring at Ishita Shoya. Hojo-san, please calm down. Let's wait for the other parents to arrive before we discuss this further. Please, have a seat. No, I'll stand. Mikiko's tone was sharp, and she didn't hide her displeasure with Takeuchi. As the homeroom teacher, he bore some responsibility for not preventing the conflict. Hearing her harsh tone, Takeuchi broke into a cold sweat. He had witnessed Mikiko's fierce protectiveness over her son during their previous encounter at the police station. She was far from the composed, diplomatic adult one might expect. Nishimiya Shoko, who had been standing quietly with her head down, couldn't help but glance up at Mikiko. So, this is Kyosuke-kun's mother. She's so beautiful, and she seems like a kind person, just like him. Noticing the gaze, Mikiko looked down at Shoko. Oh no. I've been caught staring. Shoko's shoulders jerked in surprise, her fluffy short hair bouncing as her eyes widened in a classic deer-in-headlights expression. Mikiko couldn't help but chuckle at Shoko's adorable reaction, giving her a warm smile. Under that smile, Shoko's tension melted away. She felt like she could communicate with this woman without even speaking or writing. Shoko's eyes curved into a smile as well. Honestly, Mom has no sense of timing. Kyosuke thought, watching his mother's interaction with Shoko. His mother had always gotten along well with Yamauchi Sakura, treating her like a close friend despite the age difference. It was no wonder she had once suggested bringing Sakura's entire family to their hometown. She probably couldn't bear to part with her. A knock at the door interrupted the moment, and everyone turned to look. Kyosuke immediately recognized the woman at the door as Ishita Shoya's mother. He had never met her before, but he had heard from classmates that Shoya's mother ran a hair salon. The woman's yellow hair with black roots fit the image of a salon owner perfectly. Despite the edgy hair, her demeanor was gentle, a stark contrast to the typical rebel look. "Excuse me, I'm Ishita Shoya's mother." Like Mikiko, Ishita Miyako had only been told that her son had been in a fight. But the moment she saw the footprint on Shoya's gym uniform, her heart sank. "Shoya? Are you okay?" She rushed over to her son, mirroring Mikiko's earlier actions, checking him for injuries. "Ugh, I'm fine." Shoya grumbled, pushing his mother's hands away. "Ishita-san, this is Hojo-san, the mother of Hojo Kyosuke, who was involved in the altercation with your son." "Hojo-san, this is Ishita-san, Shoya's mother. The incident also involves Nishimiya Shoko, so let's wait for her mother to arrive before we discuss further." Hearing this, Miyako stepped back and stood quietly. Under normal circumstances, Mikiko would have struck up a conversation with a fellow parent, especially one as gentle and beautiful as Miyako. She loved beautiful things they brought her joy, like her son and Sakura. And now, Shoko had joined that list. But today, she simply glared at Miyako like a petulant child. Unfortunately, her glare lacked any real menace, coming off as more cute than intimidating. Despite her son's apparent role as the aggressor, Miyako offered Mikiko an apologetic smile. She knew Shoya's history and couldn't help but feel responsible. Mikiko let out a small huff. Though still upset, she couldn't stay mad at someone with such a gentle face and turned away. Another knock sounded, and before anyone could react, the door swung open. The woman who entered had the same hair color as Shoko, but hers was long. Her face was expressionless, but the exhaustion was evident. Seeing her mother, Shoko instinctively hid behind Hojo Kyosuke. "Sorry for being late," Shoko's mother said as she entered, apologizing for being the last parent to arrive. In Japan, it was common for mothers to handle school matters, but it was rare for 2 out of 3 mothers to be single parents, with the third also raising her child alone. Takeuchi introduced the mothers, and they exchanged greetings. "Here's what happened today." Ishita Shoya pushed Nishimiya Shoko to the ground, which led to a confrontation between him and Hojo Kyosuke. Takeuchi paused, unsure how to continue. According to other students, Shoya had been the one to throw the first punch, but now Hojo Kyosuke was unscathed, while Shoya had been knocked down with a single kick. Then, "Ishida, why don't you explain?" "Nothing to explain." "Shoya," Miyako snapped. "Tch, I went to hit him, but he kicked me," Shoya muttered, his voice low with embarrassment. "That's pretty much it," Takeuchi said, relieved to have it out in the open. "I'm deeply sorry for my son's actions," Miyako said, bowing deeply to the group. Mikiko, meanwhile, was internally cheering, "That's my boy. So strong." But seeing Miyako's bow, she quickly followed suit. "My son also acted out of line. Please, stand up." Since her son was unharmed, Mikiko was more than willing to be gracious toward the gentle Miyako. Shoko's mother, Nishimiya Yuko, had the most unusual reaction. After ensuring her daughter was unharmed, she turned her attention to Hojo Kyosuke, studying the boy her daughter had been talking about non-stop since last night. "Hojo-kun, thank you for protecting my daughter, but please refrain from doing so in the future." Yuko bowed to Kyosuke, her tone serious. Everyone was stunned, except for Shoko, who clenched the hem of her skirt, her face a mix of emotions as if holding back tears. "Why?" Kyosuke looked up at Yuko. "By protecting Shoko like this, you're preventing her from becoming strong. You won't always be by her side. Shoko needs to learn to stand on her own in life." Yuko's words shocked everyone again. Kyosuke was momentarily speechless, turning to look at Shoko. The little girl was tilting her head back, trying to hold back tears. Has Shoko always been raised like this? Mikiko couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the girl. "I understand your concerns. Shoko's life is undoubtedly more challenging than most. But one thing I can promise is that as long as Shoko needs me, I'll be there for her." Kyosuke's voice was firm, his sincerity palpable to everyone in the room, including Yuko. "Hojo-kun, I'm glad Shoko has a friend like you. But some things aren't as simple as you think. Shoko needs to learn to walk her own path." Yuko was surprised by the boy's conviction but remained steadfast in her belief. "And Nishimiya, none of us know what the future holds. But for now, I'll teach Shoko to speak, to help her live like everyone else. Thank you for your kindness, but it's unnecessary. Since the matter is resolved, we'll take our leave. Shoko, let's go. Hueco shook her head, preparing to leave with her daughter. She was a busy woman and needed to return to work. Shoko? What's wrong? Let's go. Seeing her daughter still standing motionless, Hueco thought she hadn't heard and raised her voice, reaching out to pull her along. Mom. Shoko's small frame resisted her mother's pull, and the tears she had been holding back finally spilled over. Everything Kyosuke-kun said is true. Why won't you believe him? Shoko looked up at her mother, her voice trembling with emotion. Thanks to her close relationship with her mother, she could lip read and understand her words despite her hearing impairment. Her speech, already difficult to understand, was further muddled by her tears. Even Kyosuke couldn't make out what she was saying, let alone Hueco. But even without understanding the words, Hueco was shaken by her daughter's sudden outburst and the pain it conveyed. Shoko, calm down. Kyosuke said, gently patting her shoulder. Shoko, do you need your notebook? Hueco pulled out a notebook from her bag, identical to Shoko's, labeled for writing. No. For the first time, the usually meek Shoko firmly pushed the notebook away. This is the biggest difference between you and Kyosuke-kun. Shoko took a deep breath, trying to enunciate each syllable clearly, just as Kyosuke had taught her. Kyosuke-kun listens to me, even when it's hard. He encourages me to speak, treats me like a normal person. He protects me and teaches me to speak. Why won't you believe him? Shoko's words and tear-streaked face struck a chord in Hueco's heart, but they also brought a sense of pride. She's really grown stronger. Hueco thought. Her once obedient daughter now had the courage to stand up for herself, to voice her feelings in such a public setting. Shoko. Hueco knelt down and hugged her daughter, running her fingers through Shoko's fluffy short hair. It was a symbol of her wish for Shoko to shed her fragility and become strong. She had taken Shoko to get this haircut just yesterday at the salon run by the rough-looking mother and son next door. In just one day, Shoko had already begun to change. You've really become stronger. Tears welled up in Hueco's eyes. She had always been strict with Shoko, but she had been equally hard on herself. Since her husband had left them because of Shoko's hearing impairment, she had rarely allowed herself to cry or even smile. Mom? Shoko looked up at her mother. Mom's happy for you, Shoko. Is this all thanks to Hojo-kun? Did he help you become stronger? Yes. Hueco stood up and bowed deeply to Kyosuke and his mother. Hojo-san, thank you for raising such an exceptional child. Not at all. Shoko is a lovely girl too. Mikiko said, wiping tears from her eyes. She had been deeply moved by the scene. Hojo-kun, please continue to help Shoko grow stronger. I'll always remember your kindness. And Nishimiya, you're too kind. Shoko and I are my friend. Her happiness is my happiness. Kyosuke winked at Shoko, who responded with a radiant smile. He meant every word. Even without any rewards from the system, helping such an endearing little girl was its own reward. Hueco nodded solemnly at Kyosuke's words, then turned her attention to the Ishida family. Miyako's face was filled with shame. This was perhaps the most difficult moment of her life. Her son was the aggressor, while the victim and protector were having a heartfelt moment. Even someone as gentle as Miyako felt the urge to give her son a good scolding. I'm truly sorry, Nishimiya-san, Hojo-san. I'll make sure to discipline him properly. Shoya. Apologize. Miyako bowed deeply again, wishing she could prostrate herself if it were appropriate. Shoya, who had been reflecting on his actions after witnessing Shoko's emotional outburst, finally felt a pang of regret. He wasn't a bad kid at heart. Even during their test of courage games, he never did anything as destructive as breaking windows, only he ever got hurt. Seeing his mother's distress and hearing Shoko's cries, he began to truly regret his actions. I'm sorry. Shoya bowed deeply, his hands pressed tightly against his sides in the most sincere apology of his life. I deeply regret my actions and the harm I caused Nishimiya. I'm truly sorry. Hey. What about my son? He's so cute and delicate, how could you hit him? Mikiko's voice, as youthful and melodious as her personality, cut through the tension. But to Shoya, her words only made the bruises from yesterday's collisions ache more, especially the one on his stomach from Kyosuke's kick. The image of Kyosuke's fierce expression as he kicked him flashed in his mind. Cute? Delicate? More like a demon. But he had already realized that, regardless of the outcome, he had been in the wrong. So, though reluctantly, he added, I'm sorry, Hojo. Even though I didn't hit you and you hit me instead, please forgive me. The half-hearted apology made Mikiko burst into laughter, though she quickly covered her mouth. Kyosuke rolled his eyes internally. He didn't care about Shoya's apology. I forgive you. But you should apologize properly to Shoko. Nishimiya, I'm really sorry. I won't bully you again. Shoya tried to sound as sincere as possible. Takeuchi-san, we'll take our leave now. Goodbye, Hojo-san, Hojo-kun. Let's go, Shoko. Yueco had no interest in hearing more. She took Shoko's hand and led her out. This time, Shoko didn't resist. Before leaving, she glanced back at Shoya, offering a hesitant smile, then waved enthusiastically at Kyosuke. After the Nishimiya family left, Miyako's expression darkened further. Failing to earn forgiveness for her son's actions was unbearable for someone as kind-hearted as her. If Shoko had been physically injured, she would have willingly endured the same pain herself. Forcing a smile, Miyako apologized again. It's fine. Raising a child like that must be tough. Mikiko said breezily, genuinely sympathizing with Miyako. After all, her own son was so well-behaved and adorable, while Miyako had to deal with a troublesome boy. How pitiful. Miyako gave a tired smile, not defending her son. I'm not hurt, but should Ishita go to the hospital? That kick was pretty strong. Kyosuke, confident in his leg strength from years of running, suggested. We'll handle it if needed. No need to trouble Hojo-kun. If the parents have no further concerns, let's consider this matter resolved. Please have a good talk with your children at home. Takeuchi, who had been silent for most of the discussion, finally spoke up, startling Kyosuke. Then we'll take our leave. Goodbye, Ishita-san. Let's go, Kyosuke. With that, Mikiko and her son left first. By now, the school was empty. As the Ishidas walked down the quiet hallway, they could faintly hear Mikiko's cheerful voice ahead. How about we skip cooking tonight and go out for a big dinner, Kyosuke? Happiness belonged to others, while silence lingered between the Ishida family. Sorry, Mom. It's okay, Shoya. Mom knows you've realized your mistake. That's enough. Miyako tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling gently at her son. Chapter 16 Nishimiya Shoko's choir competition Oii. The cheerful call came from ahead while the Kyosuke and his mother were still some distance from the school gate. It's Sakura-chan. Why haven't you gone home yet? Mikiko asked. Hello, Auntie Hojo. I was waiting for you and Kyosuke. Sakura replied, standing properly despite her usual quirky interactions with Mikiko. Oh, I see. You were worried about Kyosuke, weren't you? Mikiko teased. Of course. Sakura admitted without hesitation. That Ishita guy is so bad. I wanted to stay in the office with Kyosuke, but they sent me back. Oh, Sakura-chan, you're just too adorable. You have to become part of our family someday. Mikiko said, bending down to gently pinch Sakura's cheek. Well, duh. Sakura responded with a smile, though her young mind didn't fully grasp what being part of the Hojo family entailed. All she knew was that she wanted to stay with Kyosuke forever. Oh, by the way, come have a big dinner with us. But my family's waiting for me at home. I'll call Makoto-san and explain it to her. Alright then. Before Kyosuke could even interject, the two had already made the decision. Sakura, give me your bag. No need. I finished all my homework early, so there's nothing in it. Sakura said, wrinkling her cute little nose proudly. But whatever we eat later will still count toward your meal quota. Hearing this, Sakura deflated instantly. You're a monster. It's for your own good. Hojo mama. Look at Kyosuke. Ha ha ha, I can't help you there. Just accept Kyosuke's concern for you. Mikiko watched their interaction with a doting smile. No, more like a mother-in-law admiring her future daughter-in-law. The next day, Ishita Shoya walked to the shoe lockers, reaching for his indoor shoes. But his hand found nothing. Huh? Where are my shoes? Scratching his head, he assumed someone had accidentally taken them. With class about to start, he didn't dwell on it and grabbed a pair of emergency slippers instead. When he entered the classroom, the atmosphere felt different. Hirose Keisuke, who usually greeted him loudly, just glanced at him before turning back to talk to Shimada Kazuki, who didn't even look his way. Confused, Shoya took his seat. His neighbor, Ueno Noka, didn't speak to him either, continuing to help Nishimiya Shoko practice singing with Hojo Kyosuke. On the third day, his desk was covered in cruel graffiti. On the fourth day, his new indoor shoes went missing again. On the fifth day, time flew by, and soon it was the day of the choir competition. The gymnasium was packed, with parents standing at the back to watch. Next up, Class 2 of Grade 6 will perform the Monsters Ballad. The students lined up on stage, with Shoko standing front and center. As the music teacher raised the baton, the students began to sing in perfect harmony, not a single note out of place. From the audience, Nishimiya Yueco covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Shoko. Shoko did it. Even in the chorus, Yueco immediately recognized her daughter's clear, confident, and full of life voice. Thank you, Hojo-kun. Yueco whispered, wiping her tears and composing herself. She was once again the strong, independent single mother. Watching Shoko sing with a bright smile, Hueco felt nothing but pride. In the end, Sakura's class took first place. After the competition, Kyosuke and his friends, well, mostly a group of little girls, gathered behind the gym. "So, Hojo Mama, how was my singing?" Sakura asked excitedly. Her own mother hadn't been able to attend, but Mikiko was like a second mother to her. "You were amazing." Mikiko gave a thumbs up, then crouched down to hug both Sakura and Shoko. "And Shoko, you were fantastic too. I almost cried listening to you." "Thank you, Auntie Hojo," Shoko said, initially shy from the sudden hug but smiling warmly. She glanced at her mother, who stood a little behind. "Mom, are you okay?" Seeing her mother's tear-streaked face, Shoko ran over to hold her hand. Hearing her daughter's slow but clear and confident voice, Hueco felt her nose tingle again. "No, I can't cry. I need to be strong for Shoko. Just like Hojo-san, I was moved by your performance," Hueco said, forcing a smile. "That's good. It's all thanks to Kyosuke-kun and Noka," Shoko said happily. "Hey. I helped too," Sakura chimed in. "You? All you did was distract Shoko and Noka during study time," Kyosuke teased. "Hey. Kids learn about the world through play. Shoko's improved so much because of me. Your nonsense is getting out of hand. The school should publish a book, Yamauchi Sakura's Guide to Talking Nonsense with a Straight Face." Sakura just giggled, hugging Mikiko. She loved how Kyosuke always teased her but still indulged her antics. Meanwhile, Ueno Noka stood to the side, a hint of loneliness crossing her face. "Noka, I'm sorry we didn't win," Shoko said softly, walking over to her. Her speech was now fluent, though slower as she carefully enunciated each syllable. "Don't be silly. The choir is a team effort, and no one worked harder than you," Noka replied. Over the past few months, she'd grown to admire Shoko's kindness and gentleness, and the two had become close friends. Well, the main reason was that she'd realized Kyosuke didn't have the feelings for Shoko she'd once feared. Instead, Shoko had become a bridge that brought her closer to Kyosuke. In fact, she'd spoken more with Kyosuke in these few months than in the past few years combined. If anything, she should be more worried about Sakura, who was always so carefree around Kyosuke. "Yeah, Shoko, the only reason your class lost is because you were up against us," Sakura said, laughing mischievously. "Alright, everyone, let's have a dinner party at my place. My dad sent some top-quality shirai beef from the countryside. Yay! I want teppanyaki," Sakura shouted, grabbing Kyosuke's arm. "This dinner is for the defeated class too. As the winners, shouldn't you be celebrating elsewhere?" Kyosuke joked. "Hojo Mama, look at him. I can't help you." "Oh, fine, teppanyaki it is," Mikiko said, her head spinning from Sakura's enthusiastic tugging. "I'll drive everyone over," Hueco offered, pulling out her car keys. She and Mikiko had already discussed the dinner, and the two families had grown quite close. "Mom, what about Grandma and Yuzuru?" Shoko asked. "Yuzuru's still at school. I'll drop you off at the Hojo's house and then pick her and Grandma up." "Okay." Shoko nodded, then was pulled into a discussion with Sakura and Noka about how to best enjoy the beef. Sakura, of course, took the lead, sharing her past experiences with Hojo family dinners. After the enjoyable meal, the Nishimiya family left by car. Sakura walked the 10 steps to her house, and Kyosuke walked Noka home. "Kyosuke-kun, do you know something?" "What? Do you want to know?" Noka stopped under a street lamp, turning to face him. The yellow light illuminated her long black hair, making her look stunning. She bent slightly, her tone playful. Noka rarely acted like this around Kyosuke, always worried she might do something he didn't like. "Of course I want to know. Since when did you start acting like Sakura?" "I'm not copying anyone. This is just how I am. You just never noticed." "Alright, tell me." "No, you're not being sincere enough. Please, Noka-sama, tell me." "Still no. I'll tell you at the graduation ceremony." With that, Noka turned and ran a few steps ahead. "I'm home. You should head back too. Be careful on your way." Before Kyosuke could respond, she dashed into her house. "What was that about?" Kyosuke scratched his head, confused not just by Noka's behavior but also by the glowing cursor above her head, something he forgot. It sparkled like a firework about to burst. "Is the system finally giving me something?" Chapter 17, 17 First gift from the system. The rest of the school year passed uneventfully, and soon, graduation day arrived. The gymnasium had been transformed into a venue for the graduation ceremony. Parents sat toward the back, while the front rows of chairs remained empty, waiting for the graduates to complete the ceremony and take their seats. Hojo Kyajuk wore a black Gakuran uniform with a white flower pinned to his chest. He stood in line with his classmates, following their homeroom teacher, Takeuchi, who was dressed in a plain kimono. The school didn't usually require students to wear this uniform, reserving it for special occasions like today. To be honest, Kyajuk felt a little nervous. Despite his adult soul, the solemnity of the graduation ceremony was overwhelming, singing the school anthem, listening to guest speeches, and so on. Originally, the principal had chosen him as a valedictorian due to his top grades and acceptance into Higashi Middle School, but he had declined. His mother, Mikiko, had been upset about it for a while, saying she had planned to invite all their relatives from their home down to watch. Kyajuk broke into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Thank goodness he had refused. Still, being part of the ceremony, Kyajuk couldn't help but feel the weight of the moment. First up was Class 1 of Grade 6 Yamauchi Sakura's class. Yamauchi Sakura. Sakura, as carefree as ever, walked up to the stage. While some of her classmates were so nervous they stumbled, she practically bounced up to receive her diploma. After accepting it from the principal, she even waved it toward her mother and then flashed a big smile at Kyajuk. This girl. Kyajuk thought, his tension melting away at Sakura's radiant smile. Next was Class 2 of Grade 6. Takeuchi stepped onto the stage and stood beside the principal, calling out names from the roster. Nishimiya Shoko. The little girl, also dressed in the black uniform, walked up with precise, almost robotic steps. Her serious expression made Kyajuk chuckle. In the parents section, Nishimiya Yueco covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she watched her daughter receive her diploma. Mikiko quickly wrapped an arm around her to comfort her. Shoko graduated from a regular school. Yueco was overwhelmed with emotion. If this school hadn't worked out, she had been prepared to send Shoko to a special needs school, as her previous school had suggested. But thanks to Kyajuk, that hadn't been necessary. Ueno Noka. This girl was much more composed, only smiling at Kyajuk as she walked off the stage. Hojo Kyajuk. Taking a deep breath, Kyajuk stepped onto the stage. Hojo-kun, congratulations on your graduation. He received a little bit special treatment. Not only did the principal offer his congratulations, but Takeuchi also smiled with relief as he handed over the diploma. Thank you. Kyajuk said with a bow before stepping down. After the formalities, the ceremony moved into the free photo-taking session. Some students took photos with their homeroom teacher, others with classmates. Every corner of the gymnasium was filled with people capturing memories. The first to approach Kyajuk was Ueno Noka. Kyajuk. As soon as he turned around, a small hand grabbed his uniform. Before he could react, a strong tug nearly knocked him off balance. Ugh, why are these buttons sewn on so tightly? Failing in her sneak attack, Noka pulled out a small pair of scissors from her pocket. Hey, what are you doing, Noka? Huh? Taking your button, of course. I know that, but why? You really don't know? Don't tell me you're that old-fashioned. Without further explanation, Noka snipped off the second button from Kyajuk's jacket. What? Noka, you're so sneaky. Sakura's voice rang out as she rushed over. As the class favorite, she had been swarmed with photo requests but had noticed the commotion and fought her way through the crowd, only to be a step too late. Fine, then I'll take the shirt button. It's closer to Kyajuk's heart. With that, Sakura grabbed Kyajuk's shirt and easily yanked off the second button. I'll take the third one. Shoko's timid voice chimed in. Though she looked embarrassed, she efficiently pulled out her own pair of scissors and snipped off the third button from Kyajuk's jacket. Hey, what's going on? How am I supposed to take photos like this? Kyajuk's jacket was now wide open, and his shirt was partially unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of his well-defined chest. Hearing his complaint, the three girls burst into laughter. Kyajuk, did you save a button for your mom? Mikiko teased, having appeared out of nowhere to watch the scene unfold. Mom, don't make things worse. I'm already confused enough. Kyajuk tried to straighten his clothes, but Mikiko pulled him aside to explain the tradition of graduation buttons. Huh? Are these girls all Sakura's followers or something? Believing that a button close to the heart symbolizes love? That's ridiculous. Anyway, that's how it is. Now go back. Hey, wait. Before Kyajuk could protest, Mikiko pushed him back into the fray. Now understanding the significance of Noka's request, Kyajuk felt a bit overwhelmed. Unlike Sakura, whom he knew would eventually become family, he had never realized Noka harbored such feelings for him. With Mikiko gone, the girls returned to normal. Kyajuk-kun, do you remember the night you walked me home after the choir competition? Noka began. Sakura, ever considerate, quietly pulled Shoko away to take photos with Takemoto Kyoko and others, never wanting to put Kyajuk in an awkward position. I remember. That night, I wanted to tell you this. It's been 3 years. Now let me finish, okay? Okay. That night, when you fought Yamamoto Kenichi and the others, I saw everything. I thought, Kyajuku-kun is like a superhero. Just like my parents. They were police officers who died as heroes. Noka, I'm fine. Just listen. Over the past 3 years, I've watched everything you've done, how you protected Shoko, how you disciplined Ishida. I became more and more certain that you were the hero I'd been looking for. But sadly, that hero wasn't protecting me. Noka's voice carried a hint of regret, but her eyes shone with warmth, making Kyajuku feel like he was about to catch fire. I won't give up. That's Wano Noka's resolve. With that declaration, Noka stepped forward. See you later, Kyajuku. Before Kyajuku could react, Noka planted a quick kiss on his cheek and ran off. Kyajuku stood frozen, not just because of the kiss but also because of the fireworks that exploded in his mind. Vivid lines danced in his head, forming a message. Gift from Wano Noka received Kendo talent. As Kyajuku was about to check the details of the gift, a soft voice came from behind. Are you that happy? Do you need to savor it for so long? Startled, Kyajuku turned to see Sakura standing there, holding Shoko's hand. I was just surprised, that's all. I wasn't savoring it. As he spoke, Kyajuku unconsciously touched his cheek. Liar. You totally enjoyed it. Sakura pouted, hands on her hips, clearly annoyed. Sakura, don't be mad. I also have something to say to Kyajuku-kun. Shoko tugged on Sakura's sleeve, her voice soft. Huh? Then, to Sakura's astonishment, Shoko stood on her tiptoes and kissed Kyajuku's other cheek. Thank you, Kyajuku. See you later. With that, Shoko also ran off. Even though I was here first. Even Sakura couldn't handle this level of unfairness. Her lips trembled as she fought back tears. Alright, let's go to my place for a big dinner. I've got yam ice cream for you. Kyajuku pulled Sakura into a hug, gently kissing her forehead. That's more like it. Let's go take photos with everyone. Sakura's mood shifted instantly, her usual cheerfulness returning as if nothing could keep her down for long. Gift from Nishimiya. Shoko received academic talent, and so, Kyajuku's elementary school life came to an end, surrounded by the girls who had made it unforgettable. Chapter 18, What's your name? After graduation, Kyajuku spent his entire vacation immersed in kendo training. After searching all over Minato City, he eventually found a kendo dojo that accepted students regardless of their prior experience or style. The instructor, Yamamura and Apu, primarily taught Hokushin Itoru, so Kyajuku naturally followed along. The training wasn't anything particularly special, just standard Itoru techniques, mostly involving various forms of gariroshi, downward cuts. Seriously, it was all gariroshi. Front, back, left, right, no matter the angle, every technique focused on cutting down. It felt as if his eyes were fixated on his opponent's hands at all times. He couldn't shake the feeling that his instructor might be teaching him incorrectly. Still, thanks to his natural talent in swordsmanship and possibly an overall enhancement of his physical abilities, his body had improved drastically over the month. If he were to duel himself from a month ago, he was confident he could take on 20 of his past selves without breaking a sweat. On the last day of vacation, he effortlessly disarmed instructor Yamamura in a sparring match, knocking the bamboo sword right out of his hands. And just like that, he was declared graduated. When Yamamura handed him an official Mangekyō, Kyajuku was stunned. He had assumed the instructor was just some random kendo teacher, but it turned out Yamamura was actually a legitimate disciple of Hokushin Itoru and had the qualifications to bestow this recognition. Different traditional martial arts styles have their own ranking systems. According to Yamamura, earning a license in Hokushin Itoru meant that Kyajuku was now allowed to declare his affiliation during combat. In other words, if he got into a fight, he could dramatically announce, Hokushin Itoru, Hojukyaku. Yeah, no thanks. Just thinking about it made Kyajuku shudder in embarrassment. Yamamura also suggested that if he wanted to master more advanced techniques, he should travel to Tokyo and train at the Hokushin Itoru headquarters. It was obvious that Yamamura hoped Kyajuku, his genius disciple who earned a license in just 1 month, would make him proud by impressing the main dojo. Kyajuku agreed on the spot. And then immediately forgot all about it. He had already achieved his goal. With his current skills, he was confident he could protect himself and those around him. As for the academic aptitude gift he received from the system, he found it somewhat underwhelming. After all, he had been a science major in his previous life, so middle school science was child's play. If anything, Japanese and social studies were his biggest headaches, especially subjects like geography, history, and politics. However, thinking about the long-term benefits of his scientific aptitude put him in a better mood. Middle school science? Easy. High school math, physics, chemistry, and biology? Also covered. Even university-level science courses would be a breeze. He might not need it now, but when it came time for college entrance exams, he'd have a huge advantage. When Kyajuk brought the license home, his mother, Hojo Mikiko, was finally at ease. She left for Hokkaido to enjoy some alone time with Ichiro Hojo, effectively abandoning him. As a parting gesture, she approved his request to become a commuter student and even rented an apartment for him in Bunkyo Ward, close to his school. Of course, the rent came from his scholarship money. The whole situation left Kyajuk speechless. To make matters worse, he hadn't even realized Higashi Middle School was an all-boys school when he applied. Mikiko had handled all the application paperwork, leaving him with only one job: pass the entrance exam. It wasn't until after he got accepted that he discovered the truth. Speaking of scholarships, that was another painful memory. Kyajuk did not want to give a speech as the freshman representative during the entrance ceremony. However, the principal informed him that the speech was mandatory for scholarship recipients. If he wanted the scholarship, he had no choice but to go along with it. And so, against his will, he stood in front of the entire school and delivered a speech. April, the first day of school. Besides the long and boring entrance ceremony, nothing noteworthy happened. Well, except for a few classmates who introduced themselves by boldly declaring they were delinquents. That was mildly entertaining. After school, Kyajuk boarded the subway to head home, struggling against the cramped and suffocating crowd. Damn it. I wish I could buy an entire train and ride it alone. As he was lost in thought, a sudden voice cut through the noise. Excuse me, please move. Sorry, excuse me. A girl was pushing her way through the packed train, repeatedly apologizing as she made her way toward him. This was unusual. In Japan, once people squeezed into a train, they usually stayed put even if it meant being crushed like sardines. Kyajuk curiously looked at the girl who had now come to a stop right in front of him. She had meticulously styled twin braids, tied together at the back with a red and yellow ribbon in a neat bow. She wore a white blouse, a beige knitted vest, and a pleated skirt, revealing a slender pair of legs and fair, dazzlingly bright thighs. Overall, she was adorable. Her head was lowered, and a faint blush tinted her cheeks. Beads of sweat glistened on her snow-white neck, probably from squeezing through the crowd. Was she exhausted from pushing her way here? Just as Kyajuk was examining her, the girl suddenly looked up and caught him staring. For a brief moment, their eyes met. Mimizu Mitsuo flinched in surprise and immediately averted her gaze, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. She felt embarrassed. But then she remembered the long day of searching she had endured, and the pain in her feet from walking all over Tokyo. She had taken the earliest train from Itomori to Tokyo, only to find that his phone was unreachable. With no other choice, she had scoured every place he might visit, even his school, but he was nowhere to be found. She had finally given up and come to the subway station, planning to head home. And then she found him. The sheer coincidence of it all was almost unbelievable. She was so angry she could cry. Meanwhile, Kyajuk watched as the girl's expression shifted rapidly from shy to conflicted to furious. Her cheeks puffed up as she glared at him. Just as he was about to speak, the girl suddenly shouted his name, Kyajuk. Chapter 19, Mimizu Mitsuo Hojo. Kyajuk was absolutely certain he didn't know this girl. And why was that? Because hovering above her head was a bright, glowing label, your name, Mimizu Mitsuo, protagonist. There was no way he could forget meeting someone this important, yet, when she called his name, her expression filled with anticipation. All he could do was stare blankly. It's me. She said hesitantly. I know your name is Mimizu Mitsuo, but I really don't know you. Kyajuk thought. Just as he was about to respond, her face suddenly fell. You don't remember me? Your name is... The moment Kyajuk said those words, Mitsuo's expression completely changed. She hadn't expected him to say something like that, like he was speaking to a total stranger. This isn't right, she thought, her heart sinking. I was so sure. If we met, he'd recognize me right away. Because the person who switched bodies with me was you. Her pale cheeks flushed red as she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. I'm sorry. Her voice was barely above a whisper, strained with disappointment. But no matter how much she tried to rationalize it, it didn't make sense. This is Kyajuk. I know it is. So why? Before either of them could say anything else, the subway announcement rang through the train. Mitsuo flinched. As if trying to escape, she squeezed through the crowd toward the doors. Your name is? Hearing Kyajuk's voice, Mitsuo instinctively turned around, wanting to answer him. But the rush of people forced her forward, pushing her toward the exit. It's Mitsuo. My name is Mitsuo. She called out while hastily untying the braided cord from her hair, reaching out to hand it to him. She didn't even understand why she was doing this. It was just an impulse, a sudden certainty in her heart. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, threads are connections. They tie people together. They twist, tangle, unravel, and reconnect. This is time itself. And in this fleeting moment, she wanted to tie herself to him however irrational it seemed. But before the braided cord could leave her fingers, before she could be swept away by the crowd, a hand caught hers. A strong force pulled her back inside the train. "Hey, Mitsuo, right? Why are you running off before we even finish talking?" The voice was familiar. And yet, it wasn't. Because countless times before, she had spoken with his voice. But this was the first time she was hearing it with her own ears. A smile tugged at her lips. Yet she still couldn't help but grumble, "You're squeezing my hand too hard." Sorry. Kyajuk immediately let go, suddenly aware of his own strength. "Geez. No wonder they call you the delinquent boss. You're so rough." Mitsuo rubbed her wrist, pretending to be annoyed. "Wait, what? I'm not some delinquent." "You totally are. I mean, you." Mitsuo abruptly stopped mid-sentence, realizing that the entire train car had fallen silent. People were staring at them. "Let's talk somewhere else," she muttered. "Yeah, good idea." Kyajuk agreed. The train arrived at Sendagi Station, his stop. Conveniently, it was on the Chiyoda line, connecting his all-boys school, Higashi Middle School, directly to this area, no transfers needed. The best part? Just a few minutes' walk from the station was Yanagaginsa, a nostalgic shopping street filled with cozy cafes and traditional family-owned diners. Cheap, delicious food. That's exactly why Kyajuk had picked this place to live. The rent was dirt cheap, only 110,000 yen for his tiny apartment, which he could easily afford with his scholarship money. Plus, Natsume Soseki had once lived here. Kyajuk had even gone to check out the house where I am a cat was written. But most importantly, his go-to family restaurant was right at the entrance of Yanagaginsa. The first time he ate there, he already decided this was the place. For the next 3 years, he'd be eating dinner here every night. Mitsuo had been walking in silence ever since they left the train. "Watch your step," Kyajuk reminded her as they descended the long staircase leading into the shopping district. At the bottom, Yanagaginsa's nostalgic storefronts came into view, and Kyajuk turned toward his favorite restaurant. "How about a family restaurant? That okay?" "Huh? I'm not really hungry. Maybe we can just sit somewhere?" Kyajuk glanced at her legs. "You should eat something. And besides, your feet are killing you, aren't they?" Mitsuo flinched. He'd noticed it. Every step she took, she winced ever so slightly. "It's fine. I'll be okay. And I, kinda spent all my money already." Kyajuk didn't reply immediately. Instead, he casually asked, "Want me to carry you, then?" Mitsuo's face exploded into a deep red. "What? No way. Absolutely not." Amused, Kyajuk gestured toward the entrance of the restaurant. "Then let's go." "You already walked past it." With no room to argue, Mitsuo huffed and followed him inside. The restaurant was lively but not packed. There was only one open table left by the window. Kyajuk quickly led Mitsuo over and handed her the menu. "What do you want to eat?" Mitsuo hesitated, subtly peeking into her nearly empty wallet. She really had spent everything. The train tickets, all the transfers, searching for Kyajuk all day. She barely had enough left to get home. Kyajuk noticed. "Order whatever you want." "My treat." Mitsuo's face turned red again. This is all because of him. She thought bitterly. If she hadn't spent the whole day searching for him, she wouldn't be broke right now. Fine. If he was offering, she'd make him regret it. Humphrey. "Of course, I know Kyajuk-sama is loaded," she said smugly. "Then I'll have a beef set meal, a grilled salmon plate, a matcha ice cream, a molten chocolate cake, and an iced coffee." Kyajuk didn't even blink. "That's it? You sure?" Mitsuo's eye twitched. "Is he calling me a glutton?" She pouted, folding her arms. Across the table, Kyajuk casually added, "I'll have the special beef set and a large Coke." The restaurant owner's wife, who was also working as the waitress, jotted it down. "Coming right up." As she walked away, Mitsuo leaned forward, suddenly curious. "Hey, what's so special about that beef set?" Kyajuk smirked. "Nothing fancy. Just a super large portion of your beef set." Mitsuo puffed her cheeks in frustration. Kyajuk grinned. For some reason, spending time with this strange, familiar girl was oddly fun. Chapter 20, Vanishing Memories. "So, Mitsuo, can I call you that?" "Do whatever you want. I'm pretty sure this is our first meeting, so why do you seem so familiar with me? You even called me a delinquent. Do you really not remember?" Mitsuo said, her voice tinged with frustration. She knew it was probably the fault of that god, but she couldn't help feeling hurt. Hey, don't cry. It's not that I don't remember. Maybe there's another explanation, like you mistaking me for someone else. Impossible. It's you, Hojo Kyosuke. You live in the single apartment at 49 Sendagi, room 701. You attend Higashi Middle School, and you're the biggest delinquent in the school. Wait, hold on. I've been wanting to say this for a while now, I'm not a delinquent. How can you not be? The first time we swapped bodies, I opened my eyes to a crowd of delinquents, listening to you lecture them. It scared me half to death. Swapped bodies? What are you talking about? And today's my first day of school. Even if I were a delinquent, I wouldn't have gathered a gang that quickly. First day of school? That's impossible. Mitsuha didn't answer Kyosuke's question. Instead, she shot up from her seat, slamming her hands on the table. I really did just give a speech as the freshman representative at the entrance ceremony today. That can't be. You've been at that school for ages. I even attended classes in your body. Can you explain what you mean by swapping bodies? Mitsuha's mind was spinning. What was going on? Why was this happening? Mechanically, she answered Kyosuke's question. We swap bodies in our dreams. My consciousness enters your body, and yours enters mine. We live each other's lives. That kind of thing. Is it really possible? Though Kyosuke acted skeptical, he believed Mitsuha almost immediately. After all, as the protagonist, he had to have some special traits, right? If what you're saying is true. Of course it's true. Why would I come all the way to Tokyo just to lie to you? Alright. Let's say we swapped bodies. But according to you, you've been at Higashi for a long time. Could it be that the me who swapped bodies with you is from the future? That's why I don't remember anything now. How is that possible? If body swapping can happen, a little time travel isn't that far-fetched. Haha, I guess you're right. As they talked, Mitsuha's mood lightened a bit. After all, the person in front of her was someone she knew well. Even if he didn't remember, the familiarity was still there. Excuse me, here's your order. The owner of the restaurant, Matsuyama, and his wife arrived with their trays. The beef set meal was the main dish. Kyosuke's portion included a large serving of beef rice, slow-cooked beef slices arranged like a volcano, topped with a secret sauce and 3 egg yolks. There was also a generous portion of seared beef, thinly sliced and sprinkled with sea salt, and a big bowl of vegetable soup. Mitsuha's meal was the same, but in a smaller portion. The tray also held her ice cream, cake, grilled fish, and iced coffee, with plenty of space to spare. Kyosuke's special edition, however, was so large that it took 2 trays to carry everything. Kyosuke, you're out of school now? Yeah, I'm here to trouble you again, Matsuyama-san. No trouble at all. Seeing you enjoy my cooking so much makes me happy. I'll leave you to it. With that, Matsuyama left. Why didn't I know you could eat so much? Mitsuha stared at Kyosuke's massive meal, which took up 3/5 of the table, her earlier questions momentarily forgotten. How would I know? You're the one who's swapped bodies with me, not the other way around. I need to eat this much to keep up with my body's demands. Honestly, I feel bad for my future self. He's probably starving every time we swap. That's not possible. If I'm using your body, I'd feel hungry too. I'm not an idiot. Mitsuha now understood why Kyosuke had asked if she'd ordered enough food earlier. He was genuinely concerned she wouldn't have enough. So, it's pretty much confirmed. We swapped bodies, but it was the future me and the you from a few weeks ago? Not a few weeks ago. How long was it? Mitsuha's voice trailed off. What was going on? Why couldn't she remember something so vivid? She quickly pulled out her phone, where Kyosuke had left diary entries. Look, these are the diaries you left on my phone. We agreed to record everything that happened each day so the other wouldn't mess things up when we swapped. We even made body swapping rules. Here, look. She unlocked her phone and opened the memo app. The blue diary entries turned into garbled text, then rolled to the edges of the screen and disappeared. What's happening? The diaries are vanishing. Look. Mitsuha shoved the phone in Kyosuke's face, desperate for him to see the evidence before it disappeared completely. Mitsuha, there's nothing there anymore. What? How? Mitsuha slumped back in her chair, the chocolate she'd been eating now tasting bitter. If body swapping can happen, a phone glitch isn't that big a deal, right? Besides, you still remember. You can just tell me everything. Kyosuke said, trying to comfort her. Right. Let me tell you about the first time we swapped. That night. What's going on? A wave of emptiness washed over Mitsuha, and tears streamed down her face. Why are all my memories of Kyosuke disappearing? Mitsuha, what's wrong? Seeing the girl across from him suddenly break down, her face pale, Kyosuke quickly moved to sit beside her, gently patting her shoulder. Kyosuke. I can't remember anything. All my memories of you are gone. Mitsuha threw herself into Kyosuke's arms, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Mitsuha, calm down. Listen to me. Mitsuha looked up, her hair no longer tied with her cord sticking to her tear-streaked face. She looked heartbreakingly beautiful. Kyosuke scrambled to think of something to say. Have you heard of the grandfather paradox? What's that? Seeing that Mitsuha's attention had shifted slightly, Kyosuke continued. The grandfather paradox is when someone goes back in time and kills their grandfather before their father is born. But that creates a contradiction. If you kill your grandfather, your father wouldn't be born, and neither would you. So who killed your grandfather? Good, Mitsuha had stopped crying. If the me who swapped bodies with you is from the future, and you tell me what's going to happen, will the future still play out the way you remember? That makes sense. But why did my memories disappear? Ah, right. Temporal correction force. Kyosuke blurted out. Temporal correction force? Exactly. To ensure that the future you and I meet correctly, your memories were erased. Kyosuke spoke with conviction, feeling more and more like Yamauchi Sakura with her wild theories. Had he been infected by her? But even if the future Kyosuke meets me like before, my memories won't come back, right? Kyosuke's mind raced. What kind of plot was this? How was he supposed to explain this? Like you said, we'll write diaries when we swap bodies. I'll show you my diary and tell you everything that happened. By then, the timeline will have closed the loop, and my memories won't disappear. Maybe you'll even remember everything on your own. That's the only way. You have to write everything down carefully. Don't be like before. Mitsuha's voice trailed off again, unable to recall what she meant. Let's eat. Your ice cream is melting. Kyosuke said, quickly changing the subject. Ah, my ice cream. Mitsuha exclaimed, diving into her dessert. The two ate in silence, each lost in their thoughts. You really ate all that? Kyosuke, are you a pig? Mitsuha stared in awe as Kyosuke finished his enormous meal, her eyes drifting to his stomach. If she'd known, she would have eaten more sweets when they swapped. I do kendo training every day. It burns a lot of calories. Kyosuke said defensively. Oh no, I need to get to the station. The last train home is almost here. Mitsuha, who had been admiring the restaurant's decor, suddenly noticed the clock on the wall and jumped up. Ow! She immediately sat back down, her feet already sore from walking all day now throbbing with pain. Maybe you should stay the night? Seeing Mitsuha wince, Kyosuke suggested. No way. What are you, some kind of pervert? Mitsuha's face turned red as she glared at him. Me? You don't even remember, do you? I just know. I didn't even think before saying that, so you must have done something bad. Alright. Kyosuke didn't argue. Future me, I condemn you. You get the benefits, and I get the blame. Come on, I'll carry you to the station. This time, Mitsuha didn't refuse. She just lowered her head, her cheeks and ears turning bright red. Don't squirm. Mitsuha whispered. Kyosuke easily lifted Mitsuha in a princess carry, carefully navigating the restaurant's obstacles as he carried her out. Her cheek pressed against Kyosuke's firm chest, Mitsuha's face flushed. This is so different from when we swapped bodies. She thought, fragments of memories surfacing. There were images of her in Kyosuke's body admiring his muscles in the mirror, striking poses. Are you okay? Kyosuke noticed Mitsuha's face was burning against his chest. Shut up. Watch where you're going. Mitsuha snapped, then couldn't resist lightly touching Kyosuke's abs with her free hand. Next time we swap, I'm going to touch them as much as I want. She thought. Kyosuke wasn't faring much better. His hands were holding Mitsuha's thighs, her smooth skin and soft curves providing an unparalleled sensation. Both of them blushing, they made their way to the subway station. At Sendagi Station, Kyosuke carried Mitsuha into the train car. Fortunately, the rush hour was over, and they found 2 empty seats. You can leave me here. Seeing Kyosuke wasn't getting off, Mitsuha said. It's not far. I'm not comfortable leaving you like this. Then. Thank you. Mitsuha carefully rested her head on Kyosuke's shoulder. If you're tired, you can sleep. I'll wake you when we get there. Do you think we'll meet again? Mitsuha murmured, her eyes closed. What are you talking about? I'll come visit you this weekend. You're in Itamari, right? In Hida City? Mitsuha had mentioned it earlier. Yeah. It's not much, but Itamari has beautiful scenery. I'll treat you to Hida beef. Hearing Kyosuke's words, Mitsuha perked up, her low voice excitedly describing her hometown's specialties. Are you sure your feet are okay? Should I take you all the way home? At the station, Kyosuke watched Mitsuha limp and asked worriedly. Taking me home is too much. Who'd bring you home? Mitsuo blushed, though Kyosuke wasn't sure why. I asked a volunteer from the shrine to pick me up. Don't worry. Alright. Message me when you get home. Kyosuke waved his phone. They already exchanged contact information. Mitsuo hugged her phone tightly. She'd already tested it worked. This time, she wouldn't lose him. Oh, and don't forget to watch the comet on Thursday night. What's so special about that? You have to. I'll watch it with you from Itamari. I'll even pray for you at the festival. Mitsuo put her hands on her hips, speaking seriously. Alright. I'll watch it. Then. Goodbye. Bye. With a satisfied smile, Mitsuo boarded the train. Before the doors closed, she waved her phone at Kyosuke, promising to call later. Chapter 21, 21 Collective Amnesia, is that it? Hojo Kyosuke returned to his apartment from the train station and froze the moment he opened the door. Weird. Why did I get home so late? I barely have enough time for kendo practice today. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. He quickly took off his school uniform, changed into shorts and a tank top, and stepped out onto the balcony to practice his cuts. Since he lived in an apartment, he avoided any footwork-heavy techniques. The next morning, Hojo Kyosuke jogged to school with his sword bag slung over his back. Phew, made it. At least I'm not late. He had missed his usual train and had no choice but to run to school. Thankfully, his apartment was only 2 stations away. Hey, what's in that bag? 2 senior students tasked with monitoring school discipline stood at the entrance, their sleeves rolled up, looking intimidating. One of them pointed at his bag. It's a shinai. Kyosuke said as he unzipped the bag to show them. Why are you bringing a shinai to school? He hesitated. He was about to explain that he was in the kendo club, but then he noticed that one of the seniors was also holding a shinai. Not wanting to create an awkward situation, he quickly improvised. I want to join the kendo club, so. Kyosuke trailed off. If it were Sakura, she'd probably come up with some ridiculous but convincing excuse on the spot. He found himself missing her quick wit. Luckily, the senior with the shinai stepped in to help. Hey, kid, good choice. The kendo club is the strongest club in Higashi High. If you join, you'll be my junior. Akashi, give it a rest. Do you ever stop talking about kendo? Remember my name Akashi Takumi. If you make it into the club, I'll look out for you. Now, get going. Kyosuke thanked the enthusiastic senior before dashing inside. He had decided to carry his shinai with him because something about this school felt off. It was known for its exceptional academic achievements, yet there was an unusual amount of delinquency. First, there were no strict hairstyle rules. Yesterday, his class had openly featured a student with spiky yellow hair, another with a purple pompadour, and a third with a brown bun. He knew people could have wild hair colors, but seeing such extravagant styles in a prestigious school was a first. During introductions, 5 students even boldly declared themselves delinquents and called themselves the Higashi Five. Even stranger, the teacher didn't seem to care. From classroom chatter, Kyosuke also learned that actual delinquent gangs operated within the school. But what really convinced him that something was up was the girl he had spotted at the entrance on the first day. Tokyo Revengers, Takabana Hinata, supporting character, where there's a famous name, there's trouble. Kyosuke was absolutely certain of this. That's why he decided to keep his shinai on hand at all times. His kendo skills made up 90% of his combat ability, and while he could use any stick-like weapon, carrying a shinai was just more convenient. Jogging into the classroom, he barely made it before the morning bell rang. New school, same old seating arrangement right by the window, classic protagonist spot. As he casually flipped through an English book, Kyosuke observed his classmates. The guy in front of him had the spiky yellow hair from before. His name was Hanagaki Takamiki. Oddly enough, despite his ridiculous hair, he ranked in the top 10 of their entrance exams. Maybe he was just a middle schooler with dreams of becoming a delinquent leader? To his right was another blonde, but with neater, shorter hair. He wore glasses and had a sharp look in his eyes. That was Kisaki Teta, the second-ranked student in their grade, currently engrossed in his English textbook. Oh, and there were 2 familiar faces in the class, Shimada Kazuki and Ishita Shoya. Kyosuke wasn't surprised they got into Higashi. Kazuki had always been a top student, while Shoya, after experiencing severe bullying, had thrown himself into his studies with relentless determination. The first period began, and since he was still new, Kyosuke decided to sit through the lecture instead of napping, even though he had already studied the material on his own. Then, suddenly, a loud yell interrupted the class. Hanagaki Takamiki, the guy sitting in front of him, shot to his feet, shouting. And then, he froze. Hanagaki, are you okay? Do you need to go to the nurse's office? The math teacher, Noticing his pale face and sweat-drenched forehead, set aside any thoughts of scolding him for disrupting the lesson. Takemiki didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hands and stared at them in disbelief. Didn't I get pushed onto the tracks? Why am I here? This is my middle school classroom? Does that mean behind me is the sword demon Hojo Kyajuk? At that moment, a message popped into Kyajuk's mind, detected an anomaly in the timeline. Correction applied. Unbeknownst to Kyajuk, the moment that message appeared, every trace of Takemiki's future memories vanished just like the disappearing diary logs in your name. All that remained in Takemiki's mind was a single thought: I have to follow Hojo Kyajuk. I must save Takabana Hinata. Hanagaki? What's going on? The math teacher raised his voice, trying to get Takemiki's attention. Huh? Why am I standing? It was as if he had suddenly woken from a dream. Sorry, sir. I just felt a little unwell. Are you sure you don't need to visit the nurse's office? The teacher still looked concerned. After all, Takemiki was a top student. No, I'm fine now. Alright, let's continue. As the lesson resumed, a few of Takemiki's friends from the Higashi Five glanced at him with concern. But Takemiki was preoccupied with his own thoughts. Why do I suddenly feel the need to follow that nerd Kyajuk? Even though he was smart himself, Takemiki had always despised straight-A students, thinking they were all boring bookworms. That was why he and his friends dyed their hair and decided to become delinquents in middle school. I should be the boss, not the follower. And Kisaki Teta, too. I should recruit them both to do my homework. Maybe I should take over the gang. If I have my own followers now, I can't stay as second in command. And who the hell is Takabana Hinata? Why do I feel like I need to save her? Brushing the thought aside, Takemiki went back to daydreaming about his future as a delinquent leader. Meanwhile, Kyajuk paid no mind to the incident. Instead, he was pondering the strange missed call on his phone. The call had come from Hida City, Itamari, lasting only 1 second before disconnecting. After racking his brain, he couldn't think of anyone who would call him from there. Probably just a spam call. He muttered, putting it out of his mind. Chapter 22, The Higashi 5. Hey, Hojo Kyajuk, how about becoming my underling? After class, Hanagaki Takemiki turned to Kyajuk and asked casually. Huh? What? Someone suddenly wants me to be their underling? Kyajuk was completely confused, a big question mark popping up in his mind. He wanted to ask Yamauchi Sakura for help because only she might understand this absurd statement. The noise from Hanagaki Takemiki caught the attention of the other students in the back row. Ishita Shoya and Shimada Kazuki overheard, turning their heads away in sympathy, already knowing a new victim was about to emerge. Hanagaki Takemiki was incredible. Not only had he provoked that demon, but now he was trying to recruit him as his little brother. When Ishita Shoya noticed the sword bag leaning against the wall, he remembered something he'd heard during the break. I heard that Hojo has been practicing kendo over the break and even received a certificate for the Hokushinakairu, an ancient kendo style. This demon was getting stronger, Ishita Shoya thought, shivering in fear. Who knew how hopeless he felt when he saw Kyajuk's name on a class roster? It solidified his resolve to avoid any contact with Kyajuk in middle school. Run, Hanagaki Takemiki. Run. Unaware of Ishita Shoya's inner turmoil, Hanagaki Takemiki thought Kyajuk must be overjoyed, as if something great had fallen from the sky, and continued speaking boldly. So, how about it? If you become our underling in the Higashi 5, no one will bully you anymore. Yeah, Takemiki's cousin is the leader of Shibuya 3rd Junior High and a member of Kendo Manji. Soon, the entire Higashi will be under our control. Just then, Atsushi Sendo came over, not entirely sure what Hanagaki Takemiki was up to but still supporting his good friend. Before Kyajuk could say anything, Kisaki Teta suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at, kid? Are you looking down on us? The other 3 members of the Higashi 5 gathered around, with Suzuki Makoto, the only one with black hair, speaking up. No, how could I look down on the Higashi 5? Kisaki Teta quickly waved his hands, but when he mentioned the Higashi 5, he couldn't help but laugh again. You little brat, you say you don't look down on us, but what were you laughing at? I remembered something funny. What's so funny, kid? If you don't say, you're dead. Yamajashi Kazushi, who was weak but spoke with a cocky attitude, threatened. Kisaki Teta, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, pushed up his glasses. What makes me happy is that you, Higashi 5, will soon have the chance to make a name for yourselves in Higashi. Before anyone could respond, the classroom door suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. A group of older students, clearly from higher grades, walked in. The leader had a spiky hairstyle, one that wasn't like Ishita Shoya's natural spikes, but rather a set of sharp spikes that looked like they could be used to screw in bolts. I heard someone say that Higashi is their turf. His voice had a sharp, clicking sound as he spoke. He lowered his head, glaring fiercely at Hanagaki Takemiki and the others. Despite talking big earlier, Hanagaki Takemiki and his group were just beginning to learn how to act tough. Now, being yelled at by actual delinquents, they revealed their true colors. Atsushi Sendo and the others couldn't speak, frozen in fear. I'm Tsuzuki Ryo, a second-year student. Remember this, there's only one boss in Higashi, and that's the rampaging angel from the Kendo Club, the one who rules over the entire Bunkyo district. Tsuzuki Ryo stepped forward and slapped Hanagaki Takemiki's face lightly. Since you're first-year students, I won't hold it against you this time, but you better watch yourselves from now on. Got it? The Higashi 5 whispered in response. Didn't he eat lunch or something? We don't speak like that in Higashi, get some spirit. Tsuzuki Ryo shouted, and several second years behind him joined in, scolding as well. Heard you loud and clear. The 5 of them replied in unison, standing at attention, bowing 90 degrees, and shouting loudly. Let's go. Satisfied with their response, Tsuzuki Ryo led the group out. Phew, we're saved. Hanagaki Takemiki exhaled, his body slumping in relief as soon as the older students left. Is this the real Takemiki gang? I thought I was about to die. Yamato Kazushi muttered. Yeah, when that upperclassman stared at me, I couldn't even speak. Hanagaki Takemiki wiped away the cold sweat, still shaken. You saw those upperclassmen coming, didn't you? Atsushi Sendo glanced at Kisaki Teta, who had been practically invisible the whole time. Yeah, didn't you say you were going to turn Higashi into your turf? Well, the strongest kendo club in Higashi just walked right in. Shouldn't you be happy? Kisaki Teta smiled, his expression still as unsettling as ever. Forget it, let's go, Atsushi. I need to use the restroom. Hanagaki Takemiki looked at Kisaki Teta's smile and felt like he was being targeted by a venomous snake. Once the Higashi 5 had left, Kisaki Teta turned to speak to Kyuk. Hojo, you didn't seem scared at all when those upperclassmen came in. Why is that? You weren't scared either, were you? Now that he was in middle school, Kyajuk didn't plan to be as friendless as he was in elementary school. Shoko and Noka went to Okanamazu girls' school, and Sakura went to a fancy school for young ladies. And, he planned to join 2 clubs, first, the Kendo Club, so he could carry a shinai legally. Therefore, he was actually quite happy when a second-year student like Kisaki Teta spoke to him. I wasn't scared because I knew the upperclassmen wouldn't cause any trouble, but Hojo, you're not like that, right? What do you mean? Maybe I was just pretending to be calm, but inside, I was shaking like a leaf? Kyajuk asked curiously, wondering what Kisaki was getting at. You brought your shinai to school on the second day, did you join the Kendo Club yet? Or maybe you've been training in Kendo before. And when you faced those intimidating upperclassmen, you weren't scared because you trust your Kendo skills can handle them, right? Kisaki Teta finished his line of reasoning in one breath. Is this what all the smart people are like? Kyajuk widened his eyes. He still didn't quite feel like a good student. Before, he relied on the benefits of his past life, and after receiving rewards, he was just hanging by the sidelines. I'm just good at observing, so, what do you think about Hanagaki Takemiki's suggestion? Kisaki Teta asked. What suggestion? Joining their 5-man group? No, I mean dominating Higashi. Kisaki Teta finally revealed his true intentions, excited to have found such a promising candidate, someone with both brains and brawn. Back in elementary school, he had been in a tutoring class with a girl named Takagane Hinata. He liked her, but she had ended up liking Hanagaki Takemiki, who aspired to become the top delinquent in Japan. Determined to win her back, Kisaki had resolved to become the most powerful student. He didn't have the physical strength to be a delinquent, but he was great at finding strong leaders. Now, he had found a perfect candidate for that role. He believed that with his intelligence, he could help Kyajuk rise to the top of the school, while he worked in the shadows as the true mastermind. Chapter 23, Kisaki Teta's path to becoming underling. What on earth are kids today thinking? Why do so many of them, even those with good grades, want to be troublemakers? Kyajuk couldn't understand it. He'd never been involved in the school club culture, so he really couldn't wrap his head around these people's train of thought. Even someone like Hanagaki Takemiki has dreams of ruling Higashi. Don't you feel even a little tempted, Hojo-kun? Kisaki Teta's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued. With your strength and my brains, we could easily dominate Higashi. All we need to do is defeat the 2 kendo clubs in Shinjuku, then take down Kendo Manji, the judo club in Shibuya, and we'll control the entire center of Tokyo. From there, we can move on to Setagaya and Meguro districts. Before long, we We'll take over all of Tokyo and become the strongest Take-Miki gang. Sounds awesome, right? Kisaki Tera's passion was almost contagious, but Kyajuk didn't seem to care. Yawn. Kyajuk let out a yawn. It wasn't surprising, this was just another case of neon-colored teenage delusions. This felt like a child's game to him. Not interested at all. I'm a little tired. Let's talk some other time. And with that, he slumped over onto his desk, closing his eyes to sleep. He'd stayed up late last night catching up on some practice, and now he planned to rest during the next class. Kisaki Tera stared in disbelief. He hadn't expected his big, tempting pitch to end up putting Kyajuk to sleep. Was it his fault? No, how could a middle schooler resist the idea of ruling Tokyo? It had to be something wrong with this guy. Looks like he'd need to rethink his approach. Watching Kyajuk quickly fall asleep on his desk, Kisaki thought hard about his next move. The afternoon passed by quickly, with Kyajuk either sleeping through science classes or zoning out during the humanities ones. Soon, school let out, and with it came the start of the club recruitment period, making the entire school buzz with activity. Kyajuk stuck his hands in his pockets, scanning the area in search of the Kendo Club's recruitment booth. Kisaki Tera followed closely behind, saying he would accompany him no matter which club he joined. Kisaki, do you know where the Kendo Club's recruitment booth is? Kyajuk asked after looking around for a while and not seeing anything. Higashi's Kendo Club doesn't have a recruitment booth. It's the school's flagship club, so they never need to recruit. The school doesn't force them to set up a booth. If you want to join, you have to go straight to their dojo. Kisaki Tera explained. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you might want to check out some other interesting clubs. Kisaki Tera had actually been doing this on purpose. He wanted to build up an image of being reliable in Kyajuk's mind, so that eventually, Hojo would trust him and let him make all his decisions. I don't have time for other clubs. One Kendo club is enough. Also, are you sure you want to join? It's pretty tough. Kyajuk glanced at Kisaki's somewhat frail body. I'll stick with it. Kisaki replied with a gentle smile. He'd reflected on his earlier approach and decided to change his smile to something less off-putting. Do you know the way to the dojo? Kyajuk asked. Of course, follow me. Impressive, Kisaki. Very reliable. Kyajuk remarked. It felt good to have someone so knowledgeable around, and he didn't care what Kisaki's plans were. As long as he had a sword, he felt confident that he could solve any problems. The Kendo dojo was huge, almost as big as the gym at Watergate Elementary. Wow, Higashi's Kendo club really has a massive dojo. Kyajuk said, impressed. Here, he could practice without worrying about anyone coming down to cause trouble. That's because the dojo is shared by both the high school and middle school sections. Kisaki Tera explained. Got it. At that moment, a loud voice called out to them from across the room. Hey, kid, you've arrived. Kyajuk turned to see Akashi Takemi, the senior he'd met at the school gate that morning. Hello, senior. You'd better do well in the test. I already told the captain that we've got a new student who loves kendo. Don't embarrass me. By the way, what's your name? Hojo Kyajuk. Akashi Takemi was really enthusiastic, and Kyajuk couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Let's go. The test is over there. After I talk you up, the captain decided to personally oversee your test. With that, Akashi Takemi grabbed Kyajuk by the arm and led him toward a group of people standing around in a circle. In the middle, two people were sparring. That's our captain, Maki Hojo. Akashi Takemi gestured toward the taller, more imposing figure in the ring. Kyajuk followed his gaze. The man was wearing a pompadour hairstyle, looking every bit the intimidating presence. He must have been at least 6'3", towering over his sparring partner, who already looked imposing. Kyajuk couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure. Was this really the build of a middle schooler? Maki Hojo, second year at Higashi High, drives a red Guren Z2, and pretty much everyone in Tokyo knows him. Unlike other clubs, the high school and middle school kendo clubs are managed together, so Maki Hojo is the captain of the entire kendo club. Kisaki went on, rattling off more information than Kyajuk had expected. Really? His name's the same as mine. But being the boss of Higashi isn't something anyone can just walk into. Kyajuk said. Akashi Takemi shot Kisaki Tera a curious glance. Not yet, but soon enough. Kisaki Tera replied, adjusting his glasses with a thoughtful look. He had a plan to get Kyajuk to the top. Meanwhile, the sparring match had ended, and the captain gestured for them to come forward. Let's go. The captain wants to see you now. Are you the new student Takemi was talking about? Maki Hojo asked, slapping Kyajuk on the shoulder. Yes, I'm Hojo Kyajuk. Thank you, senior, but I'm just a regular kendo enthusiast. Well, Let's see how good you are. Come on, let's have a match. Maki Hojo said with a grin, slapping Kyajuk on the shoulder again. Soon, Kyajuk was geared up in full kendo armor and standing in the center of the circle. He was just 13, still growing, and though he trained hard and earned a certification, his height barely hit 5 feet 7 inches. Standing in front of Maki Hojo, he immediately felt the pressure. Focus, kid. Put all your energy into it. Maki Hojo shouted. Yes. Kyajuk replied, though he remained perfectly still. In the dojo, he was used to waiting for his opponent to make the first move. It wasn't out of arrogance, it was because, if he attacked first, his seniors wouldn't even get a chance to respond. It was a habit he hadn't shaken. Okashi Takemi's thoughts were a different story. This kid is ignoring the captain? He's asking for trouble. If it weren't for the rules, I'm sure the others would be yelling by now. Meanwhile, Kisaki Teta felt a sense of pride. This is it. I knew Hojo Kyajuk was the right choice. Even Maki Hojo can't intimidate him. Chapter 24, 24 Kendo Club, The Rampaging Angel, Higashi Heroes Ha. Seeing the newcomer stand still, Maki Hojo didn't want to wait any longer. He decided to end the spar with a single strike. He swung his sword directly at Kyajuk with pure strength, no frills, just raw power crushing down. Facing this fierce blow, Kyajuk wasn't in the least bit panicked. In fact, he had the time to think, this is nothing. It doesn't even compare to Sensei's moves. As Maki Hojo's sword descended, Kyajuk moved. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of sword techniques honed through countless hours of practice. Slash. Pa. 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 The first sound was the clash of Maki Hojo's bamboo sword being blocked. The second was the sound of Kyajuk striking Maki's arm. The third sound was the bamboo sword dropping to the floor. Silence. Even though the room was packed with people, at that moment, there wasn't a sound to be heard. If anything, it was a sound of people gasping. The members of the Kendo Club stared at the sight before them in disbelief. Their esteemed leader, Maki Hojo, the Higashi hero, had been disarmed in one move. They wanted to shout, but their voices stuck in their throats. Did I go too far? Seeing Maki Hojo clutching his wrist in disbelief, Kyajuk wasn't sure whether he should apologize or not. Impressive. It's been a long time since I've seen such a clean, decisive strike. Breaking the silence, Maki Hojo took off his mask and began clapping. The reason he was called a hero wasn't just because of his unmatched strength, but also due to his immense composure. Despite being easily defeated, he wasn't angry. Instead, he applauded Kyaju's skill. The members, still in shock, eventually joined in the applause. Some even whispered their admiration. Didn't expect the kid to be this good. That strike from the boss isn't something anyone can block. If it were me, my bamboo sword would have been knocked out of my hands right away, let alone the follow-up blow. Okashi Takemi clapped enthusiastically and turned to Kisaki Teta. He's something else, isn't he? Kisaki Teta didn't respond immediately. Instead, he gave a sly grin and stepped forward, raising his voice. Maki Hojo, after being defeated by a newcomer, do you still have the right to be the boss of the Kendo Club? Hey, what the hell are you doing? Okashi Takemi quickly grabbed Kisaki Teta, trying to cover his mouth. The others around them stood up, their expressions fierce, ready to tear apart the guy who had just insulted their boss. Takemi, let him speak. Maki Hojo waved his hand, signaling everyone between him and Kisaki Teta to step aside. Kisaki, shut up. Hojo Kyajuk muttered. I don't even know that guy. Hojo Kyajuk felt a headache coming on. This guy's starting trouble again. Ha ha ha, it's fine, Hojo-kun. It's been a while since I tasted defeat. I want to hear what he has to say. Maki Hojo said, laughing as he clapped Kyajuk on the shoulder. Isn't that right? In kendo and everything else, the strongest rule. Since you've lost to Hojo-kun, it's time to step down and let someone else take over. Kisaki Teta stepped closer, making sure to look Maki Hojo in the eye as he spoke with an air of superiority. Ha 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 ha, it's been a long time since I've seen such a bold little brat. Maki Hojo laughed. Wait, I never said I wanted to be the boss of the Kendo Club or take over Higashi. Kyajuk quickly interjected. Maki-senpai, this is all Kisaki's idea. It's fine. Maki replied, grinning. He's right. To lead, you have to be able to win. If you can beat me, then the entire Higashi Kendo Club is yours. His words sent the crowd into an uproar. Boss, I'm not going to acknowledge this kid who just popped up out of nowhere. Boss, shouldn't we wait for Onizuka Ecchi and Hanmaruji to come back before making a decision? Boss, don't do it. You want to challenge the boss? You'll have to get through me first. Enough. Maki Hojo shouted, waving his hand to silence everyone. When did you all start questioning my decisions? Ryo, Stop crying. You're embarrassing yourself. Come help me take off this armor. Suzuki Ryo, the one who had just been crying and begging to boss not to do this, quickly wiped his tears and ran over to help. Meanwhile, Kyajuk, realizing the situation, saw Kisaki Teta quickly scurry up to him. Kisaki understood the delinquent culture well, and Kyajuk realized this was all part of his scheme. Hey, what's going on? Why are we taking off the armor? Are we done now? Kyajuk asked, looking at Kisaki Teta while being forced to lift his arm for him to help with the gear. In the world of delinquents, there's no such thing as protective gear. Now it's real combat. Kisaki Teta whispered with excitement. Kyajuk could feel a pang of frustration. He had just wanted to join a kendo club, carry his bamboo sword legally in school. He never expected it to escalate into something this chaotic. Damn you, Kisaki Teta. Wait. Kyajuk shouted. Maki Hojo, I never agreed to fight you, nor do I want to be the leader of Higashi. I'm not even a member of the kendo club. Maki Hojo paused, then laughed out loud. Hojo-kun, do you know why I joined the kendo club? Does it even matter? I don't care. I need to go study. Kyajuk replied, tired of the situation. Can you at least hear me out before making a decision? You can leave any time after, but I need you to hear me out first. Maki Hojo had already removed his heavy armor and sat down, looking at Kyajuk seriously. Fine. But no matter what you say, I'm not joining your kendo club. It's not my thing. By the way, I'm the top scorer in the entrance exams. My hobby is studying, not fighting. Maki Hojo grinned. Don't underestimate delinquents. Alright. If that's what you're trying to say, I'm sorry. I'm sure you understand my urge to get back to studying. Kyajuk said, feeling exasperated. Why did I ever think joining a kendo club would be simple? Kyajuk sighed inwardly. Chapter 25, The dual young people need to learn to stay calm. Being too impatient is something no girl likes, right, Deku? Maki Hojo, after sitting down, seemed like a different person, now engaging in casual conversation. Among the crowd, the notably tall Deku Kanbara scratched his head after being called out. He was the one who rushed to confess to a girl on the first day of school, only to be rejected. The girl screamed, and this incident became a joke among his friends ever since. Boss, please don't bring that up. Deku grumbled. Ha, Hojo-kun, I love Tokyo. I didn't join the kendo club to dominate the world. I just love this place and these people. I love Tokyo, I love my friends, which is why I joined here. We just genuinely love motorcycles and enjoy the feeling of riding down the silver streets. It's a moment when it feels like the whole world is ours. Haven't you ever dreamed of freely cruising through the city on a bike in the dead of night? Odaiba, Ginza, Asakusa, Nishikicho, following Route 246 from Futomatagawa to Shibuya. With the engine roaring, the rush of wind in your face, and the rumble echoing through the silent night? For me, it was always about sharing this joy with my friends, just cruising through Tokyo's quiet night. That's why I formed the Rampaging Angels. It's worth noting that in this version of Japan, you can legally ride a motorcycle as soon as you turn 13. King of Speed. Boss, I'll always follow behind your Red Lotus Z2's tail light. Tokyo's fastest. The undefeated legend. As Maki Hojo spoke, the delinquents around him began howling excitedly. Ha, anyway, let's go for a ride tonight. Hearing his friends' voices, Maki Hojo laughed heartily. So, what do you think? Hojo-kun, after hearing all that, do you have a slightly better opinion of delinquents or the Rampaging Angel? Hojo Kyajuk, hearing Maki Hojo's words, felt like he was already on a bike. The girl behind him clung tightly to him as they sped through the neon-lit streets of Shibuya, the engine roaring in the quiet night as they tightened the throttle along Kanagawa's empty asphalt road. It almost felt kind of nice. But still, even if I'm not in a Rampaging Angel, I can still take my girlfriend out for a ride. Hojo Kyajuk said. Eh? Maki Hojo blinked, surprised. He hadn't mentioned girls at all. Isn't riding with friends what makes it fun? But if you're with your girlfriend, you won't have all these friends around you, huh? He tried to persuade him again. Wait a second, are you saying that if I become the boss, I can have all your subordinates at my command? Hojo Kyajuk had caught on. Although the people around him seemed a bit foolish, if he could have so many followers, his life at the academy would certainly become much easier, right? They're friends, not subordinates. Maki Hojo almost said it, but seeing that the boy opposite him was beginning to show interest in taking his position, he looked at his friends and gave Hojo Kyajuk a heavy nod. Exactly. That's right. This was a great deal. Lazy Hojo Kyajuk's heart raced with excitement. Now, he wouldn't even have to stand in line for lunch. Then let's do it. Not just you, but anyone in Higashi who doesn't recognize me, come at me. Standing up, Hojo looked around, raised his bamboo sword, and pointed it toward Maki Hojo. He needed to show his future adorable subordinates his strength to win them over completely. His words caused a stir among the delinquents, and soon some of them shouted angrily, ready to charge. Ha ha ha, you're the man who made me lose once. But take a break, everyone. Wait until I actually lose, then you can come up. I'm the hero of Higashi, I don't need those dirty tricks. Maki Hojo also stood up. Kisaki, hand me the bamboo sword I brought. It's one I'm used to, stronger than the usual kind. That's okay, right? Hojo looked at the opponent. I was planning to use a wooden sword anyway. The bamboo sword feels too restrictive. Ryao? Where's my wooden sword? It's coming, it's coming. Suzuki Ryao, who had been missing until now, jogged over, holding a wooden sword in the shape of a wild katana. This is my weapon. It doesn't matter who the enemy is, I'm sticking with it. That's okay, right? Maki Hojo laughed and echoed Hojo words. Well then, let's do this. Hojo face turned serious, his eyes sharp as he stared at Maki Hojo. There was no way he could take this lightly. Although he had knocked Maki Hojo's sword away in one move, they both knew that practice matches didn't count. Maki Hojo had been holding back, trying to teach the younger ones a lesson and hadn't used a proper weapon. Wait a second, Deku, clear the area. Maki Hojo called out. Upon hearing the command, Deku Kanbara stood up and kicked a few people in the rear. Hey, get those who aren't in the kendo club or rampaging angels out of here. Although everyone at Higashi, including the principal, knew about the rampaging angels, they still respected the unspoken rules of delinquents and kept ordinary people out of it. With the non-relevant people removed, the delinquents once again surrounded the area, but this time they stood, creating a much more imposing atmosphere. Anyone with a bit of a weak heart would surrender just from the pressure of being stared at by so many intense eyes. Rampaging Angel's boss, Maki Hojo, here. Maki Hojo raised his sword and yelled out in a commanding tone. Hokushinatru's Hojo here. Hojo stood in the middle stance, announcing his school. Kyajuke's words caused quite a stir. Kendo practitioners were highly protective of their school names, and you could only use your school's name if you had permission or had reached a certain level of achievement. So when someone proudly declared their school name, it meant they were an exceptional practitioner, especially someone using the famous Hokushinatru. The Kendo club members began to worry for their leader, wondering if the hero of Higashi would be able to defeat the renowned Hokushinatru master. Fortunately, they didn't know that Hojo wasn't just an ordinary licensed practitioner, he was in fact, the student of the Hokushinatru's head, and he had been trained from a very young age. Maki Hojo wasn't fazed, though. He gave a loud yell and charged toward Hojo with unstoppable momentum, swinging his sword down. Hojo quickly sensed that this strike couldn't be easily blocked. He stepped back, narrowly avoiding it. Maki Hojo's powerful strike slammed into the ground, leaving a dent in the wooden floor. If he weren't careful, he could have left his back open to attack. But because his wooden sword was unusually long, his range was significantly larger. His opponent had to retreat far enough to avoid it, allowing him to unleash such an attack. However, he was facing Hojo. When Maki Hojo's sword came down, he saw Hojo raising his bamboo sword for a thrust. Maki Hojo quickly raised his wooden sword to counter, trying to push Hojo back with a defensive maneuver. He always used this move to force enemies to retreat. What he didn't expect was that this move, which had never failed before, didn't work against Hojo. He didn't know that he was up against Hojo, a direct disciple of the Hokushinatru, known for his northern star hand chopping technique. Kyajuk took a step back, evading the upward thrust of Maki Hojo's wooden sword, and with a sharp swing of his bamboo sword, he sliced down at Maki Hojo's right hand with full force. Cut. Another strike. Boss. How is this possible? The boss was defeated in one move? The invincible sword strike of the boss was so easily broken? Is this the power of a licensed practitioner from Hokushinatru? This kid's a monster. The murmurs from the onlookers didn't faze Maki Hojo, but his right hand could barely hold on to the sword anymore. What kind of monster is this kid? His speed is astonishing, his strength is incredible, but what really frightens him is his swordsmanship. Is he the son of the Hokushinatru's head? He must have been training in swordsmanship since he was a toddler, right? It's impossible for anyone to have such ridiculous strength otherwise. Watching Hojo, who hadn't pressed the attack, Maki Hojo reflected on why he had been defeated. His innate footwork, his clean and decisive strikes, and his ability to anticipate and counterattack, Maki Hojo couldn't think of any way he could win. Chapter 26, The Showdown. Maki-senpai, can we keep going? Hojukiyajuk didn't feel like he'd done anything remarkable, nor did he realize that he had become a monster in the eyes of others. Ever since he had slowly converted his kendo talent into actual strength, he had gotten used to cutting through any opponent with a single strike. Now a kendo master in his own right, Hojukiyajuk could clearly see that his opponent's right hand was completely useless. Out of respect for his senpai, he didn't follow the advice Kisaki Teta had given him before the fight to go all out at any opportunity. Instead, he stepped back and asked with genuine concern, "Are you alright, Maki-senpai?" "Haha, kid, you still have a long way to go." Maki-senpai laughed, his tone as lively as ever, though beads of sweat dotted his forehead from the pain. "Remember, the world of delinquents isn't like a kendo match. You can't stop until you're sure the opponent is no longer able to fight." Maki-senpai switched the wooden sword to his left hand, still smiling through the pain. "In my eyes, you've already lost the ability to fight. I mean, one of your hands is done for, and even if we kept going, I could probably break both your hands in an instant if I wanted to." Hojukiyajuk mentally complained to himself. It was clear now his strength was near unstoppable at this stage. "Well then, I'm going to continue, Maki-senpai. Come at me. Let me see your true potential. Can you really lead Higashi forward? You want to see my potential? You don't even know how much I've been holding back." With that thought, Hojukiyajuk gripped the bamboo sword horizontally at his waist, preparing for a strike. This time, the roles had shifted. Maki-senpai had taken a middle guard stance. When Maki-senpai raised his wooden sword to block, the clash of bamboo against wood was deafening. The force almost knocked the sword from his hands. Hojukiyajuk pressed all his strength into his sword, forcing Maki-senpai to retreat. He knew that with Maki-senpai's left hand weakened and his right hand out of commission, it wouldn't take much to expose a flaw. As expected, Maki-senpai couldn't hold out much longer. His left hand was weak, and his right hand wasn't doing much either. "I can't keep retreating." Maki-senpai gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and pushed with his right hand to deflect Hojukiyaju's sword. He shouted, making a desperate thrust forward. But Hojukiyajuk was ready. He pulled his right foot back and tilted his body slightly backward while raising his sword over his head. "You dodged?" Maki-senpai's thrust missed, and he was about to follow up with a series of attacks, but Hojukiyajuk let out a loud roar. "Ha!" Hojukiyajuk had already seen through Maki-senpai's every move. If Maki-senpai could make 100 different moves, Hojukiyajuk could come up with 1,000 ways to counter. With all his strength, he brought his sword down hard on Maki-senpai's left hand, which had just formed a high guard. The cut was clean and swift. As with all the previous moments, it was a familiar, unstoppable outcome. Maki-senpai couldn't hold onto his sword anymore. It fell with a sharp thud, and the entire area fell silent, like a pin could drop and echo. The members of the Rampaging Angels couldn't believe their eyes. Their leader, the one who had led the group to dominate the Higashi region, had just lost 3 times in a row to a first-year middle schooler. Was this some kind of bizarre comedy? The delinquents rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Their leader's wooden sword was indeed on the ground. Could this be it? Was the Rampaging Angels about to have a new leader? Was this monster going to take over the Kendo Club of Higashi? Looking at the boy in the blue Kendo uniform, standing tall with a face that could easily launch him as an idol, the members of the Rampaging Angels were in turmoil. But Hojukiyajuk didn't pursue the victory. Maki-senpai didn't pick up his sword either. "Well, no surprise there. I've lost," Maki-senpai said with a relieved smile, standing up straight and bowing to Hojukiyajuk. "Thank you for the lesson." "Thank you for the lesson," Hojukiyajuk replied, bowing in return. Despite it being a battle between delinquents, the two had carried themselves as if it were an official kendo match, except the weapons were far more dangerous. Neither of them really considered each other enemies. The real reason for the difference in their performances was simply their disparity in strength. With his almost unbeatable strength, Hojukiyajuk could afford to hold back. If they were on equal footing, he would have finished the fight long ago, after that first strike to Maki-senpai's right hand, knocking him to the ground in a swift victory. "Listen up. I'm announcing it right here, right now. From today onwards, Hojukiyajuk will be the second-generation leader of the Rampaging Angels." Because of the unique nature of the Higashi High School Kendo Club, leadership transitions were always a big deal. Maki-senpai scanned the group before shouting at his followers. Without waiting for a reaction, he turned to Hojukiyajuk. "Now, tell me, will you take the reins of the Rampaging Angels and lead everyone as we ride through the streets?" Maki-senpai's voice was full of raw energy as he stared fiercely at Hojukiyajuk. "I will." Hojukiyajuk answered calmly, his voice carrying a conviction that was hard to ignore. "Will the Rampaging Angels still be the group that rules the entire Mangekyō district and the Kendo clubs of every high school?" "Of course." "Ryao, Where's our flag? The flag was always kept by Onizuka, wasn't it? Suzuki Ryo answered quickly, his voice choked with emotion from Maki-senpai's words. Where is he? Maki-senpai demanded. He and Tanaka Rigi went out for a ride this afternoon, and Onizuka took the flag with him, attaching it to his bike. Damn it. Call him back. How can we do a transfer of power without the flag? Got it, I'll call him now. Hojo, wait a moment. I'll introduce you to some of the members of the group. Maki-senpai said, smiling. Senpai, don't you want to take care of your right hand first? Hojo Kyajuk asked. He had intentionally spared Maki-senpai's left hand earlier, so it hadn't caused serious damage. It's just a small injury, I'll deal with it later. Do you believe I can still ride a motorcycle around the Tokyo Ring Road? I believe it, I believe it. In truth, Hojo Kyajuk felt it was a bit cruel to force the defeated Maki-senpai to hand over control of the very organization he had built from the ground up. He wanted to take a moment before continuing with the transition. Dota, come over here. Maki-senpai waved his hand. This guy is Kanbara Dota. He's a high school student like me and one of the officers of the Rampaging Angels. Hi, I'm Hojo Kyajuk. Hojo Kyajuk said politely. Senpai, I don't accept this. If you really want to hand over the Rampaging Angels to him, I'll quit. I want to keep following you. Kanbara Dota bowed his head, looking as dejected as a kid who'd just been scolded. Are you ignoring the boss's orders? Maki-senpai's voice turned cold. Without the boss, the Rampaging Angels aren't the Rampaging Angels. Data replied stubbornly. Bastard. Maki-senpai snapped, his voice deep and commanding. Maki-senpai, can I say something? Hojo Kyajuk interjected, stopping the heated exchange. Of course, even though the transfer hasn't been completed, you're already the leader of the Rampaging Angels. Maki-senpai replied, not knowing exactly what Hojo Kyajuk was planning but agreeing nonetheless. Thank you. Hojo Kyajuk bowed in thanks, then turned to the group of mournful faces. I'm guessing you all feel the same as Danta, right? No one said a word, as if silently resisting. Hojo Kyajuk raised his bamboo sword and swung it horizontally, pointing it at the crowd. Well then, come at me. Anyone who doesn't want to accept my rule, step up. I'll beat all of you into submission. Just like at the beginning, Hojo Kyajuk was declaring war on the entire Rampaging Angels. Chapter 27, 27 The girls can't do without me this time. Maki Hojo didn't intervene. After all, he was no longer the leader of the Rampaging Angels. Let's see how you pull off this 1 versus 50 feet. He just hoped Hojo Kyajuk would go easy on them. These guys were going to be his subordinates soon enough. Standing on the sidelines along with him was Kisaki Teta. Watching Hojo Kyajuk completely overpower the fully prepared Maki Hojo, he was practically beaming with excitement. Seeing this, Maki Hojo made up his mind he needed to keep an eye on that unsettling guy. He knew from the beginning that Hojo Kyajuk never had any desire to be a delinquent, let alone inherit his position. The only reason things had escalated to this point was because of Kisaki Teta. Sure, Maki had played along to an extent, but if Kisaki hadn't provoked him first, none of this would have happened. That's right, Maki Hojo had already been thinking about stepping down. Now in his second year of high school, academics were piling up, and he had been paying less attention to the gang. Lately, he had noticed the Rampaging Angels changing, and not for the better. The group had originally been formed as a simple riding club for friends. But thanks to their talent, they grew rapidly, and what started as a fun bike crew had transformed into an aggressive gang. He figured that was why Onizuka didn't show up today and instead went for a ride, probably his way of protesting. So when Hojo Kyajuk disarmed him in their first match, showcasing overwhelming strength, Maki immediately had a thought: if it's him, with that kind of power, he could bring the Rampaging Angels back to what they were meant to be. Even knowing that Kisaki was manipulating Hojo Kyajuk, Maki went along with it. And when he saw that Kyajuk had no real interest in leading a gang, he even confessed his true intentions to persuade him. And now, as he watched his defeated subordinates lying on the ground, Maki Hojo couldn't help but feel relieved. Just then, the clubroom door burst open. Boss. Bad news. The Onizuka duo is being attacked by members of Amai Aishu. Suzuki Ryo, whom Maki had sent to contact Ecchi Onizuka, ran in, shouting in panic. What? Amai Aishu must have a death wish. Maki roared in fury. The battered guys on the floor struggled to get up upon hearing this, shouting that they needed to go help. But as soon as they propped themselves up, they collapsed again. Seriously? First day on the job and I already have to get to work? Hojo Kyajuk sighed, but without hesitation, he swiftly secured his bamboo sword into its bag. Maki, can you still ride with that hand? Take me there. Hojo, the initiation ceremony isn't even complete yet. You. Maki hesitated. He worried that forcing Kyajuk into a fight so soon after taking over might make him change his mind about all of this. Quit whining. That Onizuka guy still has a Rampaging Angel's flag, doesn't he? I need him around for the official ceremony. Can't have him getting hurt now. As he slung the sword bag over his shoulder, he thought to himself bringing a bamboo sword to school was definitely the right choice. Boss, let me take Hojo-kun. Your right hand. Suzuki Ryo spoke up, looking first at Hojo Kyajuk in gratitude, then at Maki Hojo with concern. You idiot. I'm not that weak. Bring me my special attack jacket. Hojo Kyajuk now sought Suzuki Ryo for what he was, a glorified errand boy. The way he had stormed into class earlier, Kyajuk had mistaken him for someone important. His name's Suzuki Ryo. Seeing Kyajuk's interest, Maki gave a brief introduction. He's not cut out for this life. He's small, weak, and terrible at fighting. But he's great at studying. Then why is he here? Haha. The first day he met me, he dropped to his knees and begged me to take him in. Said he couldn't stand being bullied anymore. I couldn't just ignore him, so I let him join. I see. Kyajuk was starting to understand Maki Hojo a little better. He really wasn't like the stereotypical delinquent. Maybe he really did just want a group to ride with. There are a lot of guys like him, kids who get bullied and turn delinquent just to avoid being on the receiving end. Lately, though, we've been getting some real bad seeds. Wait, hold on. That's different from what you told me earlier. You scammed me. I don't want to be some disciplinary committee captain. The image popped into Kyajuk's head, leading a bunch of thugs, strutting around like some gang boss, extorting money from elementary school kids. A chill ran down his spine. Relax. Right now, we're just seeing early signs of trouble. The Rampaging Angels are still the same, they just love riding together. We still have a code of honor. But if you don't want it to turn into the kind of gang you hate, you'll need to clean house once you officially take over. That's why I chose you. Maki's gaze turned sharp. This is a scam. You just want me to do all the work. Kyajuk was horrified. His dream of racing through neon-lit Tokyo streets with beautiful girls clinging to him was crumbling before his eyes. What about my dear Sakura? Shaoko? Naka? A vision played out in his mind. Hojo, let's check out that new dessert shop in Shibuya. Sakura, in her adorable sailor uniform, clung to his arm, squeezing close. Can't, got gang stuff to handle. Her soft embrace vanished, and she disappeared. Hojo-kun, let's go to the zoo today. I've been wanting to see pandas for so long. Shoko's hopeful eyes sparkled at him. Can't, some guys in the gang are acting up again. Her smile faded, and she vanished too. Hojo, wanna hit the beach? I got a super sexy swimsuit, Naka whispered in his ear, her breath sending shivers down his spine. Let's G. Before he could finish, a group of faceless delinquents grabbed his legs. Boss. You can't go. We've got troublesome kids' parents showed up looking for you. The vision ended. No way. I refuse to live like this. I'd rather die. Studying is way more peaceful. Kyajuk furiously shook his head and turned to Maki. Maki, I just remembered I have homework to do. And I left my window open. The forecast says rain tonight. I gotta go. You keep your Rampaging Angels Kendo Club or whatever. He made a beeline for the door. Stop right there, you brat. Maki chuckled, half exasperated, half amused. Why do you sound like you're retiring? Just stay in the Rampaging Angels. Kyajuk halted. That was a good point. If Maki stayed, Kyajuk could just sit back, let him handle the mess, and reap the benefits. That was the plan all along. No way. Once you lose, you step down. That's how it works. They had reached Maki's motorcycle. Well, then. Kyajuk smirked. I'll be the boss, you be my second in command. We'll keep everything running just like before. And why would I do that? Because I beat you. And I beat your whole gang. Kyajuk shrugged. It was only fair. If he was stuck with these guys, he might as well make the most of it. Chapter 28, 28 Department. Really? I can't believe you. Maki Hojo said irritably. Upon hearing Maki Hojo's agreement, Kyajuk immediately became excited, and the motorcycle beneath him roared to life. Slow down, slow down. You're going to crash. Kyajuk yelled in terror. Ha ha ha, get ready to see the speed of Tokyo's fastest rider. Maki Hojo chuckled to himself, clearly enjoying Kyaju's panicked reaction. It was a moment of quiet revenge for his cockiness. Now, Kyajuk understood why, even though the Onizuka duo was under attack, Maki Hojo seemed so calm. As the leader of a biker gang, it felt like as long as he was on his motorcycle, he could ride across all of Japan in a day. You like it? This is my bike, the Crimson Lotus Z2. If I ever retire, I'll pass it on to you, but not now. Maki said with a teasing tone. I don't want someone else's used stuff. Kyajuk replied. What are you talking about, kid? This is our tradition. We pass on important things to the next generation of trusted members. It's meaningful. Maki laughed. If it's so meaningful, you keep it. I'll manage with my own bike. Kyajuk shot back. No way. I'll get you something better, as a gift to celebrate you officially joining as my protege. Maki chuckled, knowing very well that Kyajuk wasn't thrilled about joining the Rampaging Angels. Sure enough, Kyajuk muttered, I don't think this is something to celebrate. Ha ha ha, it's something to celebrate for the Rampaging Angels, because now we have a leader who can take us even further. Maki grinned widely. At the foot of Mount Toyama Park, one of the places in Tokyo where the scariest ghost stories were said to happen, the atmosphere was tense. Unlike other parks, which were lit up and full of people taking evening strolls, this park was completely dark, and a chilling aura hung in the air. The Onizuka duo had been trapped here by members of the Love Beauty and Master Kendo Club. When Kyajuk and Maki arrived, the sun had completely set. After a long day at the Kendo Club, Kyajuk had rushed here without rest. Toyama Park was so eerie that you could film a horror movie there without needing any extra setup. A few hundred meters near the park, and you'd hardly see a soul. Maki Hojo twisted the throttle to the max, and the roar of the engine echoed through the quiet night, heard from a long distance. Let's go, boss. Let's show those idiots from the Kendo Club what you're made of. Maki said, leading the way into the park. Stay here, injured. Kisaki, keep an eye on them. I'll be back soon. Kyajuk grabbed Maki's injured hand, pulled him back, and tossed him toward Suzuki Ryo before striding into the park with purpose. Just like Higashi High, some sports club from a random school had named themselves the Love Beauty and Master Kendo Club. The moment Kyajuk entered the park, he felt a chill. The darkness swallowed everything, but a faint light in the distance from the Kendo Club's bike headlights guided his way. Kyajuk stuck out like a sore thumb, wearing his black school uniform while the Kendo members were all dressed in white. He was immediately spotted. Hey, kid. Who are you? What do you want here? The Kendo members' bikes were parked around, with their headlights aimed forward. Now in middle school, Kyajuk stood at over 170 centimeters and weighed about 65 kilograms. His black suit-like uniform fit perfectly, giving him a sharp, clean look. Though his face was cast in shadow by the headlights, his sharp features left a lasting impression on the thugs. They all stared at him, annoyed by his cool appearance. Kyajuk ignored their remarks and slowly drew his bamboo sword from its case. He carefully folded the case and tucked it into his pocket, then rested the sword on his shoulder. With a glance forward, the thugs finally caught sight of his face, and what they saw was no longer a kid's, but a young man with a sharp jawline, fierce eyes, and an intense aura. The headlights stretched his shadow, engulfing the thugs in darkness. Without a word, Kyajuk charged straight into the crowd, slicing through them with swift, precise cuts. Slash, slash. The Kendo Club members fell to the ground, clutching their arms in pain. Kyajuk's ruthless attacks caused the rest of the thugs to scatter in panic. Don't come near me. One of them cried. I surrender. Another yelled. Kyajuk ignored them, continuing his onslaught. Some of the thugs, unable to escape, dropped to their knees, raising their hands in surrender, almost as if offering themselves up for Kyajuk's sword. Kyajuk didn't quite understand why they would do that, but he obliged. Soon, those who weren't already running had collapsed. Kyajuk finally reached the Onizuka duo, tied up in the center of the park near a statue. He swung his sword once more, blood spraying on the ground, but his bamboo sword gleamed once again as if the blood had vanished. He didn't immediately put the sword back into its case, though. He wasn't sure if it had fully dried, and he didn't want to get the case dirty, so he decided to clean it carefully when he got back. Ecchi Onizuka? Rigida Kanashi? Kyajuk looked down at the beaten duo, whose faces were swollen and covered in blood. Ugh, ugh. The duo groaned. It wasn't tears, no, their mouths were stuffed with something. Kyajuk was about to pull out whatever they had in their mouths but stopped when he saw it was a pair of stinky socks. He grimaced and instead untied the ropes first. The knots were intricate, clearly the work of some very talented knot makers. At this point, Maki Hojo had caught up with him. Maki, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm heading home. Kyajuk yawned, feeling exhausted after a long night. The Kendo Club members were surprisingly weak, and the action had ended too quickly for his liking. Ryo, take the boss home. Maki said, as he began to untie the Onizuka duo. After returning to the apartment building, Maki mentioned a ceremony at the Nezu Shrine the following evening, where all members of the Rampaging Angels would gather, including those from the subgroups. Kyajuk finally understood what the main headquarters on his leader's uniform meant. It wasn't just the group from Higashi High, but there were other branches. "I'll have your bike ready tonight," Maki said with a grin. "It's going to be just as good as the Crimson Lotus Z2. Kyajuk couldn't help but feel a twinge of anticipation. Where would Maki find a bike that could rival the Crimson Lotus? After getting back to his apartment, Kyajuk took a quick shower. The apartment was small but functional. There was a mini open kitchen directly across from the door, complete with a double stove, a vent hood, and a sink. The kitchen was connected to a small dining table that could fit 3 people. He had also placed a cheap fridge he found at a second-hand shop next to the kitchen. To the left of the entrance was a bedroom, or rather a multi-purpose room, separated by a glass wall from the kitchen to prevent the smell of food from wafting in. The room was split into a living area, furnished with a second-hand sofa and TV, and a small bedroom with a bed covered in brightly colored, cute-themed beddings thanks to his mom and some friends. After his shower, Kyajuk was starving. Opening the fridge, he found it stocked with beef his mother had sent over. The thought of his mother's generosity made him smile as he quickly prepared a hearty meal. Chapter 29, Social Death. Wednesday early in the morning, Hojo Kyajuk's internal clock woke him up. After brushing up, he grabbed his bamboo sword and took the elevator downstairs. Today, he managed to catch the right train for the subway. Kyajuk walked to school at his own pace, stopping by a convenience store on the way to grab some milk and bread, eating as he walked. "Good morning, boss." Kyajuk stopped. It was Akashi Takemi, still stationed at the school entrance to keep order, along with someone else whose name he didn't know. Not just Kyajuk, but with the school day starting, everyone around the gate stopped to look at him. "Good morning, boss." More than 10 voices shouted in unison. Higashi High School was the headquarters for the Rampaging Angels. With about 900 students in middle school and 1,200 in high school. With the group so large, it was practically guaranteed that there'd be a Rampaging Angel in every group of 20. If Kyajuk didn't stop this, there'd be a constant stream of greetings every time he entered the school. He couldn't help but imagine the scene, entering a restroom only to be greeted by a row of burly men standing at the urinals, all of them yelling, "Good morning, boss. God, please save me. This is social death." Kyajuk didn't know how Maki dealt with this situation, but he decided he'd try his best to stay in the classroom until the evening. "Ah, it's you, Akashi. How's your hand? Is it better?" Kyajuk didn't know how to feel, but he still checked in on Akashi Takemi. Yes, the guy had tried to fight him yesterday, and while he wasn't weak, it was just one sword strike, really. "Yeah, it's totally fine now." Akashi Takemi waved his bamboo sword a few times. "That's good. See you tonight." Kyajuk nodded, then walked toward the school building. "Take care, boss." On his way to the classroom, in addition to greetings, Kyajuk overheard people quietly whispering about the handless demon. "What in the world is that?" Maki mentioned it too, didn't he? Finally making it to the classroom, Kyajuk hadn't even had a chance to relax when another loud voice rang out. "Good morning, boss." It was Kisaki Teta, the same troublemaker. He was standing in the back of the classroom, arms behind his back, legs spread, and bowing at a 90-degree angle. Kyajuk quickly walked over, grabbed Kisaki Teta's head under his arm, and started rotating his fist on his skull. "Are you doing this on purpose?" "Ah, boss, I'm sorry. You're getting a lesson today." Kyajuk didn't let up, treating him like a child. "Please, spare me." They kept at it for a while, and only after noticing that the entire class was watching them did Kyajuk let Kisaki go. Returning to his seat, Kyajuk felt a little happy. Back in elementary school, the classmates were too childish, and most of his friends were girls. He hadn't had a playful fight like this in a long time. "Kisaki, do you know what's going on with this handless demon nickname?" Kyajuk asked Kisaki Teta, knowing that his number 1 underling was always in the loop. "Eh? Boss, you didn't know?" Kisaki Teta looked at him, surprised. "Stop talking nonsense and explain it to me now." Seeing Kisaki's expression, Kyajuk had a bad feeling. "Alright, well, it's your nickname, boss. Handless demon. Sounds pretty badass, right? It makes people shiver just hearing it. PFFT." Kyajuk accidentally spat his milk out, luckily turning his head at the last moment so it didn't hit Kisaki Teta. "What the heck? My nickname? Handless demon? Badass." He couldn't help but compare it to Maki's nickname, Higashi Hero. Was this what they considered badass? "What's going on here?" Kyajuk quickly asked, his reputation on the line. After all, a name was everything in the underworld. It was said that there's no such thing as a wrong nickname, only a nickname you regret. If you're referring to when you're fighting, you always aim for people's hands, right? Whether it's the Rampaging Angels or the beauty enthusiasts, everyone agrees it's a cool nickname. They say, in front of the handless demon, no one's hands are left intact. That's why it stuck. Exhausted, Kyajuk just wanted to end it all. He turned away with a blank expression, not wanting to hear Kisaki go on about how cool the nickname was. If Sakura found out, she'd laugh her head off. And that unreliable mom of his would probably laugh even harder. He could already picture the two of them, hunched over, laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. During the lunch break, a few new students came up and asked to join the Rampaging Angels, but Kisaki Teta chased them off. This didn't disturb Kyaju's snap, but he realized something important. It seemed like everyone at school knew he was the new second-in-command of the Rampaging Angels. His classmates were avoiding him, making it clear that he wouldn't be making any new friends in middle school. He was seriously considering transferring. No way could he stay at Higashi High for the rest of his life. He was tired of this monk school. It wasn't just the lack of cute girls like Sakura and Shouko, he didn't even hear a woman's voice other than the teacher's. For lunch, Kisaki Teta went to buy food for him, though Kyajuk paid for it. Being the boss wasn't so bad after all. On the rooftop, beneath a newly set up gazebo, Kyajuk relaxed, enjoying his lunch as he thought about how wise his decision to become the second-in-command had been. As everyone knew, rooftops in Japan were popular date spots, but at Higashi High, they had become a gathering place for delinquents. When Kyajuk first walked up to the roof, the atmosphere was terrible. He was about to leave when Kisaki spoke with some of the delinquents who had greeted him, and soon more and more of them showed up, carrying cleaning supplies. In less than 5 minutes, the place was spotless, and they even set up a makeshift canopy for him, complete with a lounge chair for napping. Kisaki Teta even wanted to set up a home theater and gaming consoles for him, but Kyajuk quickly stopped him. That was just too extravagant. Once again, he marveled at how smart his decision to join the Rampaging Angels had been, then drifted off for a nap in the cool breeze. The afternoon passed without incident, as he immersed himself in studying. After school, Kyajuk headed to the kendo club for practice. The moment he stepped into the clubroom, he quickly backed out. As expected, the usual loud "good morning, boss" rang out. With so many people in such a confined space, the volume was enough to make his ears ring. After the noise subsided, Kyajuk finally stepped inside. Kanahara, the vice president of the kendo club, came over to greet him. Chapter 30, 30 Kendo Club, 50 PS, where's Maki? I haven't seen him anywhere. Hojo Kyajuk looked around, then turned to Kanahara. The leader is preparing the motorcycle for you. He'll be here soon. Kanahara respectfully answered. Since Maki was still part of the Bausa Tenshai, Rampaging Angels, he had recognized him as the second-in-command who could take on the entire gang and still defeat the former leader. Oh, in that case, I'll go ahead and train. Kyajuk responded casually, not really understanding how difficult it was to prepare a good motorcycle for someone like him. Boss, could you please give some guidance to the members on kendo? Takao asked quietly. After all, they were the kendo club, and many members not only practiced kendo for fighting but also viewed it as a career. The club culture in Japanese high schools was something hard to imagine in other countries. For example, in kendo, winning the All Japan Inter-High Kendo Championship could lead to great benefits, whether pursuing a career as a professional athlete or advancing in education. There were also competitions like the Gyokure Flag and others, offering not only generous prize money but also valuable life advantages for high school students. Kendo, a somewhat niche sport, was booming. And when it came to sports like soccer, baseball, and basketball, the popularity was even higher. For instance, the attendance at a high school football championship in Japan was often higher than some professional soccer games in other countries. The portrayal of high school clubs in movies and dramas wasn't exaggerated at all. The cheerleaders, the star players in clubs whose shoe lockers were filled with love letters, and the reporters chasing them during competitions, all showed how beloved they were by their fans. If you wanted to compare the Inter-High to something, the NCAA in the US might be the closest, though one is for high school sports and the other for college. The similarities were striking, partly because many Japanese students choose to go straight into the workforce after high school. After seeing Kyaju's kendo skills, the members of the kendo club were eager to receive guidance from him in the Hoku Shinitro, Northern Star one-sword style. That's fine, but I'm not exactly great at teaching, Kyajuk said. He didn't mind helping out. After all, if his subordinates got stronger, he wouldn't have to worry about them calling him in to save the day, leaving him more time to slack off. That's great, Kanahara exclaimed with excitement, even though he had expected the second-in-command to agree. Hearing Kyaju's straightforward response made him even more thrilled. The kendo club members, who had been watching from a distance, immediately gathered around, their eyes full of anticipation as they looked at Kyajuk. Seeing all those eager eyes, Kyajuk felt a little nervous. He honestly didn't know how to teach. He was a natural at Kendo, and when he was trained by the likes of Yamamura and Ono-sensei, he only had to watch a sword technique once, then quickly improved in practice. Let's do paired practice. I'll hold back my strength. I'll point out where you're lacking, and you try to avoid my attacks. Kyajuk suggested. At his words, the members quickly formed a circle, and Kanaharetakao stepped forward as the first to practice. Alright, give it your all. Kyajuk got into the middle guard stance. Kanaharetakao, nervous, moved his throat up and down, then struck an upper guard stance and charged toward Kyajuk with a shout, putting all his energy into the attack. At the moment his bamboo sword came down, Kyajuk countered, slashing from the right, pushing Kanaharetakao's sword to the side while stepping forward toward him. After their swords crossed, Kyajuk swiftly withdrew his sword and raised it to the side of his face in the In-no-Kami stance, then let out a fierce shout as he aimed a strike at Kanaharetakao's abdomen. Only after this series of moves did Kanaharetakao manage to stabilize his bamboo sword, having failed to defend in time. Kyajuk, in his blue kendo uniform, looked particularly tall and imposing. Every move, from blocking to dodging and striking, was smooth and filled with an effortless grace. Every action seemed almost too cool for words. Afterward, both of them stood and bowed, and the spectators applauded energetically. Kanbara, focus on your presence of mind, you. Kyajuk began pointing out his mistakes, moving on to the next member. The harmonious kendo practice continued until the sound of a roaring motorcycle engine interrupted them. Without anyone saying a word, Kyajuk instantly recognized it. It was the Guren Z2. Boss, the vice leader is here. Kanaharetakao said. As soon as he finished, the door of the kendo club opened, and the familiar voice of Maki Hojo called out. Hojo, come check out your motorcycle. Without even changing out of his kendo uniform, Kyajuk excitedly rushed outside. In the open space outside the kendo club, Maki Hojo stood next to his Guren Z2 motorcycle, with a truck parked nearby. Is it on the truck? Kyajuk asked, looking at the truck, which still had its rear door closed. Yeah, I managed to get it after a lot of effort. Just got off the plane and brought it straight here. Maki Hojo proudly said, patting the side of the truck. Kyajuk was surprised. He had thought Maki had just bought a motorcycle from a shop, not one that had been airlifted from another city. Is it ready? Maki Hojo asked as he pulled the truck's rear door open. A sleek, jet black motorcycle appeared before everyone. Triumph Rocket 3 GT Triple Black. Maki Hojo said quickly. Even Kyajuk had no idea what that meant, and probably no one else understood either. The Triumph Rocket 3 Black Limited Edition, only 2,000 units worldwide. 2458cc 3-cylinder engine, maximum torque of 221 Nm at 4,000 revolutions per minute, maximum horsepower 167 horsepower at 6,000 revolutions per minute. By this point, Kyajuk wasn't really paying attention to what Maki was saying. His focus was entirely on the two stunning motorcycles. As the setting sun's golden light poured into the truck, it illuminated the glossy black body of the bike. Even the frog eye headlights had been specially treated, blending seamlessly into the bike when not lit. It looked less goofy and more imposing. The exhaust pipes were matte black. Without hesitation, Kyajuk jumped into the truck bed and onto one of the bikes. Even though the kendo uniform wasn't ideal for riding, he didn't mind. The dashboard had a retro style, but the silver lines gave it a touch of modernity. The seat was low and wide, allowing Kyajuk to place both feet flat on the ground. The back seat had a small backrest. This was perfect. Now he could take someone on a ride. Hey, Maki, how do I get it off the truck? Kyajuk shouted toward the truck. Just use the stand and you can ride it off. Maki replied. I've never ridden a bike this big before. Kyajuk confessed. During the last holiday, as soon as he was old enough, Kyajuk got his motorcycle license. Don't worry, it's the same as any other bike. Plus, this one's yours. Do you really want to let someone else be the first to ride it? Maki said, already shouting to a couple of subordinates who were setting up a ramp to unload the bike. I'll handle it myself. Kyajuk said, gripping the handlebars and glancing at the rear-view mirrors. As the sun set, he could clearly see his own face in the mirror and thought to himself, I'll take Sakura out for a ride this weekend. Ready? I'm going to unlock the stand now. Maki Hojo asked, walking up to the bike and holding it steady. With an okay gesture, Kyajuk focused on the motorcycle. Despite its massive size, with his inhuman strength, it was easy for him to handle. It seemed like Maki Hojo was worried about Kyaju's skills, so he had made the ramp extra wide and long, ensuring the new rider could get off the truck without trouble. With a twist of the throttle, the roar of the engine filled the air, almost deafening, and Kyajuk felt his whole body shaken by the force. Ha ha ha. This bike's top of the food chain when it comes to engine displacement. No need to modify the exhaust, it already sounds amazing. Maki laughed heartily. Then, Kyajuk smoothly rode the motorcycle off the truck. This bike looks like it's not cheap, Kyajuk remarked, realizing the expensive gift he had just received. He mentally calculated his assets. Even if he used up all his scholarships, it might not be enough. Would he have to ask his dad to sell some cows to return the favor? Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. As long as Bausu Tenshai gets better under your leadership, I'd give you as many bikes as you want. Maki Hojo said generously. Boss, Maki's family owns the biggest motorcycle dealership in Tokyo. He doesn't mind the cost. Many people in the gang got their bikes from him at cost price. Kanahara Takao added. Alright, I won't be polite then. Thanks, Maki. Kyajuk said. Since confirming his position as second in command, Maki had asked Kyajuk to drop the senpai title and just call him Maki. Even though Kyajuk had accepted the gift, he was already thinking about how to make some money to repay Maki with a gift of equal value. He couldn't be that shameless. Before he could enjoy the moment any longer, Maki Hojo urged him to change clothes, as his special combat outfit was already ready. His special outfit, just like Maki's, seemed to be the boss's exclusive version. It was a long, wide-sleeved jacket with gold lettering on the back that read Second in Command of Bausu Tenshai, Hojo Kyajuk. However, there were no names listed below like there were on Maki's. The space remained blank, and when Kyajuk saw it, he felt a strong urge to write the names of Yamauchi Sakura, Nishimiya Shoko, and Ueno Noka on it. Just like Maki had listed the names of the people who built Bausu Tenshai with him, those girls were his wings. Kyajuk had already messaged the 3 girls earlier, telling them that tonight he would officially take over Bausu Tenshai at the Nezu Shrine and asking if they wanted to come watch. When he asked Kanahara Takao whether it was allowed, Kanbara had simply told him that as the boss, he could do whatever he wanted. After all, they were delinquents, and nothing was off limits. Yamauchi Sakura immediately sent a long voice message, excitedly saying she'd come. She even asked if she should wear a kimono, as if she was the one becoming the leader. Shoko cautiously asked if being a delinquent was very dangerous. Kyajuk smiled, thinking that if he said it was dangerous, Shoko would come running to protect him, just like when they were younger, standing in front of him and shielding him from all the dangers. Ah, she's so cute. I definitely have to kiss her later. Kyajuk thought. Ueno Nika, like Sakura, immediately booked a ride for tonight and claimed she'd be the first one to go for a ride with him. Chapter 31. When the girl grows up on the road leading to Nezu Shrine, the sky had already darkened, and Hojo Kyajuk was riding his bike at the front. Although he really wanted to speed up, he wasn't familiar with the bike yet, so he was going at a very slow pace. Because of his slow speed, a large group of his subordinates on motorcycles was following behind him, forced to ride slowly as well. This caused what was normally a relatively wide Honbuki Avenue to quickly become congested. The cars stuck behind the motorcycle gang didn't dare honk their horns, partly because they were in the city and partly because the bikes in front were all his subordinates. It was probably confusing for the drivers, as they were used to seeing the gang rush through traffic like they were racing to get to the afterlife, but today, they were moving at a snail's pace. Maki, take them to the shrine first. I'll catch up slowly, Kyajuk said, seeing that more and more cars were piling up behind them. He spoke to Maki, who was trailing just a car length behind. Hey, Kanara, you go ahead with them. I'll be a bit late, he instructed as his orders were passed down the line. Soon, the sound of roaring motorcycles filled the air, zooming past him with a whoosh. It was only about 3 kilometers from Higashi High School to Nezu Shrine, so even Kyajuk, who was riding slowly, didn't take long to arrive. There was no parking at the shrine itself, so the surrounding area was already filled with the motorcycles of his gang members. Fortunately, the shrine was closed to the public by that time, so it didn't cause any trouble. But even if it were open, his subordinates wouldn't have cared. Kyajuk found a parking spot and got off his bike, then began looking for a few familiar faces. He quickly spotted Yamauchi Sakura and the others at the entrance of the shrine. Although they were in a rush, the girls had taken time to dress up. It had only been a few days since they started middle school, but it seemed like they were rapidly maturing. Their bodies were starting to show more curves, and the baby fat had disappeared from their faces, revealing their individual charm. Yamauchi Sakura's long brown hair cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a white tank top with black stripes, revealing her slim arms like delicate lotus stems. Her lower half was dressed in blue overalls and black sneakers, with the pants rolled up to show off her cute ankles. She looked full of youthful energy, vibrant and lively. Thank goodness, she didn't wear a kimono after all. I wouldn't have been able to take her for a ride if she had. Shoko Nishimiya had her hair pinned up at the back of her head with a hairpin, while the rest of it was slightly disheveled. She wore a white shirt, her chest noticeably prominent, and a simple blue and white plaid skirt. Black knee-high socks and leather shoes completed the outfit. When she noticed Kyajuk, Shoko gave him a small smile, exuding a mature charm. I'm crazy. How old is Shoko again? Seeing Shoko's smile, Yamauchi Sakura and Noka Ueno also noticed Kyajuk and waved at him. He waved back and walked toward them while checking out Noka Ueno. She's so pale, so tall, and so smooth. Forgive me, but all Kyajuk could focus on were her long, perfect legs, which were glowing white even under the dim street lights. Noka really knew how to show off her best features, and it was clear she knew exactly what caught Kyajuk's attention. She wore a loose white t-shirt, and her ultra-short shorts disappeared beneath the hem of her shirt, making it impossible to notice anything but those incredible legs. Good evening. Kyajuk greeted, beginning to experience the downside of having too many female friends. He didn't even know which name to call, so he just used a general greeting. I can't keep gathering them together like this. He reminded himself. Kyajuk, you're so slow. Sakura complained, but her eyes were full of Kyuk. I never thought such an old-fashioned uniform would look so good on him. This kind of long coat really challenges the person's figure. Some people look shorter wearing it, but Kyajuk's physique was outstanding, and his long legs made it look perfect. The windbreaker-style uniform looked great on him, and when he walked, the hem of his coat flared up slightly, shimmering with golden embroidery in the light from the roadside shops. He looked both handsome and powerful. Sorry. Kyajuk apologized. He. Sakura wasn't looking for an apology. She just enjoyed seeing him so unconditionally considerate toward her. Shoko and Noka also watched him intently. Kyajuk, why didn't you let me make your uniform? Noka said with a hint of regret. It would have been nice if you could have worn the one I made for you. But I guess you look good in this one, too. Kyajuk-kun, good evening. Shoko smiled shyly. Despite their close relationship, she was still so easily embarrassed. Was this also a kind of charm? Boss, it's time to go in. Everyone from the headquarters and the branches is already here. Maki Hojo called as he approached. The days were getting longer in the Kanda region, and as Kyajuk and the girls entered Nezu Shrine, the sunset's glow still illuminated the azaleas beginning to bloom. Wow, it's so beautiful. The girls exclaimed, immediately pulling out their phones to take pictures. It's not even at its peak yet. Let's come back when the Nezu Shrine hosts the Azalea Festival. I'll bring my camera and take plenty of photos for you. Kyajuk said, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he mentally slapped himself. He had just promised himself never to gather them together again, but he had already broken his own rule. The girls reluctantly put their phones away, realizing it wasn't the right time for pictures. They had only been caught up in the moment. Pink, purple, and white azaleas bloomed in abundance on both sides of the Torii Gate. Kyajuk led the girls to the main hall of the shrine, following Maki Hojo. By now, the area was filled with members of the Bausa Tenshai gang, probably over 200 of them. All of them wore white work-style uniforms and were chatting in small groups, occasionally bursting into laughter. Maki, find them a place to rest. Make sure responsible people are assigned to keep an eye on them. Don't let anyone bother them again, or I'll be angry. Kyajuk instructed. Maki quickly summoned a subordinate, marked as the third squads to take care of the arrangements. Can I be a boss, too? This uniform looks kind of cool. One of the girls joked. Finish up and take me for a ride. Another said. Good luck, Kyajuk-kun. They cheered. The girls followed the third squads to a nearby pavilion. On the other side, noticing Kyaju's arrival, Kanehara Takao immediately shouted, Hey, you little punks, get over here. The meeting's starting. At his shout, the subordinates quickly gathered, forming rows, leaving a small path in the middle. Let's go, boss. Maki Hojo said, trailing behind Kyajuk, a few steps behind. Kisaki Teta, who had just arrived at Nezu Shrine's entrance, mentioned having something to do and said he'd come back later. Then he disappeared. Chapter 32, the second generation. You've worked hard. Boss. The shout of over 200 people was loud enough for Hojo Kyajuk to clearly understand. As he walked through the parting crowd, everyone present bent down in a 90-degree bow and shouted. Even without anyone instructing him, Kyajuk knew exactly how to respond. With a calm smile, he walked steadily through the parting rows of people and climbed the stairs to the plaza at the top of the shrine. Throughout the whole process, all the members of the Rampaging Angels Kendo Club stayed in their bowing positions, not making a sound. Even the three girls who were watching the scene were affected by the atmosphere, tightly keeping their mouths shut. Only Sakura, with her phone in hand, was recording. She knew it was a bit odd, but after she had casually mentioned to Hojo Mikiko that she should record it, Hojo Mikiko had insisted, saying that if she didn't, she wouldn't be allowed to keep the Hojo surname. Sakura understood the awkwardness, but had no choice. Aunt Mikiko had said if she didn't do it, she'd be out of the family. Standing at the edge of the plaza, Kyajuk turned around. As his coat swayed in the breeze, he looked down at the gathered members. His smile faded as he surveyed the crowd. The members lifted their eyes to meet his, gazing at him with intense focus. Maki Hojo, who had silently followed behind, stepped forward. "I've called you all here today to announce something important," he said, his voice firm. "I've decided to pass on the Rampaging Angels Kendo Club to Kyajuk. He will be the second-generation leader of the Rampaging Angels." After speaking, Maki fell silent, and Kyajuk carefully watched the reactions of the crowd. Strangely, he had expected resistance, like the situation yesterday in the Kendo Club. But instead of protest, the crowd remained silent, not in objection, but in calm acceptance. It turns out, he had overestimated things. The members who had opposed him yesterday had simply not yet been defeated. After he had taken out some of the higher-ups and those who were too loyal to the first-generation leader, the word spread. By now, everyone in the Rampaging Angels had accepted him as the second-generation leader. In this world of the strong, the powerful are always respected. Furthermore, the first-generation leader was still around, and with the stronger second generation coming in, it was seen as a positive change. Some rebellious members were even starting to chant slogans about dominating Tokyo. "Good," Kyajuk said, a serious tone in his voice. "Since no one objects, then, Onizuka, raise the Rampaging Angels flag." Ecchi Onizuka, who had been standing at the far edge of the group, immediately took the white flag emblazoned with the Rampaging Angels symbol and climbed the stairs. Maki Hojo received the flag, and with a solemn expression, passed it over to Kyajuk with both hands. Taking the flag with both hands, Kyajuk could feel the intensity behind Maki's calm demeanor. He, too, felt the weight of what he was holding. With one hand, Kyajuk raised the 4-meter flag high and waved it several times, shouting, "My name is Kyajuk and I am the new leader of the Rampaging Angels." He could clearly see the change in the eyes of the members below. It was an odd sensation, something like recognition, something like entrustment. This made him feel a bit heavy. It seemed that these subordinates were no longer just there to run errands for him. "Kaiju Division, step forward," Maki Hojo called out. The first group stepped out of formation, marching up to the foot of the steps. The two men in front bowed deeply before shouting in unison, "Kaiju Division Leader, Satoshi Kagiri. I pledge my loyalty to you, second boss." The towering man with jet black hair radiated sheer power. "Kaiju Division Vice Leader, Sagura Takeshi. I pledge my loyalty to you, second boss." The second, with his golden pompadour and easy grin, stepped back to stand respectfully to the side. "Roppongi Division, step forward." Two more figures strode forward. "Roppongi Division Leader, Hitani Ran. I pledge my loyalty to you, second boss." "Roppongi Division Vice Leader, Hitani Rindu. I pledge my loyalty to you, second boss." Kyajuk studied the two carefully. The older one, Hitani Ran, had wheat-colored braids. His younger brother, Hitani Rindu, wore gold-rimmed glasses and had striking yellow and blue-streaked hair. As more names were called, the ceremony continued. Maki Hojo himself stepped down, bowed, and declared, "Headquarters Vice Boss, Maki Hojo. I pledge my loyalty to you, second boss." One by one, the elite of the gang followed suit. "Ecchi Onizuka. I pledge my loyalty." "Tanjima Riji. I pledge my loyalty." "Kanahara Takao. I pledge my loyalty." Then came Kyajuk's first official decree as leader. "Kisaki Teta will be joining the Bozazaku Angels as our strategist." At his words, Kisaki Teta's head snapped up in shock. Then, realization dawned, and he practically sprinted forward before bowing deeply. "Headquarters strategist, Kisaki Teta. I pledge my loyalty, second boss." "Now, the second boss will address you all," Maki Hojo announced. A sea of expectant eyes turned toward Kyajuk. He took the flag and planted it firmly into the ground. Then, undoing his coat buttons one by one, he sat down casually on the steps. "This is my first time as boss, so I might make some mistakes." There was a moment of stunned silence. Then, a few chuckles broke out. "It's fine, if you want to laugh, go ahead." Kyajuk waved his hand dismissively. "What I can promise you is this. As long as I'm here, the Rampaging Angels Kendo Club will always be the strongest in Tokyo." Kyajuk's voice wasn't loud, and his posture didn't have any display of dominance. Yet, as they looked at the figure sitting on the steps, the members seemed to see the Rampaging Angels ruling over Tokyo under the leadership of this second-generation boss. The demon with no hands. The strongest. Long live the second generation. Conquer Tokyo. The rampaging angels are the strongest. With a leader like this, nothing could stop the rampaging angels anymore. Under the guidance of the demon with no hands, we'll become the strongest subordinates in all of Tokyo. The members shouted in unison, swept up in the joy of welcoming such a monstrous new leader. Kyajuk looked at the excited crowd and smiled. Now, let's go for a ride. He stood up, picked up the flag once more, and waved it forcefully. With his words, the crowd erupted into cheers again. They rushed out of the shrine gates, leaving only a few of the staff behind. Chapter 33, Let's go for a ride. Boss. As Hojo Kyajuk stepped down the stairs, the subordinates waiting below immediately shouted out. Aren't you going to watch over those guys? They're so excited, it looks like something's about to happen. Kyajuk muttered, suspecting that the sudden gathering of over 200 people might cause trouble. Haha, don't worry, boss. We already notified the police beforehand. It's a legal gathering. Maki Hojo reassured him. Well, that's good. But what are you still doing here? You're not planning to race me while I'm still getting used to this, are you? Kyajuk felt conflicted as he looked at his subordinates. He wanted them to leave so he could ride his motorcycle around with the girls, but at the same time, he didn't want them to go because it was only a single-seat motorcycle. He wasn't sure who he'd ride with, and that was becoming a big dilemma. Boss, do you know where we usually race? Maki Hojo asked, guessing what Kyajuk was thinking, but also knowing that the boss had little knowledge about biker gangs. Isn't it just cruising around Tokyo? Kyajuk scratched his head. Ecchi on Izuka had already taken the flag from him. Haha, of course not. You can't have a proper race in the city. We usually race on the Tokyo Beltway. Oh, I see. Well, you guys go ahead. I'll just take it slow around the city. Kyajuk said. Boss, this is a great chance for you to get to know everyone better. Kisaki Teta reminded him. Kyajuk glanced at the Onizuka duo and the Hitani brothers. They were all looking at him expectantly. Oh, so they wanted him to join in after all. No thanks, there will be other opportunities. You guys have fun. Kyajuk said decisively, looking at the three girls approaching him. He couldn't be bothered with the all-male gathering. Wasn't it better to be surrounded by soft and cute girls? When the girls approached, the subordinates knew when to step aside and quietly excuse themselves. Wow. Kyajuk, you looked so cool just now. I recorded everything. When the gang members left, Sakura trotted over to Kyajuk, holding her phone up, proudly showing him her video. Kyajuk glanced at the screen, and sure enough, it was a cringe-worthy moment of him shouting about being Tokyo's strongest. He could feel the embarrassment creep up, as if he were dying inside, and immediately reached to grab the phone to delete it. But Sakura was quick. She had already pulled the phone back before he could grab it. This was Aunt Mikiko's request. She made me record it. Sakura said, hiding the phone behind her back and grinning mischievously. Sighing internally, Kyajuk knew his mother was going to force the whole family to watch this humiliating video. He could already imagine it, in spacious living room, his mom setting up the video on the TV, while his grandparents, uncles, and aunts sit on the couch sipping tea, all happily watching him make embarrassing speeches. Just accept it, my dear second-generation leader. Sakura laughed, knowing exactly how her Aunt Mikiko would enjoy this. Her high-pitched laugh echoed in the night air like a mischievous sprite. Hojo, can we go for a ride now? Seeing the affectionate exchange between Hojo and Sakura, Naoka Ueno couldn't help but get jealous. Kyajuk cursed himself for inviting the girls to watch the ceremony earlier. What was he thinking? Kyajuk-kun, if it's not convenient, I can take a cab back by myself. Shaogo, understanding his discomfort, offered. Kyajuk shook his head. I couldn't let you go alone. This is Tokyo, the capital of weirdos. He gently ruffled Shaogo's hair, making her already messy hair even more disheveled. Shaogo smiled warmly and lowered her head, quietly enjoying his touch. So, Shaogo, you're the sneakiest one, huh? After all this time, the first thing I see when we meet is you getting cozy with other girls. I'm telling Aunt Mikiko. Sakura pulled down the straps of her overalls and pouted. Before Kyajuk could respond, Naoka spoke again. Something's biting my leg. Kyajuk turned around and saw Naoka bend down to brush something off her smooth, white thighs, causing her shirt to slip down and reveal a little more than usual. He swallowed hard, his face flushing, and with immense willpower, he turned away to look somewhere else. Well, let's head out then. There are a lot of plants here, so it's no surprise that there are mosquitoes. Kyajuk started walking toward the exit, ignoring the playful banter among the girls. Naoka stood up straight, watching him hurry off, a smirk playing on her lips. Looks like Kyajuk can't resist my legs. He's so obvious. He definitely likes me. Hee hee. Sakura glanced at Nuka and then at Hueco, her mischievous grin widening as she followed after Kyajuk. The four of them stood in front of Kyajuk's motorcycle, lost in thought. Let's walk back, Kyajuk said firmly. Sure. There's a famous udon place nearby. Let's go eat there. Sakura immediately chimed in. She could never resist food. Sounds good. It's been a while since we've all eaten together. Hueco said sweetly, brushing her hair out of her face. I don't mind. That's actually in the direction of Hueco and my apartment. Nuka added, glancing at the massive black motorcycle. As much as she wanted to ride with Kyajuk, there was no way she'd leave Hueco behind. It was funny, back then, Nuka had been irritated that Kyajuk was drawn to Hueco's fragile appearance. Now, even she couldn't help but be drawn to this strong, kind-hearted girl. If Hueco and Kyajuk ended up together, she'd probably never be able to steal him away from her. As they walked down the street, Kyajuk noticed Hueco adjusting her hearing aid and immediately grew concerned. Hueco, is your ear bothering you? No, no. Hueco quickly shook her head. It just slipped a little, so I adjusted it. I remember you just had a checkup before school. What did the doctor say? Don't worry, don't worry. The doctor said there's been no change. Hueco said with a warm smile, giving him a thumbs up. Though she felt a little shy showing her emotions so openly, she wanted to reassure him. Chapter 34. Hueco's reasoning. The group continued towards the udon shop when suddenly, a voice called out from behind. That cake looks so delicious. Hojo Kyajuk turned around to see Yamauchi Sakura standing in front of the dessert shop's glass display, staring at a cake with wide eyes. A small droplet of liquid even appeared at the corner of her mouth. As he walked over, he saw the cake, a glossy mousse with a black base, adorned with a yellow planet and a little winged fairy floating above it. He wasn't sure how it tasted, but it certainly looked stunning. No way. That cake exceeds the maximum sugar intake for one meal. Kyajuk coldly refused her request. Look, this is my health checkup from the other day. My body is completely healthy. The doctor said there are barely any girls in all of Tokyo as healthy as me. Sakura, seemingly anticipating his rejection, whipped out a health report from her overalls pocket. Please, just this once. As Kyajuk looked at the report, Sakura wrapped her arms around his, starting to plead in an exaggeratedly cute way. After accompanying Sakura to countless hospital visits over the years, Kyajuk had become quite adept at reading the indicators on health reports. Sure enough, her health was perfect, not even a trace of any pancreas issues, and no signs of being suboptimal. The softness of her arms against his made his heart race, like it was being scratched by a kitten. Alright. But you can't eat any other sweets this month. He compromised, feeling a bit guilty for being so strict with her. While other girls happily enjoy sweets and coffee dates with their friends, Sakura had always had to watch from the sidelines, just because he had some odd childhood rules. They entered the store, paid, and came out with a cake. So, are we still going for udon? Kyajuk asked the girls. How could we eat udon after cake? That'll just make us fat. You really don't understand girls, do you? Sakura's eyes never left the cake. Then how about we go to my place? Nuka and I have some barley tea, it'll help balance out the sweetness after the cake. Hueco suggested softly. Nuka agreed, and they all headed to Hueco and Nuka's apartment. The apartment was slightly smaller than Hoju's, but they slept on tatami mats and didn't have a kitchen, so the space seemed larger. In the living room, they gathered around a low table. Kyajuk carefully placed the cake on the table. Thanks to his excellent arm strength and control, despite Sakura's several attempts to mess with it, the cake remained intact, with the design untouched. He took the cake knife, and Sakura eagerly grabbed her small fork. More. She whispered excitedly. Ignoring her pleas, Kyajuk judged the portion carefully and gave her the piece with the little fairy on it. Ah, I want more. Sakura pouted, looking at the tiny piece she had gotten. He gave the planet part to Nuka and a golden star to Hueco. For a while, they all ate in silence, enjoying the cake. Hueco smiled softly as she looked at the beautiful star-shaped decoration on her cake. She didn't care about the udon nor the cake, she was happy simply being with Kyajuk and the others. As long as she could hear his voice, she was content. As she watched Kyajuk take small bites, her heart filled with happiness. For her, hearing Kyajuk's voice and listening to every word he spoke felt almost surreal, like a beautiful dream. She thought back to when Kyajuk held her hand and guided it to his face, teaching her pronunciation one word at a time. Even though she couldn't get it right, he never got frustrated. Instead, he would furrow his brow and find another way to explain. During those moments, what kept her going wasn't just the desire to speak properly, it was the seriousness in his expression, the movement of his lips, the sway of his little tongue, and the warm breath brushing against her face. I can't disappoint him. Her face flushed slightly as she silently vowed to herself. At the end of elementary school, they had a choir competition, and Hueco didn't win first place. She wanted to cry because she felt she had let Kyaju's hard work go to waste. But then she remembered what he told her, that she should become stronger instead of always apologizing. She buried that guilt deep inside and cheered up, showing her best self to both Kyaju and her mother. She knew that both of them loved seeing her smile, seeing her happy. She knew her friends, Sakura and Noka, also had feelings for Kyaju. He was so exceptional, it was only natural that many people liked him. She didn't feel jealous, though. She never thought about being with him like that. Deep down, she always knew that because of her hearing impairment, she was never quite enough for someone like Kyaju. Hueco didn't want her future children to face what she did. She knew that Kyaju would never be like that. But she also understood just how difficult it was for a hearing-impaired child in this world. Not every hearing-impaired child was fortunate enough to meet someone like Kyaju. She believed that she was blessed by the gods to have met him. She didn't know if her hearing loss would be passed on to her children, but even if it didn't, someone as wonderful as Kyaju deserved to be with someone just as amazing, not someone who relied on a hearing aid to hear others. TL note, no. What do you mean? Whether it was Sakura or Noka, as long as they could make Kyaju happy, Hueco would always bless them. She speared a piece of cake with her fork and ate it slowly. It's so sweet. Hueco smiled in satisfaction as she watched Kyaju and Sakura playfully bickering across the table. Ah, let me have a bite of yours, I swear it'll be the last one. Sakura reached over to Kyaju's plate with her fork. Unfortunately for her, Kyaju pressed his hand on her head, creating an impenetrable defense. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get near the cake. She could only watch helplessly as he ate the last bite. After finishing the cake, Hueco went to the fridge and poured herself a glass of barley tea. She drank it down in one go, and Sakura let out a loud burp. Sakura, how many times do I have to tell you not to drink so much cold tea in one go? It's bad for your stomach. Go warm yourself up with a cushion. No way. Rub my stomach like you used to. Sakura lay down on the tatami, not even bothering to open her eyes. We're not in third grade anymore. You're a girl, you can't have a boy rubbing your stomach. What's the problem? You're not any other boy. By the way, can you still go to school? Kyaju asked. Unlike the others, Sakura went to a prestigious all-girls school that didn't allow students to be late. Oops. The cake was so good, I completely forgot. Sakura jumped up in a panic. I have to go now, Hueco, Noka, see you next time. She hurriedly put on her shoes at the entrance, preparing to rush downstairs. Hey, Sakura, your strap on the right side is falling down. But Sakura didn't hear him and had already rushed to the next floor. Kyaju quickly said goodbye to Hueco and Noka before chasing after her. Chapter 35, Yamauchi Sakura's schemes. By the time Hoja Kyaju made it downstairs, Yamauchi Sakura was already waiting for him by the side of the road. Under the streetlight, Sakura stood with her arms behind her back, head lowered, playfully stepping on her own shadow. She looked nothing like the anxious person from just moments ago. The yellow streetlight cast a warm glow, making her slim figure even more graceful. Should I just get a taxi to take you back to school? Kyaju asked as he approached her. Huh? But your motorcycle's parked by the shrine. Why would we need a taxi? Sakura lifted her head, giving him a puzzled look. Didn't you say you'd be late getting back to school? Ah, I was just joking about that. Sakura shrugged nonchalantly. Huh? Kyaju, you're so slow. My strict school wouldn't let me hang around outside this late, so I just took the night off. She explained casually. Then where are you staying tonight? Aren't you staying with Hueco and the others? Not a chance. It's rare that I get to spend time alone with you. Suddenly, Sakura's expression turned a little angry as she glared at Kyaju. How long has it been since we've been alone together? Kyaju blinked, caught off guard. After thinking for a moment, he realized it had actually been a while. Ever since meeting Hueco and getting closer to Noka, they'd mostly been hanging out as a group. Except for their morning workouts, it was always the three of them together. I don't care. Take me for a ride now. That thief cat stole the button on my graduation jacket, so your first ride has to be with me. Sakura declared. Do you even know what you're saying? What kind of ridiculous things are you spouting? Come on, hurry up. Sakura pushed Kyaju forward, taking the lead as they headed toward the shrine where his bike was parked. I'm telling you in advance, this is the first time I'm riding this bike today. The kind of speedy rush you're expecting won't happen. I'll just take it slow. Kyajuk warned. Hee, rush? You're funny, Kyajuk. Sakura giggled. Alright, hop on. Kyajuk mounted the motorcycle, patting the seat behind him. So exciting. The second-generation leader of Tokyo's most notorious delinquent group, Rampaging Angels, is taking me for a ride. Sakura teased, her voice filled with a playful tone. She knew Kyajuk, despite looking like a laid-back, carefree guy, had a low tolerance for this type of Junabiu stuff. Clang. With that sound, there was silence between them. Kyajuk pulled his hand back, recalling the soft, warm feeling he'd just felt. Kyajuk. Sakura, now embarrassed after his action, yelled out in a mix of indignation and shyness. Ah, sorry, I couldn't help it. Hurry up and hold on tight, I'm starting the bike. Kyajuk apologized quickly, twisting the throttle. The bike's exhaust roared to life. Sakura hummed a little, wrapping her arms around Kyajuk's waist. Her small face pressed gently against his back. I'm starting now. Kyajuk warned, then slowly drove onto the road. Sakura, is there anywhere you want to go? Not really. Let's just follow this road and keep turning left at each intersection. Alright. Kyajuk grinned, speeding up just a little. April in Tokyo was the most comfortable time of the year, and as the motorcycle zoomed along, the city lights blurred in the distance, giving them the sensation of traveling through time. Feeling the cool breeze rush by, Kyajuk slowed down and stopped at the side of the road. He touched Sakura's arm and asked, "Are you cold?" He could feel the chill on his face and realized she was wearing very little. When he touched her arm, it was already icy to the touch. A little, but it's okay. Your body is so warm, Kyajuk. Idiot, if you're cold, you should tell me immediately. Kyajuk scolded, taking off his jacket and handing it to her. Hee, now I'm a delinquent too. Sakura grinned as she put on his jacket, twirling the long sleeves in a playful manner. Kyajuk, get off for a second. Let me ride it. I want to take a picture to scare those rich girls at school tomorrow. Suddenly, Sakura's face lit up with excitement, and she grabbed Kyajuk's arm, urging him. In that case, how about I take you to the Tokyo Ring Road to meet Maki and the others? They can help you take pictures too. Kyajuk offered, always willing to indulge Sakura's whims. Ah, that sounds amazing. Let's go, hurry up. Sakura quickly climbed onto the bike, wrapping her arms around Kyajuk's waist and reaching one hand out toward the sky, shouting go go. Kyajuk couldn't help but smile at her infectious energy. Sakura had a way of lifting everyone's spirits, making them feel as if they were all sharing in her joy. He sent a quick message to Maki Hojo, confirming they were still cruising on the Tokyo Ring Road, then told them to wait for a bit. Kyajuk and Sakura sped off in the direction of their meeting spot. Meanwhile, Maki Hojo and the gang eagerly awaited their arrival. As soon as they heard their leader was coming, the bad boys started howling in excitement, anticipating the first motorcycle rally with the boss. Once they reached the Tokyo Ring Road, Kyajuk kicked up the speed slightly, making full use of the bike's massive engine. Sakura, feeling the speed increase, held on tightly to him, letting out a surprised squeal that sent a warm, sweet breath against Kyajuk's neck, making him feel strangely ticklish inside. The sensation of her soft, elastic body against his back made him recall their earlier moments at the shrine, where her strap had left an impression. He turned his head slightly, glancing at Sakura through the rearview mirror. Her brown hair was flying in the wind, her lips slightly parted, flushed with excitement, and her amber eyes gleaming in the light. Kyajuk, I'm catching the wind. Sakura shouted joyfully, lifting her hand high in the air, her fingers spread wide. Wow, Kyajuk, everything they said online is true. It feels just like grabbing Boo. Kyajuk froze for a moment, caught off guard by her words. Sakura. Stop looking at that kind of stuff. What? It's not like that. Oh, I get it now. Kyajuk doesn't know what that feels like yet. Sakura laughed mischievously, her bright voice floating in the wind, while her hand mischievously squeezed and released, squeezing and releasing. Kyajuk? Yeah? You asked me where I'm sleeping tonight, right? Yeah, I'll take you back to Hueco and the others later, right? No way, tonight, you're staying with me. Sakura said matter-of-factly. What? Kyajuk choked on his words. Stop joking around. I'm not joking. Don't you remember? I bought your pillow, your duvet, and the bedsheets. I told you about it before, remember? Sakura said, a teasing grin on her face. Kyajuk was left speechless, but luckily the sound of approaching motorcycles saved him from the awkward moment. We're here. Up ahead are Maki and the others. Sakura said, her voice full of mischief. Hee, Kyajuk, you're such a coward. Sakura lowered her hand, pressing her face against his back and laughing softly. Beep beep, the sound of motorcycle horns echoed as Kyajuk approached his gang. The loud noise shattered the night's silence, but they were far enough out of the city that it didn't disturb anyone. Looking ahead, the headlights in the dark resembled wolves on a hunt, or some unknown monster ready to pounce. Once the noise died down, Kyajuk rode up, stopping in front of them. "President." His subordinates shouted in unison, a greeting Kyajuk had long gotten used to. Sakura, still behind him, froze in surprise before quickly hiding behind him, giggling softly, clearly enjoying the scene. "Relax, everyone. I still need to learn how to enjoy the ride too," Kyajuk said with a smile. His eyes were warm and gentle, inherited from his mother, and when he smiled, a few of his subordinates blushed, unable to tear their eyes away from his handsome face. "Ha. You don't need to overthink it. Just twist the throttle and take a lap to feel the thrill." Kisaki Tera laughed loudly. "Yeah, let's race." Even the normally quiet Hazamu Ryuden smiled, his Harley-Davidson looking rather imposing. "Alright then." Kyajuk took the two helmets from Kisaki Tera and handed one to Sakura before putting the other one on himself. His subordinates might be reckless, fearless badasses. But Kyajuk wasn't about to ride recklessly. He had no intention of speeding. As Sakura giggled beneath her large helmet, Kyajuk sighed inwardly. He was definitely the health-conscious one here. The night passed quickly with the motorcycle ride, and Kyajuk felt like he'd gotten closer to his subordinates. By the end, Ecchi Onizuka even teased him, calling him slow, which made Kyajuk twist the throttle just a little harder, speeding up by a small margin. He tried to get his subordinates to come up with a new nickname for him, anything but the Handless Demon. But they rejected the idea with no mercy. "Are you kidding? The Handless Demon sounds so badass. It's an advantage in a fight. We'll be more focused on protecting our hands if we're up against you," one of them argued. Kyajuk sighed, deciding he'd have to switch to a different group. Anything to get away from that nickname. After turning down Maki's offer to race some more, he took Sakura back to the city. Chapter 36. Today, you belong to me at Kyajuk's apartment. Yamauchi Sakura lay on Kyajuk's bed, scrolling through her phone and looking at the photos she had just taken on a junior Yamanote line with some delinquents. "Kyajuk, your expression is so funny." Sakura suddenly burst into giggles, holding her stomach as she kicked her slender legs playfully on the bed. "Hey, you! You better delete those." Kyajuk was in the kitchen preparing his dinner and Sakura's late-night snack. His meal consisted of pan-seared beef with rice, while Sakura's dish was papaya and snow frog, a combination that both nourished the stomach and aided digestion. His fridge was stocked with all of Sakura's favorite foods. Whether it was yam or papaya, he always kept them ready, anticipating any surprise visits from her. As for the snow frog, he had specially asked the dried goods store owner to find it. At that moment, the steam pot filled with papaya and snow frog was emitting a delicious aroma. "Kyajuk, I think I smell something good. Is it ready?" Sakura, like a little bee drawn to honey, wrinkled her nose and followed the scent to the kitchen. Ah, the familiar smell. Sakura inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance. "Hey! Sakura, pay attention. You're in a single man's apartment right now. It's dangerous." "Kyajuk, are you saying that?" Sakura giggled mischievously and quietly approached Kyajuk from behind. Soft arms wrapped around his waist, and her hands rested on his stomach. "Being alone with a beauty like me. Does even Kyajuk start to think bad thoughts?" Sakura felt Kyajuk's muscles tense and his heat radiate through his body. With her lips close to his ear, she whispered in a low, husky voice, no longer the lively tone she usually had. "Sakura." A dry voice came from Kyajuk's mouth. Sakura raised her head and could clearly see the movement of Kyajuk's Adam's apple. "Huh, looks like even Kyajuk can't resist my charm. Forget about those cat burglars, Kyajuk is mine. Don't cause trouble here." Kyajuk quickly reached out his right hand and tickled her stomach, his fingers deftly finding the sensitive spot. "Hey, Kyajuk, that's cheating. You can't use that move." Over the years, Kyajuk had long since figured out where Sakura was ticklish. Even with his eyes closed, he could pinpoint it. "I'm sorry. Let's eat." Sakura, tears in the corners of her eyes from laughing, begged for mercy. Kyajuk really was such a big oaf, treating a beautiful girl like this. "Go clean up the low table." Kyajuk released her and began serving the food. Sakura had already made a mess of the coffee table earlier. As soon as she entered the room, she had been shouting about conducting a surprise inspection and had started rummaging through everything like a hamster. "At your command, second-generation rampaging angel, the one-armed demon lord." Sakura saluted playfully and ran off, just barely avoiding Kyajuk's attempt to grab her. "You better not mention that nickname again, got it?" Kyajuk said helplessly. No way, one-armed demon lord sounds so cool. Sakura laughed as she cleaned up the table. Let's make a deal, don't tell my mom about this. Kyajuk, wearing oven mitts, brought over the papaya and snow frog dish but didn't put it on the table. Instead, he held it in his hand, teasing Sakura. Ugh. Sakura stared at the bowl of simmering papaya and snow frog in his hands, her fingers gently tapping her cheek as she put on a troubled expression. Kyajuk, you're so cruel. You know I can't refuse Aunt Miki's cooking. Sakura gave up thinking and looked up at him with her big, shiny eyes, her amber pupils filled with innocence. Ha. Kyajuk sighed helplessly. Whenever Sakura made that face, he couldn't think straight. He would unconditionally agree to whatever she wanted. It's still hot. Let it cool a bit before you eat. Kyajuk placed the bowl on a coaster, opened the lid, and set a spoon inside. Kyajuk, I really want to eat it now. Can you blow on it for me? But I haven't even bought a fan yet. Kyajuk scratched his head. Sakura was never someone who could wait patiently for her food to cool. In the past, he would use a small fan to blow on her food to cool it faster. Then just blow on it with your mouth. You're the boss of all delinquents, you should practice your lung capacity for those loud speeches. Sakura said seriously, giving him a look that clearly said, you're the worst delinquent boss ever. If I blow my saliva into it, I won't take responsibility. Kyajuk also sat down, scooped a spoonful of the papaya and snow frog, and blew on it before offering it to Sakura. Sakura sat on his left and opened her mouth, making a cute sound. Watching her pink lips slowly part, Kyajuk felt his throat tighten. He struggled to control his thoughts, finally getting the spoon into her mouth. Sakura hummed in enjoyment, licking her lips afterward. It's so good. I want more, hurry up, Kyajuk. Kyajuk couldn't say much, so he scooped another spoonful, blew on it, and fed it to her. After feeding her a few more spoonfuls, he realized there was still enough left for him to eat, so he finally stopped. Ah, Kyajuk, why did you stop? Sakura complained. I haven't had my dinner yet. I'm starving. Kyajuk put the pan-seared beef, sliced into pieces, onto his plate. Thankfully, it had been left in the pan, and the residual heat kept it warm. What? You haven't eaten yet? When Sakura heard this, she immediately felt guilty. If she had known, she wouldn't have dragged him out for a drive earlier. Under Kyajuk's influence, she had become someone who cared about health and nutrition. It's fine. After exercise, the food tastes even better. Seeing the guilt on Sakura's face, Kyajuk understood what she was thinking. He reached out and pinched her soft little face. The one-armed demon lord, let me feed you now. Sakura knelt on the floor, scooted over to Kyajuk's side, and clung to his arm, trying to act like a servant girl from ancient times. Kyajuk looked up at the ceiling. He knew that if he looked down, he would immediately catch a glimpse of the lovely view beneath her collar. This girl's emotions were like the weather on the sea, unpredictable and tormenting like a little devil. No need. Just stay by my side. That's enough help for me. Sakura pouted but obediently let go of Kyajuk's arm. However, they were still very close to each other. As Kyajuk ate, Sakura grabbed the remote and started changing the channels. Kyajuk, the comet. It's coming tomorrow night. Sakura excitedly nudged Kyajuk with her shoulder, pointing at the TV. The news was showing pictures of the comet that would be passing by Earth tomorrow. Looking at the beautiful images of the comet, Sakura sighed. Ah, I already took the day off today, but the teacher definitely won't approve tomorrow. Damn, I really want to watch the comet with you, Kyajuk. Kyajuk stopped eating and looked at the beautiful comet on the screen, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't pinpoint the source of that feeling. Chapter 37, 37 Don't even think about escaping after dinner. Sakura took the initiative to wash the dishes. By the way, should I start calling a servant to help me with the dishes after I finish eating? No, that's too inhumane. Maybe I should offer them food in return? But wouldn't that make things more complicated? And as for dishwashers, you really think someone who still goes to old school shops for a fridge would buy one of those? Opening the cupboard, Kyajuk pulled out some spare bedding. While arranging the sleeping area in the living room, he found his thoughts drifting. Kyajuk. What are you doing? Sakura, who was washing the dishes, caught sight of his actions and let out a surprised shout. I'm setting up the sleeping area. What's wrong? Kyajuk paused, startled. Sakura's voice made him feel like he'd done something unforgivable. Why are you setting up the bed? The bed's right there. Sakura dropped the dish she was holding, wiped her hands carelessly, and marched over to grab the blankets he was holding. We're sleeping in the same bed tonight. Sakura puffed out her cheeks, glaring at him. That's not possible. Why not? We did it when we were younger, So why can't we now? Sakura's eyes started to glisten with tears. Kyajuk felt a headache coming on. From the moment Sakura said she would stay over, he had a feeling this would happen. Okay, Sakura. I'll take you to that famous sushi place in Nikabukuro this weekend, he said, trying to coax her like a child. No. Do you think I'm a little pig who just wants to eat? Sakura stood her ground. When it came to food, not much came before Kyajuk. We're not kids anymore, Sakura. Yeah, we've grown up. Kyajuk, you even have someone you like now. You're not the same Kyajuk who would only be kind to me anymore. Sakura dropped the blankets on the floor and pressed her small hands to her chest, looking at him with her big, tear-filled eyes, her expression full of sorrow, like a wife abandoned by her husband. Fine, I get it. We'll sleep together. Your pajamas are in the storage cabinet by the bed. Go change into them. Kyajuk sighed, looking at Sakura. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even though he knew it was all an act, he couldn't resist her pitiful look. Yay! Sakura's face lit up instantly as she jumped up, making a victory sign with her slender fingers. The rest of the dishes are up to you, Kyajuk. I'm going to take a shower first. With that, Sakura dashed to the bed, grabbed her pajamas, and happily ran into the bathroom. Kyajuk finished washing the dishes and sat down on the couch to watch TV. Kyajuk, Sakura's voice floated out from the bathroom. The door muffled her words slightly. What is it? Kyajuk didn't turn around. His apartment's bathroom and shower were separate, and since it was a single-person apartment, the bathroom door was frosted glass just enough to prevent splashing water. As soon as he turned around, he'd be face-to-face with something distracting. Kyajuk, are you peeking? Sakura's voice came with a playful laugh, full of confidence. I'm not. Kyajuk casually denied it while taking a big gulp of barley tea from the low table, trying to soothe his dry throat. Oh? Don't you want to look? No. I absolutely do not. And I'm not making papaya dishes for that reason, okay? Why can't I be a guy? Then I could have a cute girlfriend like me. Even if you were a guy, you could probably make it happen. Kyajuk. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? I'm going to tell Aunt Mikiko. Kyajuk rolled his eyes at Sakura's playful accusation and didn't respond, turning back to the TV. Inside the bathroom, Sakura quieted down. Time passed, and Kyajuk, feeling a little drowsy from watching TV, closed his eyes for a moment. When Sakura finished her shower, she came out and saw Kyajuk seemingly asleep. She tiptoed over quietly, draped her arm around his neck, and placed her palm on his chest. Then she rested her chin on his head and gently lay down on him. Kyajuk, feeling the weight on his head, didn't open his eyes immediately. A sweet fragrance, whether it was Sakura's scent or the soap from her shower, hit his nose. Sakura's little hand mischievously stroked his solid chest muscles. She moved her chin off his head, leaned close to his ear, and whispered softly, Kyajuk, I'm not wearing anything. Kyaju's mind was flooded with vivid, dangerous thoughts. Sakura's freshly showered skin, radiating warmth, seemed to be affecting his every nerve. I'm going to take a shower. Kyajuk bolted upright, rushing to the bathroom. Sakura, left behind on the couch, giggled, her laughter like a bell ringing in the air. When Kyajuk emerged from the bathroom, he found that Sakura had turned off all the lights. The 3 layers of curtains on the balcony weren't fully drawn, letting a sliver of moonlight spill in. Using the dim light, Kyajuk made his way to the bed. Sakura was already lying down, her eyes closed. Looking at her cute face, still flushed from the shower, he smiled softly, reaching over to pull the blanket up over her exposed shoulder. He then turned to go sleep on the couch. But as soon as he turned, a warm hand grabbed his. Don't think you can escape, Kyajuk. Turning back, Sakura was looking at him with wide eyes, her body turned toward him. With no other choice, Kyajuk climbed into bed. Good night, Sakura. He lay as close to the edge of the bed as possible, trying to give Sakura as much space as he could, determined to keep his distance. The familiar sweet scent of Sakura's body filled the air, and now he was sure the fragrance wasn't from the soap. It was the scent of her skin. The whole bed seemed to be wrapped in her warmth. Under the covers, Sakura slowly reached out with her little hand, tracing her finger over Kyaju's arm. Suddenly, Kyajuk rolled over, pulling her into his arms. Sakura froze, her small face turning bright red, completely still with shock. She may have teased him earlier, but in truth, neither of them had much experience when it came to love. She, being a girl, was more skilled at this sort of thing, but only because Kyajuk was always the passive one. Now, this wasn't how the script was supposed to go. She was supposed to tease him relentlessly until he finally gave in. Feeling the warmth of Kyaju's body, Sakura gently placed her hands on his chest. Kyajuk. We're the ones who are longing for each other, aren't we? Sakura's face flushed even more, and then she smiled contentedly, resting her head against Kyajuke's chest, her eyes closing. As for Kyajuke, even though his earlier action seemed bold, now he felt awkward. His hand, not trapped by Sakura, reflexively rested on her firm little backside. The sensation was so soft, he couldn't dare to move, afraid he'd accidentally squeeze her. Her body, radiating such a sweet scent, felt like a time bomb in his arms. One wrong move, and it would explode in his heart. Chapter 38. A beautiful day starts with waking up in the arms of a beautiful girl on Thursday. Hojo Kyajuke woke up an hour earlier than usual. Before Yamauchi Sakura had even stirred, he had already prepared breakfast. If it were just him, he'd have skipped it, but for Sakura, he put in the effort to make something special. "Lazy pig, wake up," he said gently, pinching her little nose. "Good morning, Kyajuke," Sakura mumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up. She smiled widely, her large shirt slipping off her shoulder, revealing her fair skin. The morning sun streamed through the curtains, bathing her in golden light, making Kyajuke feel as if he wanted to marry her on the spot. "Quick, get dressed. Breakfast is ready," he said, tearing his eyes away from her with great effort before heading to the kitchen to heat up some milk. Today, he made steamed yam cake for Sakura, though with a twist. He reduced the sugar and added some healthier ingredients. "Wow, yam cake. I haven't had this in ages," Sakura exclaimed happily as she finished washing up. Although she was a girl who knew how to dress up, she never kept him waiting for long. After all, the whole point of makeup was to look her best for him, but making him wait for that? That was going too far. Sakura's odd logic, though, seemed perfectly reasonable to Kyajuke, and both of them accommodated each other in their own ways. "Oh, and I packed a bento for you. You can take it to school later," he added. Kyajuke had gotten up early not only to make breakfast but also to prepare some snacks for Sakura to take to school. According to her, the cafeteria there was more like a prison, with a supervisor making sure the girls ate properly. A small slip in manners, and they'd be docked points and given extra training sessions. Ugh, this is so good. The food at school isn't even fit for humans. Sakura exaggerated loudly, which made Kyajuke smile. The food at school wasn't really that great, but it was healthy. At least he didn't have to worry about Sakura's diet. "I don't get why we have to do yoga every day. Is the school really planning to marry us off right after graduation? Are they training us to be ladies or what?" Sakura lamented. Despite her complaints, her time at the ladies' school was unexpectedly fulfilling and fun. After breakfast, Kyajuke rode his Rocket 3 to drop Sakura off at school before heading to his own. Since he had already spoken to his subordinates yesterday, there was no repeat of the usual boss greetings in the halls. Once in class, Kyajuke felt like the stares from his classmates were more fearful than before. The student sitting in front of him, Hanagaki Takemiki, looked like he'd been beaten up. His face was bruised, and he kept glancing at Hojo, quickly looking away when their eyes met. At lunch, Kyajuke went to his usual spot, the rooftop. After eating, he didn't nap but instead called Kisaki Teta up to chat by the railing. "Kisaki, what's up with Hanagaki Takemiki and his friends? Did they get picked on by the rampaging angels?" Hojo asked. "Hey, those guys? They've always wanted to be delinquents. When they found out about the rampaging angels, they decided to target other schools." Kisaki Teta laughed darkly. He found Hanagaki Takemiki's misfortune almost too amusing to resist. "Kisaki, can you stop laughing like the mastermind behind all this?" Kyajuke sighed, watching Kisaki chuckle to himself with that scheming grin. "Oh, right, they targeted the first-year students at Shibuya 3rd Junior High. Hanagaki's cousin got beat up, and now he has to go fight other people after school, pretending it's a battle, but really, he's just taking the hits." Kisaki continued, laughing again. "Kisaki, I get that you enjoy seeing Hanagaki's misfortune, but can you tell the story a little more professionally? If you keep this up, I might just end up punching you," Kyajuke said, giving Kisaki a pointed look. Sorry, but why would you think I'm happy about Hanagaki Takemiki's bad luck?" Kisaki pushed his glasses up, feigning surprise at Kyajuke's accusation. "Don't treat me like an idiot, Kisaki," Kyajuke replied, giving him a look that said he wasn't fooled. "I topped the entrance exams and left you trailing by 50 points. The only reason you're not further behind is because the exam had a full score limit." Kyajuke gave Kisaki a pat on the shoulder, taking the opportunity to knock him down a peg where it hurt the most. "I don't care what your reasons are for sticking with me, as long as you're not trying to sabotage me. You should have figured out by now that I'm lazy, extremely lazy, which is why I keep you around. As for your issues with Hanagaki Takemiki, I can even guess it's about a girl. Am I right?" Kisaki froze, his mouth hanging open in surprise. Under Kyajuke's sharp gaze, it felt like he was completely exposed, every thought bared. Ugh, Kisaki, stop looking at me like that. It's gross. Kyajuke remarked, pulling a face at Kisaki's intense stare. But Kisaki didn't seem to mind Kyajuke's teasing. After a brief silence, he decided to confide a little more of his feelings to the boss who seemed to see through him so easily. I like this girl. She likes Hanagaki Takemiki because he's going to become the strongest in Japan, so I have to become the strongest too. That way, she'll like me instead. Kisaki said, glaring at Hanagaki Takemiki. Ha 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 ha. Kyajuke burst into laughter, unable to control himself. Hey! You can't mock my love and dreams just because you're my boss. Kisaki snapped, though the two had become close enough that he didn't mind the teasing too much. After all, this was his genius plan to win Takabane Hinata's heart, and it was being ridiculed. Ha ha ha, sorry, but it's just too funny. Kyajuke chuckled, clutching his stomach, his abs aching from the laughter. You've had your fun. I've been putting up with you for a while now. Kisaki growled. His face flushed with frustration as he suddenly lunged at Kyajuke, wrapping his arm around his neck in a playful hold. Ha 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 ha, I'll stop. Kyajuke laughed even harder, though he finally managed to contain himself, despite the wide grin on his face. Chapter 39 Starting today, I will become a relationship mentor. Kisaki, do you really think a girl would fall for someone because of a lofty goal like becoming the strongest delinquent in Japan? Wouldn't she? The strongest delinquent in Japan, how cool is that? Kisaki Teta said this with complete confidence, somewhat displeased by Kyajuke's teasing tone. I get it now, you've got a wild side, huh? After being a good student for so long, you're starting to crave a different world, huh? Kisaki was caught off guard by the comment. After a moment of thinking, he realized Kyajuke might be right. But then, he quickly turned it around. You're the same, aren't you? Hey, don't even try it, Kisaki. How dare you say that? If I became a delinquent, it's because of you pushing me into it. I'm a proper student, top of my class, aiming for Todai, never skipping class or fighting. Kyajuke said with a righteous tone. Kisaki stared at him, wanting to argue but unable to find the words. It was true, Kyajuke had been pushed into becoming a delinquent by him. As for academics, with almost perfect entrance exam scores, he was definitely the model student. Kisaki wanted to curse someone but couldn't decide who, maybe himself? But if it's not because of that, why would Takabane Hinata like someone like Hanagaki Takemiki, who has no special qualities? Kyajuke hadn't expected to hear the name of the famous Takabane Hinata in this conversation. It seemed like Kisaki and Hanagaki Takemiki were all in this together. Damn, why couldn't Kisaki be a woman? TL note, lol, start from the beginning and tell me, why do you think Takabane Hinata would like Hanagaki Takemiki for something like that? Kyajuke found himself unexpectedly acting as a relationship mentor. With zero experience in romance in this life or the last, he couldn't help but find the world amusing. So, a single guy began giving advice to another single guy. One spoke passionately, while the other listened seriously. Kisaki remembered the three top-tier beauties who had attended the gathering the night before. Could it be that Kyajuke was some kind of expert in flirting with girls? After hesitating, Kisaki decided to ask the life winner, Kyajuke, for advice. I've been called a prodigy since I was young. Back in 6th grade, I was in the same grammar school as Takabane Hinata. She admired me back then, and I ended up liking her too. Leaning on the guardrail with his hands, Kisaki gazed at the clear blue sky, starting to tell a story buried deep in his heart that no one had ever known. Kids these days are so mature. Talking about liking someone in 6th grade? Kyajuke silently complained, but then he thought of Noka from the graduation ceremony, suppressing his desire to make another sarcastic comment, and continued listening. But one evening, after cram school, Takabane Hinata was surrounded by a few middle schoolers, and then a kid wearing a white sheet came and saved her. At this point, Kisaki slammed the guardrail with force. Wait, how do you know about this? Kyajuke noticed something odd. I saw it. Kisaki stammered. So, what were you doing when Takabane Hinata was surrounded by those middle schoolers? Kisaki covered his face with both hands. Were you scared? How could I not be scared? Back then, I was just a little elementary student, always reading books. How could I have the courage to step up against a bunch of middle schoolers? Kisaki's voice trembled, as though he was back in that moment, back in that weak, fearful body. I hid around the corner, thinking about calling the police, trying to find an adult to help. What could I do? Should I step up and take a beating like that ridiculous hero? Wait for the middle schoolers to tire out and leave? Kisaki raised his voice, as if defending his actions or trying to comfort himself. Then what happened? Kyajuk didn't dwell on this point. A good relationship mentor knows when to push and when to ease off. The next day, Takabane Hinata came to cram school, excitedly telling me that a hero had saved her. Listening to her, looking into her eyes, I knew. She had been taken from me. Kisaki's voice grew thick with emotion. After that day, I started following Hanagaki Takamiki. Wait, Kisaki, you're going a bit overboard with this. Kyajuk thought to himself. I heard Hanagaki Takamiki say, you know, my hero is a delinquent, right? When I get to middle school, I'm going to be the top delinquent in Japan. Just like you said earlier, how could any girl fall for a guy just because he wants to be the strongest delinquent? A delinquent like that could never be a hero. Back then, I didn't buy that either. But Takabane Hinata really liked Hanagaki Takamiki, the guy who wanted to be the #1 delinquent, and she saw him as her hero. At this point, Kisaki looked up, wiping away his tears. He clenched his fists. That's when I made up my mind. I would become Japan's strongest delinquent. If I achieve that, I'll definitely win Takabane Hinata back. Ha 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 ha. Kyajuk couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. I swear I'm going to kill you this time. Kisaki's face turned bright red, and he lunged at Kyajuk, grabbing him by the neck. Of course, it was just a playful gesture. Ha 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 ha, Kisaki, you don't need to do anything, I'm going to laugh myself to death any second now. Kyajuk laughed so hard he could barely breathe. He realized he owed Kisaki an apology. He had thought Kisaki was a scheming, sinister guy, but it turned out he was so pure. Kisaki, you've been deliberately avoiding the truth, haven't you? Kyajuk leaned his elbow on the guardrail, his back against it. What truth? What are you talking about? Kisaki was in the same position, but upon hearing Kyajuk's words, he looked uncomfortable and turned his head away. Takabane Hinata didn't fall for the hero or the top delinquent. She liked the guy who saved her from the middle schoolers. Kyajuk mercilessly revealed the truth Kisaki had been avoiding. That's not true. Takabane Hinata liked Hanagaki Takamiki because he wanted to be the #1 delinquent. He's a hero. Kisaki, stop lying to yourself. Your idea that becoming the #1 delinquent would win Takabane Hinata's heart is just you fooling yourself. You're trying to forget the truth. Stop it. Kisaki slowly slid down the guardrail, sitting on the ground, burying his face in his knees. You want to forget the fact that when Takabane Hinata was in danger, you didn't step up to save her. Instead, you hid behind, too scared to do anything. You want to forget the weak, powerless you. Listening to Kyajuk's words, Kisaki didn't respond. His sobs grew louder. Chapter 40 Kisaki Teta's dream to be a superhero. Kisaki Teta's situation wasn't really that complicated. After hearing him out, Kyajuk quickly figured it out. In simple terms, Kisaki was obsessed with the idea that the girl he liked fell for someone else because of a heroic rescue. And he was too afraid to step up himself. Unable to accept that he lost her due to his own cowardice, he convinced himself that it was something else entirely that made Takabane Hinata fall for Hanagaki Takamiki. Then, he tried to numb himself by trying to become a so-called badass. Putting in a lot of effort for no real reason. Kisaki, you wanted to become the top delinquent, so you came to me for advice, right? Kisaki didn't reply. Now that his excuse had been stripped away, he was drowning in negative emotions, spiraling into self-doubt. Is this really how it is? It is, isn't it? So am I going to lose Takabane Hinata forever? Yes, I will. She likes the person who stood up to protect her when she was in danger, not me, the coward. I'm weak. I'm despicable. Regardless of what's happened, you're still my subordinate. So let me, as your boss, tell you why girls fall for someone. Hearing that, Kisaki felt a spark of hope. He looked up at Kyajuk, who was standing with the wind blowing his hair, smiling confidently, looking unbelievably handsome. If I could be as cool as that, maybe Takabane Hinata wouldn't have fallen for someone else. The tiny flame of hope he had started to feel seemed to flicker out again. Hey, Kisaki, stop thinking crazy thoughts. Kyajuk quickly interrupted, noticing the brief flash of light in Kisaki's eyes. He felt pleased with himself for his emotional guidance skills, but then saw that light dull again. Boss, I bet you just rely on your face to get the girls, huh? Kisaki glared at Hojo's smiling face, which had once seemed like the face of someone reliable, someone who could become the strongest delinquent in all of Japan. But now, all he could see was someone he couldn't stand. Of course not. Let me explain it slowly. Kyajuk sat down, his hand on Kisaki's shoulder. Kisaki, if you know that Takabane Hinata likes Hanagaki Takamiki because he was her hero, then why don't you learn from that? Kisaki's eyes widened instantly. He felt a sudden jolt of excitement and electric shock straight to his brain. Right, Takabane Hinata likes Hanagaki Takemiki because he saved her. So I can just go save her too, right? If once doesn't work, I'll do it 10 times. Eventually, she'll come back to me. Why did I ever think about becoming the top delinquent? Boss, do you mean I should find a few people to pretend to be bad guys, scare Takabane Hinata, and then save her like a hero? Kisaki turned to Kyajuk, his eyes now burning with excitement. Slap. Kyajuk slapped his forehead. Kisaki was truly a born troublemaker, only the path of delinquency could bring out his true potential. Are you an idiot? Use your second best brain and think for a second. But isn't that what you meant? Let me ask you, who does Takabane Hinata like now? Hanagaki Takemiki. Isn't Hanagaki Takemiki getting bullied by other delinquents? Yeah, but what does that have to do with me? Have you been a delinquent for so long that your brain rusted? Hanagaki Takemiki got himself into danger. That's your chance to be the hero. Huh? Hanagaki Takemiki isn't the one I'm interested in. I like Takabane Hinata. Takabane Hinata's hero is Hanagaki Takemiki. If you become his hero, then what does that make you to Takabane Hinata? A hero's hero? Exactly. What do we call a hero's hero? A superhero. A superhero? Kisaki asked, confused. Yeah. Someone even greater than a hero, a superhero. If Takabane Hinata finds out that her hero was saved by you, her superhero, don't you think she'll start seeing you in a new light? She definitely will. And if you take Hanagaki Takemiki under your wing as a subordinate, don't you think Takabane Hinata will admire you even more? Kisaki remembered back to the days when Takabane Hinata used to look up to him at the study sessions, saying, Kisaki-kun, you're first in the mock exams again, you're so amazing. He then imagined her face lighting up when she found out he saved Hanagaki Takemiki. Kisaki-kun, I didn't know you were so awesome even as a delinquent. Hee. Kisaki grinned like a fool, lost in his happy fantasies. Kisaki, wake up. It's not time to daydream yet. Perfect? The plan is working. Kyajuk couldn't believe that his nonsense had successfully convinced Kisaki to fall for it. He felt pretty proud of his emotional guidance abilities. Boss, let's go. As a superhero, I need to rescue Hanagaki Takemiki from those low-tier delinquents. Kisaki's depression lifted in an instant. He jumped to his feet, shouting with excitement. Are you an idiot? It's lunchtime right now. Didn't you say Hanagaki Takemiki and the others are going to get beaten up after school? Oh, right. So, what do we do now? Should we gather some subordinates to join us after school? Kisaki scratched his head, his face now free of that previous unpleasant expression, replaced by something more cheerful. Do you know what makes a hero? The more people you have, the more it just becomes an army. A few lackeys won't cut it. I'll go with you, it's fine. Kyajuk casually made up the excuse and then headed for his special reclining chair. TL note, this guy is totally gonna stole her from him, being an emotional guide is exhausting. While there's still time, I should take a nap. Seeing his boss's confident demeanor, Kisaki had a bunch of emotional questions he wanted to ask. But seeing Kyajuk close his eyes, he knew that the man had a serious case of morning mood. So he decided to sit quietly and think it over himself. The afternoon flew by, and as expected, Hanagaki Takemiki and his friends didn't stick around for club activities. Instead, they left school quickly, their faces dark and their steps hurried. Boss, let's follow them. They're hanging out at a park in Shibuya. Kisaki eagerly suggested. Why rush? Who knows how late it'll be today? Let's eat first. I'm not going home hungry again. But don't you remember what Maki said? Girls don't like impatient guys. And heroes always show up last. Kyajuk said casually, then hopped on his motorcycle. Kisaki, know any good restaurants? There's one. A subordinate's family runs an Italian restaurant nearby. Kisaki also hopped on his bike. Italian? Sounds expensive, I'm broke. I'll pay. I still have plenty left from my scholarship. Think of it as your consultation fee, boss. Kisaki, you really are a good guy. Chapter 41. This isn't what I expected after a full meal. Hojo Kyajuk and Kisaki Teta arrived at Daneuki Park. It was similar in layout to Hodoyama Park, with towering trees surrounding a grassy area. Originally, this spot was a place for children to run wild and play freely, but now it had become the hangout for delinquent students. They wore baggy pants and white shirts, some sitting cross-legged on the grass while others leaned against the trees. The atmosphere was electric. Why so electric? Because at the center, Hanagaki Takemiki was curled up on the ground, taking a one-sided beating. Those supporting him were shouting in anger, while the other side cheered on the attackers. Who's in charge here? What's your plan? At the edge of the crowd, Kyajuk stood with a sword bag in one hand and his other hand casually tucked into his pocket. His eyes scanned the scene. Kiyomazu Masataka, member of the Kando Manji 3rd Division. Kisaki Teta replied. Kando Manji? What's that? Kyajuk casually asked. A judo club from a school in Shibuya, about 100 members. Their leader's called Invincible Mikey. And his special move is the nuclear kick. Kisaki Teta had gotten used to his leader's lack of delinquent knowledge, so he explained briefly. He then glanced at Kiyomazu Masataka, who was orchestrating the fight from the front, and looked down at his own arms. No way he could take that guy on. Kyajuk had asked what Kisaki planned to do, and Kisaki had initially thought about charging in like Hanagaki Takemiki had done, playing the hero. But after comparing the strength of the two sides, he quickly reconsidered. He remembered how Takemiki had ended up after trying to be the hero getting beaten up badly. He wasn't nearly as tough as Takemiki when it came to taking hits. So, Kisaki turned to Kyajuk for help. Boss, it's all on you now. Even though he said that, inside, Kisaki was buzzing with excitement. I may be weak, but my boss is number one. Alright, I'll take care of it cleanly and quickly. Kyajuk said, ready to pull his bamboo sword from the bag. Wait, hold on. Boss, can you let me say a few words first, then you step in? Kisaki Teta said, a bit shy. Oh, I get it, you'll show off, and I'll do the real work. Got it. Today, I'll make sure you're Hanagaki Takemiki's hero. Boss, thank you. Kisaki's heart swelled with gratitude. This big brother was a keeper. Not only had he taught him how to win girls over, but now he was giving him face. Don't worry. Just give me a signal, and I'll rush in, cut them all down with 2 swift blows. Kyajuk gave a thumbs up and flashed a wide, perfect smile, his teeth gleaming white. TL note, Guy-sensei, got it. Kisaki nodded decisively, straightened his clothes, and confidently made his way through the crowd towards the center. Everyone, stop it. Kisaki Teta, dressed in a black school uniform, stood out among the delinquents in white shirts. At his command, the beating of Hanagaki Takemiki stopped. Kiyomazu Masataka and his crew turned their attention to him. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? One of Kiyomazu's lackeys shouted as he stood up. Hanagaki Takemiki, are you alright? Kisaki ignored the lackey and rushed to Hanagaki Takemiki's side, genuinely concerned. Kisaki Teta? Hanagaki Takemiki looked up, his swollen eyes barely able to focus. It took him a moment to make out Kisaki's face. Yeah, ever since I heard about your situation, I've been really worried. Kisaki said, trying his best to sound sincere. Hey, are you ignoring me? The lackey who had shouted earlier couldn't take being ignored. He stormed over and kicked Kisaki Teta to the ground before he could react. Kisaki, caught off guard, was knocked down in an instant. Furious at his hero image being crushed, he sprang up and yelled at Kiyomazu Masataka's crew, "You scumbags, do you know who I am?" As he said this, Kisaki noticed Kyajuk standing at the edge of the crowd, looking at him with a bamboo sword in hand. This gave him the confidence to keep playing the part. Before he could finish his sentence, Kiyomazu Masataka, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly leapt up and launched a powerful flying kick to Kisaki's face. My nose must be broken. Kisaki thought as he was sent flying backward. Then he crash-landed on the ground. Oh no. Kyajuk, seeing Kisaki's pitiful state, realized the situation had backfired. Now he was the one looking like a fool for trying to play hero. He immediately leaped into action, pulling himself up a tree branch and using it as leverage to vault onto the heads of nearby delinquents. In an instant, he was at the center of the chaos. Hey, Kisaki, you okay? Kyajuk kicked Kisaki's arm, not wanting to use his hands because of all the blood covering Kisaki's face. Boss. Kisaki muttered weakly. His glasses were cracked, and one of his front teeth had fallen out. Sorry, it happened so suddenly, I didn't have time to. Kyajuk awkwardly apologized. Hey, you two, what are you doing over there? Don't you know who we are? Kiyomazu Masataka, still unaware that his time was up, shouted at them. Kisaki, I'll get revenge for you. Kyajuk declared, and with that, he rushed at Kiyomazu Masataka, intending to go a little heavier this time to make up for his earlier mistake. At his current strength, Kyajuk could easily handle a lackey like Kiyomazu Masataka without breaking a sweat. But as the saying goes, if you can use a weapon, never fight barehanded. Who knew how badly he could get hurt? And medical care in Japan was expensive. Kiyomazu Masataka hadn't seen Kyaju's earlier move, but one of his lackeys had. He shouted, "Watch out, Kiyomazu. That guy's no joke." Unfortunately, the warning came too late. Kiyomazu was still trying to put up a defense when Kyajuk brought his sword down with lightning speed, landing a powerful blow to Kiyomazu's forehead. Komaza's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. What the hell? One of the remaining delinquents muttered in disbelief. Did that just happen? He took down Komaza with a single hit. We need to get out of here before he comes after us. The onlookers started scattering, terrified. Redhead, call the boss and get some backup. The delinquent who had kicked Kisaki earlier shouted to another lackey in a red shirt, but before he could react, he took a sword strike to the forehead. Are you gonna focus when I'm around? Kyajuk sneered, twirling his sword. Monster. Only Mikey can take him on. Get back up now. Another delinquent shouted, but he too was taken down by a casual swipe from Kyajuk. In less than a minute, everyone had fled, leaving only Kyajuk and Hanagaki Takemiki's friends behind. The remaining lackey, Redhead, was trembling, holding his phone with shaking hands. Didn't they tell you to make the call? Hurry up, I've got homework to do. Oh, right. Redhead stammered, too frightened to hold the phone properly, and it slipped from his hands. Seriously, can't you make this easier for me? Kyajuk sighed, bending down to pick up the phone and handing it back to Redhead. Who do you need to call? I'll dial it for you. Oh, thank you. Redhead replied mechanically. Call the one labeled Captain. No problem, just get them here fast. Kyajuk said, scrolling through the contacts until he found the one with a fat man's profile picture and handed it back to Redhead. Chapter 42, I'm tired, let it all end. Hey, boss, Komaza and the others are all taken care of, they're at the Taniuki Park. Redhead reported before hanging up the phone. Why didn't you tell them to hurry? Hojo Kyajuk said, clearly displeased. Even though they had just finished dinner, the wasted time waiting irked him. He hated things that were troublesome, and waiting was one of the top annoyances. Of course, if it were waiting for Sakura and Shouko, that would be a different story. Thankfully, the girls never made him wait. Whether it was for a date or any outing, they were always ready ahead of time. Our Kando Manji headquarters is in Shibuya, so even if you didn't call, they'd be here soon enough. Redhead answered honestly. Meanwhile, he felt a bit of joy inside, knowing that once the boss arrived, they'd get their revenge. Well, then you're useless. Kyajuk sighed and raised his bamboo sword, bringing it down with one swift strike. Redhead rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Wow, you're amazing, no wonder they call you the Handless Demon and the second-generation Rampaging Angel. One of the guys, Atsushi Sendo, said, still in awe, despite being bruised and battered. Kisaki, should we take you to the hospital? Kyajuk asked, noticing Kisaki Teta and Hanagaki Takemiki were leaning against a tree nearby. No need, it's just a scratch. I still need to settle the score with that guy. Kisaki said, his eyes full of rage as he glared at the unconscious Komaza Masataka. He spat a mouthful of blood as he spoke. He was never a good person and didn't mind bullying those who couldn't fight back. Boss, can I borrow your bamboo sword? Kisaki asked, his tone full of determination. No. Kyajuk replied instantly. No lending swords or women, same with motorcycles. Kyajuk already figured out what Kisaki was planning, so he quickly rejected. Instead, he picked up a baseball bat from the ground and tossed it to Kisaki. Use this. Just don't overdo it, and keep it in check. Got it. Kisaki checked the tooth he had lost earlier, wondering if it was even possible to fix it. But more than that, he needed to vent his anger. While Kisaki went to take care of Komaza Masataka, Kyajuk turned to Hanagaki and the others. You guys want to go to the hospital? He asked. No, thanks for saving us. Hanagaki quickly bowed, despite the pain he was in. Oh no, I meant Kisaki. Kyajuk realized that he might have stolen Kisaki's thunder, so he quickly tried to explain himself. Wow, you're amazing. You really are the Handless Demon who defeated the Higashi heroes. Hanagaki said, looking up at Kyajuk with admiration. Kyajuk's face immediately fell. Wait, you didn't even see me knock that guy out with a single blow? Why are you still going on about this Handless Demon nonsense? Yeah, Hojo-senpai is incredible. Atsushi Sendo chimed in, still starstruck. But are we really okay just staying here? Shibuya is the headquarters of Kanto Manji. Their backup will be here soon, said Yamajashi Kazushi, who was the most knowledgeable about delinquents and referred to himself as the Delinquent Dictionary. Hearing this, Hanagaki and the others' expressions shifted. Hojo-senpai, we should probably leave. Even if the Rampaging Angels come to help, it won't be faster than Kando Manji's backup. Hanagaki said, trying to tread carefully, not wanting to offend Kyajuk. Oh, Kando Manji's reinforcements are almost here. The guy named Red had already called. We just need to wait a bit. Kyajuk said nonchalantly. Hanagaki's face fell. What are you saying? Why are you making it sound like we're in danger again? Huh, Hanagaki, your face is priceless. Kyajuk laughed, sitting down. Since the reinforcements from Kendo Manji weren't here yet, he decided to sit and wait. For someone as lazy as him, if he could sit, he would never stand. Wait, Hojo-senpai, you called for reinforcements too, right? Hanagaki asked, holding on to his last hope since Kyajuk seemed completely calm. I don't need any backup from a third-rate group like Kendo Manji. One person, the boss, can handle it all. Kyajuk said, dismissing the idea. Yeah, that's right. Kendo Manji's reinforcements are just a waste of time. I could handle them all by myself. Kisaki said, walking up with a blood-stained baseball bat in hand, answering Hanagaki's question. Kyajuk turned and looked at Komaza Masataka, who was still groaning in pain, holding his mouth. Now that's a sight. Kisaki is looking better than Masataka, who is still conscious and whimpering. Kyajuk thought, silently enjoying the contrast. Kisaki, determined, walked toward Hanagaki again. Hanagaki, it's all my fault I didn't come sooner. Kisaki's dramatic expression almost made Kyajuk clap, but he held back. It's not your fault. If it weren't for you and Hojo-senpai, we'd be in real trouble. Hanagaki quickly reassured him. Well, that's good to hear. If anything like this happens again, just come to me. I'll help you. Kisaki said with a tone mimicking that of a TV hero, feeling proud of himself as he looked at his glowing reflection. Kisaki, you're so kind. But, your nose is bleeding again. One of the others said, noticing Kisaki's ongoing injury. Kisaki wiped the blood away, a sense of fulfillment washing over him, even if it meant losing a tooth. Oh, it looks like Kendo Manji's people are here. I need to handle them. Kyajuk stood up with his bamboo sword, speaking with calm authority. Good luck. Kisaki bowed respectfully, while Hanagaki and the others followed suit. As Kyajuk walked toward the scene, Hanagaki couldn't help but keep watching, his eyes filled with admiration. That was so cool. That's Kendo Manji. Facing off against an entire delinquent gang, and Hojo-senpai talked to them like it was just going to the convenience store. Hanagaki clenched his fists, full of admiration for Hojo-kyuk. You didn't know? Our boss defeated the entire rampaging angels by himself, and then he took down Amai Aishu too. Kisaki boasted proudly. Of course I know. Everyone in the Tokyo delinquent scene has heard about the handless demon ruling over Higashi, the new leader of rampaging angels. Hanagaki said excitedly. Kisaki began to sense something was wrong. It seemed like Hanagaki wasn't as enamored with him as he had thought. Hanagaki, today I came to help you, but the boss came to help me. Kisaki tried to clarify. Even taking care of his subordinates' requests, Sendo, this is what I was telling you about. Hojo-senpai is going to become the strongest delinquent in all of Japan. Hanagaki said, brimming with admiration. Exhausted, Kisaki closed his eyes, feeling defeated. Chapter 43, Mikey, the Invincible? 30 PS, Hojo-kyajuk walked to the center of the park, casually waiting for the rest members to arrive. Komasa. A group of people dressed in black combat uniforms walked over. Upon seeing Komaza Masataka writhing on the ground in agony, a delinquent with a rather scruffy look immediately shouted. Vice boss. Hearing the shout, Komaza Masataka quickly scrambled up and staggered towards his teammates. Hey, you bastard. Did you really beat up our team like this? A chubby man with the words third squad captain on his shirt said with a fierce expression. I guess so. Kyajuk replied nonchalantly, glancing at Komaza Masataka, whose arm was twisted and his face covered in blood. TSK, Kisaki said he'd be careful, huh? In the two fights Kyajuk had been in, his opponents had only sustained minor injuries, the kind that would heal by the next day. After all, they had no deep personal grudges. Go. Get revenge for Komasa. The short, fat captain shouted, charging at Kyajuk. The world of delinquents often didn't bother with right or wrong, many times, it's just about avenging their brothers. They simply wanted revenge when their comrades were harmed. Captain, be careful, that guy's tough. Redhead quickly warned. I brought the entire third squad with me, do you think this kid can take us all down? Pachin, the captain of Manji's third squad, said without looking back. Hearing that, Redhead closed his eyes in relief, returning to his agonizing wails. Listening to his comrades' loud shouting, Komaza Masataka felt a surge of satisfaction. Those guys are definitely going to get beaten up. And that blonde, bespectacled jerk, I'm going to knock out 8 of his teeth. A few minutes later, the atmosphere around him grew eerily quiet, prompting Komaza Masataka to cautiously open his eyes. What? What is this? He stared in disbelief as all of Manji's third squad members lay on the ground, unconscious. Only the kid with the bamboo sword remained standing, while that Hanagaki kid was still happily shouting and cheering nearby. Hey, is this all you guys from Kanto Manji have? Kyajuk lazily waved his sword, his tone unfriendly. The warm-up hadn't even finished, and they were all down already. He was really irritated by this. How is this possible? This is just the third squad. Kanto Manji has 5 squads in total. Seeing the calm, unscathed Kyajuk, Komaza felt a deep fear. How could this guy be so strong? Then hurry up and bring the rest here. Seriously, I'm wasting my time here. Kyajuk looked up at the sky, half of the sun already gone. Only the captain has the contact information for the boss. Komaza answered, trembling. That fat guy? Yeah, he's our third squad captain. Hey, wake up. Kyajuk kicked the chubby man, who had been knocked out cold by a single blow earlier. You bastard. Pachin groaned, clutching his head as he sat up. When it comes to fighting, Kyajuk had a special technique. It hurt but left no trace that could be used as evidence. So, when Pachin woke up, he only felt a little dizzy and a sharp pain in his forehead. Quick, bring the rest of your group over here. Don't make it like a video game where I fight bosses and wait for the next level. Seeing Pachin's still defiant expression, Kyajuk kicked him harder. I'll do it without you telling me. Just wait, Mikey will kick you out in no time. Pachin spoke confidently, though inside, his nerves were on edge. After witnessing Kyajuk's monstrous performance earlier, he wasn't so sure about Mikey's chances. Mikey, we've been defeated, it's at Taniuki Park. Pachin respectfully spoke into the phone, nodding. Hearing the calm yet domineering voice of their leader, he regained his confidence. The boss and the main force will be here soon. If you're scared, you better run. Hey, Kisaki, you still buying dinner tonight? I'm hungry again. Kyajuk walked back to where Kisaki Teta and the others were resting, joking. The Italian food earlier had been delicious. Who would have thought someone with such a fancy restaurant background would also be a delinquent? You jerk, you still have the nerve to talk. Kisaki gritted his teeth as he opened his wallet with an exaggerated motion, revealing it was empty inside. If it hadn't been for a discount thanks to their leader's reputation, Kisaki would have had to call home for money to cover the bill. Ha ha ha, I told you, I eat a lot, just not so openly in school. I knew you could eat, but I didn't expect you to eat this much. Kisaki said painfully. Well, you can't blame me entirely. The portions were just too small. How about this, next time you want to treat, we go for a buffet. Kyajuk smiled awkwardly. You think there will be a next time? Kisaki snapped. Hey, oh, you guys are here, that was fast. The roar of motorcycles interrupted their conversation. Their members are all local, of course, they're fast. Boss, be careful of Mikey. He's just a middle schooler, but many of the older delinquents have lost to him. And really, do we not need backup? This is a full manji, not like the small fry before. Do you think there's anyone stronger than me in all of Tokyo? Kyajuk casually waved his bamboo sword, then turned to Kisaki and smiled before walking toward the center of the field, waiting for the rest of the members to arrive. With every fight, Kyajuk felt his strength grow. The swordsmanship talent reward allowed him to continue improving just by swinging his sword. Even repeating sword strikes mechanically, he could feel his progress. And this battle with so many people was only making him stronger. Now, compared to his fight with Amai, he was probably twice as strong. Kisaki, infected by his boss's confident smile, quickly took out his phone to call Maki Hojo. He had checked beforehand, and the members of Bozaku including the 2 sub-leaders were having a meal in the Shinjuku area, right next to Shibuya. Though he had invited Kyajuk to join them, they had decided to look for Hanagaki Takemiki instead. As the behind-the-scenes hero, Kisaki certainly wasn't going to make a move without proper preparation. Though he had shown confidence in Kyajuk's strength earlier, he wouldn't take any chances. Tokyo was no small-time gang like Amai. Having just formed, they already defeated the 9th-generation Black Dragons and grown quickly. They were about to dominate Shibuya. After confirming that Maki Hojo would bring people over immediately, Kisaki looked at his boss. If Kyajuk couldn't handle this, he'd be ready to join the fight. Delinquents in black combat gear kept pouring into the park from the surrounding area, soon surrounding the clearing. A small blonde man, draped in a combat uniform, walked with an indescribable aura, as the crowd parted for him. Seeing him, Kyaju's ears seemed to ring with an unknown background music. Damn, the uniform isn't just for wearing, it's for draping. Next time, I'll wear it like that. Kyajuk grumbled to himself, then thought, not everyone has legs like mine. If that little guy had just worn the combat coat properly, with his half-long blonde hair, he might have looked like a Disney runaway princess. What a shame, though, this guy's obviously the protagonist. Why couldn't he be a girl instead? Kyajuk stared at the little guy's head, trying to catch a glimpse of his name bar. Chapter 44, 44 No nicknames allowed for someone this cool. Pachin, are you okay? Sano Manjiro's voice rang out as he surveyed the scene before him. His men, all dressed in Tamon, Tokyo Manji, signature uniforms, lay scattered on the ground. His face darkened as he turned to the only one still sitting, Pachin. Mikey. Pachin glanced at Hojo Kyajuk, checking his reaction.